Chapter 2652. Fortunately, Xiaohua was the only cultivator in the maze of the Buddhist gold great array. If it was seen by others, wouldn't Xiaohua be regarded as a madman? If Xiaohua was like a madman, then in the huge square inside the Buddhist gold great array, Yu Tong, wearing a silver robe and disheveled hair, was really a madman. However, there was no trace of people on the square at this time. It seemed that all the disciples of the fallen gold mountain had been sent back to the family by Yu Tong. However, even so, the layout of the square still had some changes. The passages had long disappeared, and the whole square was seamless. It was not much different from the small grid of Xiaohua's previous. In front of Yu Tong were two sword gourds. However, at this time, the silver light cocoons on the two sword gourds had disappeared. Even the scarlet, red, and azure colors were tightly attached to the surface of the sword gourds, not far away. However, what was different from before was that these two sword gourds were slowly rotating in a circle in the air. One was chasing the other, while the other was chasing the one in front. It was as if there was an endless attraction and repulsion between the two sword gourds. Yu Tong was not idle either. Above his head, the silver tiger Dharma body had already appeared. It had a pair of fleshy wings, and its fist-sized eyes flashed with a silver-white brilliance as it stared fixedly at the two sword gourds that were constantly changing. These two sword gourds had been rotating like this for a day and night, but there was no change in the speed and trajectory. Yu Tong's feet were using a mysterious footwork, and his body was flashing with a silver brilliance. The brilliance changed slightly with his footwork, like the swaying seaweed in the sea. At the same time, the true essence around Yu Tong's body surged, and some strange spells were launched. However, the strange thing was that these spells did not fall on the two sword gourds, but on the trajectory of the sword gourds. As the spell was inserted, layers of silver light appeared on the path. This light was absorbed by the sword gourd from time to time, but this silver light wasn't absorbed by the sword gourd. It only landed on the surface of the sword gourd and condensed with the red and azure lights. Gradually, the red and azure lights on the sword gourd faded. Roar! Seeing that the color on the two sword gourds had faded, the silver tiger above Yu Tong's head roared angrily. It spread its wings and pounced toward the two sword gourds. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver-white breath onto the two sword gourds. Buzz! The two sword gourds let out an ear-piercing sword hum at the same time. The sword hum was even louder than the giant swords that Lu Ruochang and the others had transformed into. In an instant, Yu Tong and the silver tiger were sent flying more than 30 meters away. Yu Tong seemed to be prepared. As soon as his figure flew out, he immediately flew back. There was a slight joy on his face, but his eyes were still extremely calm, as if this was how it should be. When Yu Tong's figure appeared in front of the sword gourd again, the sword gourd was no longer as quiet as before. After the sword hum, it began to surge rapidly, and the entire sword gourd began to fluctuate. Quick! The joy on Yu Tong's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of seriousness. The spell in his hands changed again. Both hands were using the same spell, and they hit the two sword gourds at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A low sword hum like a bee came from the two sword gourds at the same time, and the changes in the two sword gourds gradually disappeared. Then they began to vibrate. The rhythm was different at first, but it gradually became the same. Pooh! Seeing that the rhythm of the two sword gourds was the same, at that moment, Yu Tong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which landed on the two sword gourds. The essence blood touched the sword gourds and immediately sank into them, disappearing without a trace. Yu Tong's body emitted a bright silver light again, and his scattered hair flew straight up. Quick! The spell that Yu Tong had been using for a long time immediately landed on the two sword gourds. Buzz! The two sword gourds let out a high-pitched sword hum at the same time. In fact, the crimson and azure light that had long faded bloomed again. However, at this time, the crimson and azure light only occupied half of the brilliance, and the other half was silver-white brilliance. Yu Tong's figure naturally retreated a few meters, but before he could stabilize himself, Yu Tong stretched out his hands. The silver-white brilliance on his hands covered the sword gourds. Then, as Yu Tong slowly closed his hands, The silver-white brilliance on the two sword gourds also slowly approached. Buzz, buzz, as if resisting this approach, the two sword gourds let out a sword hum. Roar. In just a moment, the brilliance around Yutong's body dimmed, and sweat faintly appeared on his forehead. Almost without thinking, his true tiger Dharma flapped its wings, and several silver-white brilliance hit the sword gourds, and the two sword gourds moved a little more. Pu. The two sword gourds seemed to be extremely repelled. Yutong's true tiger Dharma had no choice but to open its mouth again and spit out several silver-white breaths in a row, trying to put the two sword gourds together. However, there was just a small gap, and the sword gourds couldn't touch each other. Roar! Yutong's body was already trembling slightly. The true tiger Dharma body let out another roar and spat out a breath of air that was much dimmer than before. The two sword calabashes moved slightly, but there was no effect. At this time, Yutong was a little hesitant, and his brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. But in the blink of an eye, the scarlet and azure brilliance on the two sword gourds swelled slightly, and a great force was generated, and the gap that was thinner than a strand of hair actually widened a little. Not good. Seeing that his previous efforts were about to be wasted, Yutong gritted his teeth, and the silver-white brilliance on his body disappeared, and then a dark green color gradually appeared. Woo! A strange sound came from Yutong's mouth, and 9 balls of light that were extremely similar to the green seal script emerged from his forehead, and quickly circled the two sword gourds a few times, and then completely disappeared into the sword gourds. The sword gourds' brilliance didn't resist the green light at all. Combine, Yutong said with great difficulty. The two sword gourds collided, and a surge of sword brilliance rushed out from the point of contact, directly piercing into the silver-white canopy of the Brahma gold formation. Yutong seemed to have used up all of his magic power, and his silver-white Daoist robes were soaked in sweat. The true tiger's avatar couldn't hold on any longer, and with a howl, it fell into Yutong's body. The sword brilliance split open a huge crack in the silver-white canopy, and then disappeared. The scarlet and azure brilliance of the sword gourds quickly overflowed, and between the two colors was an extremely large amount of silver-white and a few strands of dark green. Of course, the few strands of gold under the dark green weren't very clear, or perhaps the exhausted Yutong couldn't see it at all. The scarlet and azure brilliance fluctuated for a long time, and gradually settled down like the liquid of a pill. Between the scarlet and azure brilliance was a silver-white brilliance, and at this time, the dark green had disappeared without a trace. AI. Yutong sighed, and used his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. He softly muttered to himself, although this Yutong has the silver tiger bloodline, and his body is naturally stronger than ordinary cultivators, but it can't be considered useful. I still have to refine it more in the future. Unfortunately, this little lord's secret technique can only be used once. It seems this little lord won't be able to cultivate the embryonic form of the spirit-slaying origin light today. With that, Yutong reached out his hand and took out a spirit pill. He put it in his mouth and sat down cross-legged. Silver light flashed around his body as he began to adjust his breathing. The two sword gourds in front of Yutong were connected together. The two lights intertwined and spun, overflowing with each other as if they had already fused together. After an hour, Yutong's body flashed and he stood up. He waved his hand as if he was going to put away the two sword gourds. However, when Yutong stretched out his hand, he looked a little unwilling. He bit his lips slightly and made a hand seal. His hand shook, and a silver brilliance hit the place where the sword gourd intersected. This time, the sword hummed even more, but the scarlet and azure lights trembled even more. After the light faded, the two sword gourds fused even more. Ah? Yutong almost couldn't believe his eyes. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and then he became even more ecstatic. How is this possible? The fusing of the yin-yang sword gourds, the further it goes, the more difficult it is. Yours truly secret technique was originally meant to be used here, but who would have thought that the power of this sword gourd would be so great? Even the initial fusion had to expend all of yours truly's powers, and it even required yours truly to use his secret technique. How could the subsequent fusion, which was even more difficult, be so simple. It's really incredible, really incredible. Yutong, of course, didn't dare to let his guard down. He hit a few spells on the sword gourds, and then used his divine thoughts to observe for a long time. He even released the Real Tiger, but in the end he still didn't find anything strange. As expected, the heavens are helping me. I'm afraid my luck in this life is going to defy the heavens. Yutong beamed from ear to ear. In merely a few dozen days, the heavens have already allowed this young master to successfully possess this body, and even allowed this young master to obtain the position of sect master from the fallen Gold Mountain's Jade Slip. Now, this young master has been pleasantly surprised, allowing this young master to successfully refine the embryonic form of the soul-punishing vital light. After that, if I have the opportunity to refine the true soul-punishing vital light, then in the entire so-called Dawn Rain continent, who would be my opponent? Ha! My future is limitless. Ha! Yutong laughed wildly. He didn't stop walking, and his hand seals were formed again. This time, the hand seals were even more mysterious, and the steps were also different from before. However, as the hand seals were formed, the two sword gourds began to fuse slowly, and the light became even brighter and more condensed. Seeing that the two sword gourds had finally merged into one, Yutong chanted a mantra, raised his hands, and pressed them down. Chapter 2653. A silver-white halo followed Yutong's hands and fell on the sword gourd. The halo spun rapidly on the sword gourd and swept down from top to bottom. As the halo fell, the sword gourd began to emit a sword cry and tremble slightly. The crimson and azure brilliance quickly shrank and condensed into the sword gourd, turning the sword gourd into a silver-white gourd. Yutong saw the sword gourd turn silver-white and laughed loudly. He pointed at the mouth of the sword gourd, and two sword lights, one azure and one red, rushed out from the sword gourd and pierced into the silver-white sky. Two bowl-sized holes immediately appeared in the sky. Motherfucker, this spirit-slaying Yuan light is really powerful. Although it hasn't fully formed yet, it's still very powerful. Even though it's not fully formed, this Buddhist gold great array can't block it. Yutong clicked his tongue a few times and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiaohua's direction and said, if the Buddhist gold great array can't block it, then the incomplete capital heavenly stars great array and the innate primordial water. I'm afraid they can't block it either. Today, this young master will kill you. This young master wants to see who you are. Thinking about it, Yutong stretched out his hand, and the silver-white gourd appeared in his hand. His body slowly rose up, and a silver-white light flashed in the air, and Yutong disappeared. It was the metal escape technique that Xiaohua had painstakingly practiced. The monotonous yet rhythmic sound reverberated in the maze of the Buddhist gold formation. It sounded like a drum or a gong. Yutong's figure appeared from the wall not far away. He looked at Xiaohua with a strange expression. From time to time, Xiaohua's body would glow with a silvery white light, and he would rush to the wall from time to time. As Yutong appeared, Xiaohua was extremely sensitive and sensed it. He quickly turned around and saw Yutong's thoughtful eyes. Xiaohua's face turned slightly red. He raised his hand and dozens of talismans immediately appeared. He wanted to set up the capital heavenly stars great array. Seeing the familiar silver light on Xiaohua's body, Yutong seemed to have thought of something, and a mocking expression appeared in his eyes. When he saw Xiaohua hurriedly setting up the formation, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he calmly watched and waited for Xiaohua to release the Xiantian primordial water. Then, he coldly smiled and said, Junior Martial Brother Feng Ying is indeed in a good mood. You're practicing the iron head technique. You're extremely diligent. I really admire you. Do I need you to tell me? Do I need to inform you? Xiaohua was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Junior Brother Feng, you seem to have forgotten, Yutong was in an extremely good mood. He smiled and said, this is my Buddhist gold array, and it's also my home. Don't you need to inform the master if you do something inexplicable? Xiaohua looked at Yutong's smile, puzzled. His eyes fell on the silver gourd in Yutong's left hand, and his face immediately showed a look of understanding. I'm leaving. As the master, don't you want to open the door? Xiaohua bit his lip and said with narrowed eyes. Leave? Feel free to leave. Yu Tong said with a smile. This Yu has never forced people to stay. Could it be you weren't practicing the iron head technique just now? You were knocking on the door with your head? Your Buddhist gold great array doesn't even have a door. Do I need to knock on the door with my head? Xiaohua knew that Yu Tong came here with a powerful method. He was even sure that there was something wrong with the gourd, but his mind was still spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. You want a door? That's easy. Yu Tong said with a smile. Can you open it with my Falling Gold Mountains magic tool? If junior brother Feng doesn't know how to use it, you can give it to me and I'll open it for you. If that thing could be used, why would I wait until now? Xiaohua said coldly, curling his lips. Oh, so it's like that. So you can't use that thing. Yu Tong said patiently, like a cat catching a mouse. You should have said it earlier. If you didn't say it, how would I know? If you said it, I would naturally know and open the door for you. Saying that, Yu Tong released the true Tiger Dharma body behind him. The true Tiger Dharma body flapped its wings, and sure enough, a silver light flashed on the wings, shooting at the wall not far from Yu Tong and Xiaohua. The wall immediately transformed, and a door taller than a person appeared on it. Not only that, the silver light didn't stop and rushed straight through the door. So, behind the door, other doors appeared one after another, as if they were being pushed open by a big hand. Junior brother Feng, please. Yu Tong raised his hand and said with a smile. Xiaohua naturally couldn't come out of the capital star array and innate primordial water. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, I think this place is not bad, and suddenly I don't want to leave. Junior brother Feng is really interesting. I didn't invite you before, but you came uninvited. Then I didn't want you to leave, but you insisted on rushing out. What about now? I let you leave, but you don't want to leave. Could it be, you like to knock on the door with your head? My head is hard, so I like it. What are you going to do? Xiaohua was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, jumping up and roaring. Nothing. Yu Tong shrugged, I just want to say it. Seeing Yu Tong, who was younger than him and had a higher cultivation than him, also calling himself Little Master, Xiaohua rubbed his chin and seemed to be in deep thought. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua suddenly asked, What are you holding in your hand? Yu Tong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, What? Do you want to know? What's so great about it? Isn't it just a yin-yang sword gourd? Xiaohua sneered, It's not like I haven't seen it before. You're really ignorant. Yu Tong said disdainfully, even showing off, What yin-yang sword gourd? This is called soul-slaying vital light. Soul-slaying vital light? Xiaohua didn't expect that Yu Tong didn't hide it at all and directly said it. When he slightly tasted it, his expression immediately changed. Was there even a need to say it? Yu Tong already thought of him as a dead person, so he took out the soul-slaying vital light and shared it with him, even teasing him with interest. What is this soul-slaying vital light? Is it from Falling Gold Mountain? Or Washing Flower Sect? Xiaohua frowned, his somewhat frozen smile finally moving as he asked. Junior brother Feng doesn't need to know. Yu Tong shook his head slightly. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Xiaohua nodded. How about this? If you want me to leave, then take this soul-slaying vital light as a farewell gift. I'll take this gourd and leave. Chapter 2654. Huh? Junior apprentice brother Feng, could it be that you can read my mind? How do you know that I'm going to give this to junior brother? Yu Tong's astonishment was slightly exaggerated as he shouted. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged the Buddha's saraira to circulate the innate primordial water, blocking the large gap and revealing a small gap. He shouted, Forget it, forget it, a gentleman does not take what others like. You just refined this thing, you'd better keep it for yourself. How can I do that? A gentleman's word is as fast as a horse's whip. I'll send junior brother Feng off now. Yu Tong laughed loudly. He raised his hand and the silver gourd flew into the air. Then he pointed his finger at the gourd. Quick! 2 beams of light, one red and one green, flew out and pierced towards the azure Xiantian true water. Good boy! When Xiaohua saw that the sword light had arrived in a flash, he cried out in alarm and immediately activated the innate primordial water, covering all the gaps. However, the moment the 2 sword lights came into contact with the innate primordial water, the brilliance of the sword lights flashed through the innate primordial water, completely unaffected by it. Damn it! Xiaohua was shocked. The speed of the 2 rays of sword light was too fast, and it was even more nimble inside the innate primordial water. He could not help but shout. Looking at the 2 rays of sword light, they did not directly rush into the capital star's array. Instead, it rapidly circled around the formation. However, in just a few breaths of time, the sword light pierced through the weak point of the Du Tian star formation with a buzzing sound. It immediately penetrated the formation and shot toward Xiaohua's neck. Fight! Xiaohua had already held the staff in his hand and did not hesitate to strike out. This was to send the 2 rays of sword light flying. However, just as the staff was about to touch the sword light slightly shook and cleverly dodged the staff. It did not allow Xiaohua to do anything else and stabbed towards Xiaohua's neck again. Shua! Xiaohua's body flickered. It was the light protecting his body that was about to block the sword light. Unfortunately, the green and red sword light slashed through the light protecting Xiaohua's body, and a crack was immediately cut open on the golden light. The golden light flickered and was about to collapse. Motherfucker, this so-called soul-punishing vital light. Isn't it too powerful? Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. His soul was about to scatter. As the green and red sword lights intertwined, Xiaohua's head was about to soar into the sky like jade ice. Right at this critical moment, Xiaohua hastily opened his mouth, and 2 red and green rays of light flew out. The 2 rays of light were like bolts of lightning, and they actually blasted the yin-yang sword chi away with 2 light cracking sounds. However, the yin-yang sword chi wasn't simply formidable because it was a flying sword, and it was more due to the connection between the 2 rays of light. The swaying brilliance didn't seem to be blasted away by the rays of light, and it continued to coil around Xiaohua's neck. When Yu Tong saw Xiaohua's 2 flying swords, he was clearly stunned. However, it was only for a moment, and he didn't care. But then he couldn't help but frown. After the 2 flying swords blasted away the 2 rays of light, their own swords also slanted. However, at the same time, shwa shwa shwa, a series of light sounds rang out. The 2 flying swords rapidly shook, and the 2 flying swords transformed into 4. The 4 flying swords then transformed again, and in the blink of an eye, 16 flying swords appeared out of thin air. These 16 flying swords were once again divided into 2 groups of green and red, and there were 8 of them each. They were right between Xiaohua's neck, protecting him. Moreover, the moment the sword light extended, it hit the connection between the yin-yang sword chi. Keng, a sharp sound was extremely ear-piercing, like a sharp sword cutting through a hard rock. These 16 flying swords actually blocked the seemingly unstoppable yin-yang sword chi. Hiss, flying sword shadow technique. How do you know? Yu Tong sucked in a breath of cold air and almost cried out in alarm. Seeing that the Dream Executor and the Mountain Splitter had blocked the yin-yang sword spirit's sword light, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He looked left and right at the constellation array and the innate primordial water. He clenched his hand, and dozens of rays of light flashed, putting away the constellation array. Since Yu Tong had the means to break this great array, Xiaohua's array could only be a hindrance. Oh! After Yu Tong recovered from his shock, he saw Xiaohua put away the array. He raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "You're just a disciple of the Huanhua sect. How could you know such a flying sword technique? Where did you come from? Take advantage of this moment to tell me. If you have something to do with me, I may not necessarily not let you live. Moreover, you seem to have used the metal escape technique just now. Presumably, you also know the secret of the silver tiger magic tool. How could an ordinary cultivator discover the secret of the silver tiger magic tool in such a short time? I won't hide it from you. What I want to do is very big, and I need a lot of help. I can consider cooperating with you. The secret inside the magic tool, you can have a share." As Yu Tong spoke, the yin-yang sword spirit retreated slightly and stopped in midair. At this time, the two flying swords were very strange. The two flying swords were only about the length of a finger and were incomparably sparkling and translucent. When one's gaze swept over the flying swords, they would appear and disappear. Even when one's divine sense was at the location, they would flicker indefinitely. They seemed to exist in midair, but also seemed to not exist in midair. Putting aside the green and red colors on the two flying swords, there were also a few strands of silvery white within the green and red colors. These green and red colors seemed to be alive. When the flying swords appeared, they moved around in an extremely orderly manner. At first glance, it was as if two eyes were showing an indescribable expression. At this time, Xiaohua's two flying swords turned into 16 and lined up in front of him. They also overflowed with green and red colors, but it was very obvious that within the brilliance of the Dream Slayer and the Mountain Splitter, there was an abundance of baleful aura but not enough nimbleness. While listening to Yu Tong's persuasion, Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the yin-yang sword spirit. He inwardly sighed that the yin-yang sword spirit, which was refined by Yu Qingtian and Zhang Yuhe's souls and sacrificed with the blood of nearly 100,000 creatures, was indeed fierce. At the same time, he inwardly pondered. He was somewhat puzzled by Yu Tong's words. What do you mean it has something to do with him? What do you mean by ordinary cultivators can't see through the secret of this magic tool? Could it be this guy already knew about the legacy realm mentioned in the magic tool? However, as a rogue cultivator, Xiaohua had long heard this kind of affectionate persuasion to stay countless times. He had long seen this kind of heartfelt persuasion. Among these persuasion and persuasion, which one of them wasn't temporary? Which one of them wasn't a contest of strength? If I leave this formation? Xiaohua coldly snorted. Would I still be afraid of you? However, Xiaohua slightly changed his mind. When he thought of this, how could Yu Tong, who had been scheming against Zhang Yuhe for dozens of years, not know? He definitely wouldn't be at ease if he left. Moreover, when he thought about how Yu Tong and the others treated the 100,000 creatures as nothing and wantonly hunted them in order to increase their cultivation, even if he wanted to cooperate with someone, he absolutely wouldn't choose them. With this thought, Xiaohua burst into laughter. I don't care what kind of bullshit person you are. I don't want to have any relationship with you. Previously, I avoided the battle because I didn't want to be nosy. Now that you insist on forcing me to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yu Tong's laughter seemed to be louder than Xiaohua's. He also looked at Xiaohua with interest and even said somewhat arrogantly, "Little guy. Who doesn't know how to be overbearing? But you also need to have strength. Don't think that just because you know how to transform flying swords into shadows, you can be arrogant in front of me. I'll let you see what the soul-slaying primary light is." As he spoke, two flying swords as thin as cicadas' wings suddenly let out a rumbling sound. Yu Tong didn't seem to activate any spells, but they stabbed toward Xiaohua. That kind of indescribable sharpness immediately pierced between Xiaohua's eyebrows. "Who's afraid of you?" Xiaohua pointed his finger. The 16 flying swords also moved in the air. There was some mysterious connection between them. Their flying speed was extremely fast, blocking in front of the oncoming yin-yang sword light. Whoosh, the green-red yin-yang sword light really did have intelligence. As if playing hide-and-seek, it casually weaved between the 16 flying swords. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the attacks of the Soul Slayer and the Mountain Slayer, and once again approached Xiaohua. Xiaohua's hand seals changed again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of sounds rang out. 32, 64, and finally 128 sword lights flew out and blocked in front of the yin-yang sword light with extreme speed. As expected, you have some skill. Yu Tong beamed with joy. This was the first time Xiaohua had used two flying swords. 128 sword lights. At first, these 100 sword lights were somewhat clumsy, but following the urging of Xiaohua's divine sense, they gradually became orderly. These sword lights even faintly formed a sword array, encircling the yin and yang sword lights. Although the two flying swords with intelligence were incomparably nimble, they were unable to withstand the overwhelming number of swords. For the time being, they had no way of flying out. Not bad, not bad. In the distance, Yu Tong actually clapped his hands and praised. The rinsing flower sect actually has a disciple like you. This is really beyond my expectations. Not only that, Xiaohua raised his head and sneered, today, I'll let you see what this young master is capable of. While speaking, Xiaohua didn't seem to make any movements. The innate primordial water that previously surrounded Xiaohua suddenly surged with waves. Those waves condensed in midair, and like a fist, smashed towards Yu Tong. Come on! Yu Tong shouted loudly. His shoulders shook, and the true tiger Dharmakaya was released again. Roar! The true tiger Dharmakaya roared loudly, and a pair of fleshy wings flapped. Suddenly, out of nowhere, two silver-white brilliances gushed out. These brilliances were like clear springs rushing towards the innate primordial water. Boom! With a loud sound, the brilliances blocked the primordial water. The primordial water fell to the ground like a huge rock, hitting the defensive silver brilliance. With a loud sound, the primordial water suddenly scattered in all directions, and the silver brilliance was also shattered into pieces. Yu Tong's Dharmakaya is powerful. Xiaohua thought to himself, fighting in this Buddhist gold formation, he has the absolute advantage. But so what? Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira once again activated the innate primordial water. This primordial water actually didn't condense, but instead turned into a net in midair, covering Yu Tong's head. Chapter 2655. Yu Tong's eyes flashed with astonishment. He looked at the 100 or so swords fighting with the yin and yang swords, then looked at the net of primordial water. He really didn't understand. For an ordinary golden core cultivator, controlling 100 sword lights with only his divine will was probably already his limit. Even if Xiaohua was far more powerful than an ordinary golden core cultivator, he could still split a part of his divine will to control the innate primordial water. However, that part of his divine will could only turn the innate primordial water into waves, but now, he could actually pull the innate primordial water into a net. The difference between this net and waves was not just a little bit. A complicated expression flashed through Yu Tong's eyes. The true tiger Dharma body spat out several mouthfuls of silver light, as well as the silver light from its fleshy wings, forming layers of defense in front of the primordial water. Rumble, another earth-shattering collision sound rang out. The two of them were still evenly matched in their battle. Feng Ying. Yu Tong first called him Junior Martial Brother Feng from Martial Nephew Feng, and now he called him by his name. I'm afraid your ability ends here. This young master will ask you one last time. Do you want to submit to this young master? Ha Yu Tong, what ability do you have? You dare to make this young master submit? At this time, Xiaohua didn't even use his sword art. He was laughing so hard that he swayed back and forth. Without the protection of the capital star array, he simply threw caution to the wind and prepared to fight against this peak late golden core, or even early nascent soul cultivator. Yu Tong's face gradually turned ashen, looking extremely unsightly. Previously, it was extremely easy to seize the position of falling golden mountain sect master, and even kill Zhang Yuhe, but the satisfaction had long disappeared. He coldly snorted and said, "This sect master saw that you were a talent, so this sect master cherished talent, and wanted to use you and the others as my wings. Since you don't want to choose the path of the sun, this young master will give it to you and Zhang Yuhe." As he spoke, Yu Tong very solemnly waved his hand. His hands formed seals, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed over. Even some sword intent and sword chi from some places of the Buddhist gold great array were drawn over. After a moment, where the silver light flashed, a long spear about 10 feet long condensed. The spiritual energy inside the fist-thick spear shaft was so dense that it almost condensed into substance. Go! Yu Tong swung his spear as if it was light. The long spear emitted a fierce cry, swaying with a silvery white brilliance as it pierced toward Xiaohua's chest. He had only flown a few feet when a powerful force was transmitted from the long spear. It seemed as if the surrounding air was about to be pierced through, making a chi-chi sound. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked coldly at the spear. When the spear was closer, he waved his hand and took out the wishful steel staff again. His figure swayed and flew up like a gust of wind, smashing towards the spear. Seeing Xiaohua take out the wishful staff, Yutong's face showed a trace of regret. Obviously, he had forgotten about Xiaohua's magic tool. However, this regret disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, Yutong's fingers moved like he was playing a pipa. A few silver-white rays of light arrived first and hit the long spear. Ooh! The long spear let out an extremely loud cry and suddenly transformed. Just like Xiaohua's flying sword, it suddenly turned into 4 spears and stabbed toward Xiaohua from 4 different angles. How could Xiaohua be afraid of this? The wishful steel staff in his hand danced elegantly. With a series of peng 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 sounds, the long spear was actually broken into pieces by Xiaohua. The powerful force on the long spear seemed to have no effect on Xiaohua at all. Looking at the dancing sword light, then looking at the fierce collision between the innate real water and the real tiger dharma body, and then looking at Xiaohua waving the wishful steel staff to fight with the long spear, Yutong's eyes almost fell out. He was not fighting with one person, it was simply fighting with 3 people. Is this still a foundation establishment cultivator? Yutong almost groaned like everyone else and secretly smiled bitterly. But it was also because of this question that Yutong's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. However, at this moment he heard Xiaohua's long roar and his figure skyrocketed. The wishful steel staff crossed through the air and smashed down like a mountain. It hit the 3 long spears at once. The 3 long spears flashed violently as if they were about to collapse. Explode! Yutong hurriedly made a secret gesture in his hand. Rumble! The 3 sounds turned into a loud bang, and the strong impact enveloped Xiaohua. In an instant, Xiaohua was flipped over in midair. Xiaohua's reaction was beyond Yutong's expectations. Xiaohua's figure was almost like a floating leaf in the wind. Although he was a little out of control at first, he instantly regained his balance. However, when Yutong saw the direction Xiaohua was flipped in, the expression on his face changed slightly. Because Xiaohua fell near the yin-yang sword gourd that Yutong had previously raised in midair. How dare you! Yutong was a little panicked. He was almost in a hurry to make a sword gesture, as if he wanted to take back the yin-yang sword gourd. Ha! This thing is kindly accepted by this young master. Although Xiaohua had not yet approached the sword gourd, he waved his hand and used the heaven and earth technique to cover the sword gourd that was shaking in midair and had not been taken back by Yutong. Yutong tried his best to take it back, but Xiaohua had already arrived. A strong confining force covered the sword gourd, and the connection between Yutong and the sword gourd disappeared. Yutong gritted his teeth, but Xiaohua said with a smile, "Many thanks." But when he wrapped his mind and wanted to take the sword gourd into his space, an incomparable shock came from the sword gourd. A sharpness that was 100 times sharper than a flying sword flew out from the sword gourd's mouth and locked Xiaohua's mind in an instant. Xiaohua was so scared that his face turned ashen. He hurriedly withdrew his mind, but an extremely dim green-red color rushed out from the sword gourd. It was like the green-red sword light from before, and it pierced toward Xiaohua's face. With a sharp sound, Xiaohua's Daoist robe was shattered by this green-red color and turned into flying butterflies. Poof! With another sharp sound, the green-red sword light pierced Xiaohua's palm that was covering the sword gourd. With a slight turn, it passed through his palm. Xiaohua's body had been tempered thousands of times, and ordinary magic tools could not compare to it. Unexpectedly, it was easily pierced by this green-red color. The pain that he had not felt for a long time came, and Xiaohua could not help but cry out. However, just as he cried out, the green-red color arrived at his face. Pooh! Xiaohua did not have time to think and spat out a wisp of spirit fire. The scarlet-red color immediately flashed, and in an instant, it turned into a wisp and burned towards the green-red color. Haha! Yu Tong laughed loudly in the distance, and there was no longer the panic from before. You think this young master did not guard against this move of yours? You took this young master's ancestral magic tool, and you want to take this young master's sword gourd? You are really too greedy. Yes. Soaring scarlet fire? How could this item appear in Dawn Rain Continent? However, just as Yu Tong was shocked, another change suddenly occurred. The green-red light that was about to be burned by the soaring scarlet fire suddenly turned back, and almost instantly fell into the sword gourd. Looking at the sword gourd again, it was the 2 drops of blood that had dripped from Xiaohua's hand that had just been pierced. At this moment, those drops of blood had merged into the sword gourd, and a layer of light gold was born from the blood drops. On the sword gourd, a layer of dark green mixed with the silver-white color appeared and rolled towards the golden color. What is going on now? Just as this thought appeared in Yu Tong's mind, he saw that at the bottom of the sword gourd, a layer of light gold rushed out, and like Xiaohua's drop of blood, it attacked the dark green and the silver-white color. Yu Tong suddenly remembered, this sword gourd seemed to be Xiaohua's from the beginning. Xiaohua saw the green-red light shrink into the sword gourd. How could he not know that he had secretly done something to this sword gourd? The true essence in his meridians immediately rushed out, and the refined spell smashed towards the sword gourd with full force. You dare! Seeing the golden light on the sword gourd, Yu Tong was even more furious. As his figure flew, he slapped his hand, and the pressure of a late gold core stage immediately pressed down on Xiaohua. Bitter! In fact, Xiaohua was most afraid of this pressure. Without the support of the Phoenix celestial body, he was definitely not the opponent of Yu Tong's pressure. Seeing the pressure coming, the true essence in his body began to stagnate. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and used one hand to control the sword gourd, and the other to put away the wishful staff. He struggled to take out his broken nascent soul hand. Woo! As soon as the talisman flew out of the space, it immediately let out a whimper, and the surrounding spiritual energy swarmed in like a hurricane. You want to use a talisman in my great array? You are simply dreaming. Yu Tong's words were accompanied by pressure, and it was truly majestic. Yu Tong's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and a strong, old divine sense swept out from between his eyebrows, covering the space around the talisman. The divine sense was like an iron wall, and it suddenly sealed the space. The golden spiritual energy could not penetrate at all. Xiaohua's nascent soul hand talisman had just absorbed 20% of the spiritual energy, and it had not yet transformed into a palm. It flashed a few more times, and slowly fell down, once again returning to a broken talisman. I don't know if this talisman can be used again. The divine sense cut off the spiritual energy source of the talisman, and then it contracted again, tightly wrapping around Xiaohua. Moreover, under the pressure, Xiaohua's whole body was imprisoned, and the true essence in his meridians was quickly condensing, and he could not use any of his magic power. Xiaohua tried his best to use the fire control technique to control the spirit fire, but the spirit fire was unable to compare to this spirit fire. It was even to the extent that because he didn't have any magic energy to activate it, Xiaohua was unable to execute the universe in the sleeve technique, and the sword gourd was about to escape his control again. Chapter 2656. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind turned sharply. He wanted to take out the wishful steel staff to see if he could defeat this pressure. However, he was firmly suppressed by the spiritual sense and pressure. It was very obvious that Yu Tong's spiritual sense was not an ordinary cultivator. He must also have some kind of secret technique. Damn it! Today, this young master has really met his nemesis. Xiaohua, who was trapped in a hopeless situation, suddenly became clear. This guy just said something about the flying sword shadow transformation technique, he even said something about towering scarlet fire, and he even said how could Dawn Rain Continent have such a thing? Could it be that this guy? Moreover, he still has something important to do. What is it? Alas, now that things have come to this young master, Is it still useful to think about these things? Xiaohua's whole body was suppressed. Not only was his body unable to move, even his meridians could not operate the dragon transformation art. He could not use the Deva body bestowment technique. Even the innate primordial water controlled by the Buddha's Saraira and the flying sword's execution dream and mountain splitter stopped. In an instant, it seemed that everything around Xiaohua was stagnant. Everything stopped. Everything was quiet. However, in the moment when everything stopped, an extremely mysterious fluctuation came from Xiaohua's lower dantian, between the male and female inner cores. Between the two thunder cores was a looming shadow. At this time, with the emergence of the fluctuation, it shrank extremely quickly. After shrinking to the limit, it suddenly collapsed. However, right after it collapsed, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the point of collapse. This suction force first grabbed the two thunder cores. However, the thunder cores were originally revolving around this point. When they were pulled near the point, they could no longer be absorbed. The thunder from the two thunder cores struck this invisible point. Gotcha! A light purple thing was born from the point of collapse. The suction force went past the thunder cores and very naturally sucked towards the meridians connected to the lower dantian. This suction force was so powerful and mysterious that it contained the power of the heavenly Tao. How could Yu Tong's divine sense and pressure contend against it? The true essence in the meridians instantly flowed and rushed towards the light purple point in the lower dantian. Core condensation. Xiaohua sensed the changes in the true essence within his body, and suddenly came to a realization. He had been looking for an opportunity to condense the core, but he had no clue. In Zhen Qing's experience, she had mentioned the stagnation of the true yuan. However, the stagnation of the true yuan only occurred after the core was condensed. As for the core, there were different theories. When it came to Xiaohua, all of his cultivation methods had to stop, and all of his Zhen yuan had to stagnate. In this stillness, he had to create something out of nothing to truly condense his Dan. If someone else were to say this, how could Xiaohua believe it? His dragon transformation art, his heavenly man-body empowerment technique, and his bone-tempering technique were all in operation at all times. How could he possibly stop? It was only when facing a powerful enemy like Yu Tong that he was able to condense his core in a situation even more desperate than a desperate situation, right? This guy is actually condensing his core at this time? Yu Tong couldn't sense the changes in Xiaohua's body, but when his pressure and divine sense were defeated, he naturally thought of it. Too bad you picked the wrong place. This was the Buddhist gold great array. And you have a late gold core stage opponent in front of you. Yu Tong sneered. His divine sense expanded again, wanting to block the spread of Xiaohua's divine sense. He even wanted to block the condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, wanting to strangle Xiaohua the moment he condensed his Dan. Then, just as Yu Tong's divine sense spread out, an indescribable pressure came from Xiaohua's body and hit Yu Tong's pressure. Rumble. The sound was comparable to the sound of heaven and earth shattering. Xiaohua's pressure was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. It pressed down on Yu Tong's pressure, and the two made a huge noise. Not good. Yu Tong faced Xiaohua's tide-like pressure. Although he felt it was insignificant at first, the pressure was so penetrative that it could gradually compete with his own pressure. However, this wasn't what shocked Yu Tong the most. What puzzled Yu Tong the most was that Xiaohua's divine sense had been released along with his pressure. That divine sense actually wasn't inferior to his own, and it was even to the extent that Xiaohua's divine sense was able to counterattack when he utilized a secret technique to stop Xiaohua. In just a few breaths of time, Xiaohua's pressure not only became more powerful, but his divine sense also rushed out like a surging spring, crushing Yu Tong's divine sense that he was so proud of. It was really a crushing defeat. Yu Tong's divine sense was the same. In front of Xiaohua's majestic and powerful divine sense, Yu Tong's divine sense hastily retracted. Even the pressure that could compete with Xiaohua's didn't dare to continue fighting. When Yu Tong saw Xiaohua's aura seeping out of the Brahma gold great array and his divine sense penetrating the sword tomb, a powerful sealing force descended from the sky and gradually enveloped the entire Brahma gold great array. Yutong turned pale with fright. Are you a core condensation cultivator, or a nascent cultivator? Because Yutong was very clear that this confinement force was unique to cultivators when they advanced. Even when he was pregnant, the confinement force could not compare to this, right? At this point, how could he dare to stay here any longer? Glancing at the blade gourd that was overflowing with golden light and silvery white color, he tried to sense it but didn't find any special reaction. Immediately, the silvery white brilliance around his body flourished. The real Tiger Dharma body roared and immediately disappeared in midair. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Huan naturally took advantage of the other's weakness to take his life. How could he let Yutong escape? Not bothering to take the Qianli pill, the Buddha's Saraira urged the innate true water to rush towards Yutong. However, in his divine sense, Yutong had already disappeared. Wherever the true water passed, there was no trace of Yutong. That Yutong was also amazing. Using the metal escape technique, he left the Buddhist gold great array in a moment. When he sensed the location of Xiao Hua's divine sense, he even ignored the Buddhist gold great array and used the metal escape technique to escape with the help of the sword mound's golden nature spiritual energy. After traveling for over 100 miles, Yutong finally revealed himself with a panicked expression on his face. He sensed his divine sense and looked behind him. Powerful hurricanes had been stirred in the air, and at the center of these hurricanes was a tiny virtual spot. As these hurricanes grew stronger, the dot gradually revealed a sparkling silver-white light. As soon as this light dot appeared, it immediately condensed and enlarged, becoming the size of a grain of rice in a moment. Yutong's eyes narrowed, closely staring at these floating crystals. He knew that this was the celestial phenomenon of Xiao Hua's advancement. However, when the crystal grew bigger and bigger, growing to the size of a thumb, it did not stop. Chapter 2657. The entire sky was filled with this crystal. The crystal grew to the size of a fist. Even the fist-sized crystal was still surrounded by a huge whirlpool, and the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth was constantly gathering in the whirlpool. The crystal was still growing, and large silver-white crystals gradually condensed, floating in the sky above the sword tomb. The crystals were multi-edged and looked extremely beautiful. At this time, Yutong's expression was even more shocked. However, this large silver-white crystal did not stop condensing and spreading, and it was still extremely stable as it extended into the distance. Which master is this? Before he could say, actually, he heard a kacha sound of thunder. In the sky more than 100 li above the sword tomb, heavenly lightning flashed that had never appeared before. This? Lightning tribulation? Seeing the golden heavenly lightning in the sky, which was completely different from what he usually saw, Yutong's expression changed. It seems to be. It's a demonic beast's. Third gold tribulation? Damn it, this Feng Ying is actually a demonic beast in human form. He even cultivated to the nascent soul stage. Yutong's eyes flashed with understanding, and his body trembled. How could he dare to stay for even half a moment longer? His body swayed, and he fled towards where he went. However, the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was completely condensed, and for a moment, there really was not enough spiritual energy for him to use the gold escape technique. Yutong could only use the flying technique in a panic, and flew out a full 200 li before that sparkling and translucent silver-white crystal gradually disappeared. This kind of advancement power, other than the nascent soul stage. What else could it be? However, he still had some doubts in his heart. First of all, this was extremely likely to be a demonic beast in human form. The nascent soul stage's power was shocking, but it seemed to be different from an ordinary cultivator's nascent soul stage. Especially that pressure. Why was it the same as a golden core stage? In fact, the nascent soul stage did not even appear. Of course, these doubts flashed past. After all, Feng Ying was a demonic beast in human form, and it was probably different from an ordinary cultivator's nascent soul stage. Secondly, within 100 li, it was Xiao Hua's divine sense. Why? Xiaohua's method did not chase out? Even if this was the key to conceiving a nascent soul, it was not too difficult to take advantage of the confinement of the heavenly Dao to kill him. Of course, in the end, these doubts turned into joy for Yu Tong. If it weren't for these mistakes, would he have been able to escape with his life? Actually, it wasn't that Xiaohua didn't want to kill Yu Tong. After all, Yu Tong knew his bottom line. He didn't want this person to live on the Dawn Rain continent. However, just as Xiaohua wanted to use the restriction to advance, a tearing pain suddenly appeared in his lower dantian. It was as if his entire dantian was being torn apart. Xiaohua turned pale with fright and hurriedly split his divine sense into a strand of inner vision. When Xiaohua's divine sense sank into his lower dantian, he was so scared that 2 of his 3 souls left his body. He didn't know what to do. How could he still care about killing Yu Tong? Northeast of where Xiaohua and Ningdan were, LV Ruochang couldn't restrain her ecstasy. She looked at the other illusory swordsmen who were also surprised. She didn't hide her joy and said loudly, "Fellow swordsmen, the heavens didn't disappoint our brave warriors. Now, it's finally our turn to reap the fruits of victory. Let's go." After saying that, LV Ruochang took the lead and flew into the distance. Junior sister LV. Ruoling was naturally happy as well. She glanced at the people beside her and shouted as she flew, "Although the Dao sect's cultivators have already caught up and are about to fall into junior sister's hands, we've lost too many disciples. However, we have lost too many disciples. There are only 70,000 disciples here. Moreover, we are all injured. We may not be able to fight against the cultivators. In your earlier arrangements, I wonder if we've also made arrangements?" "Don't worry, senior sister Ruoling," LV Ruochang said proudly, "although I've placed you and me in the formation earlier, I've also placed the Skyscraper Sword Sect, the High Wind Sword Sect, and even Valley Master Chi Peng of the Swarm of Maka's Valley. However, the battle situation has changed, and I've already made some arrangements. Although the power of the sword formation won't be as great as imagined, I guarantee that even without you and me, none of the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect's cultivators will be able to escape from the Great Square Sword formation." Zhu Qingya also flew over and said with a smile, "I don't wish to kill all of these cultivators. I only wish to kill most of them and avenge sword friend Song Yuan." Also, sword friend LV Mu Ting also suggested, "I don't know how powerful the Great Square Sword formation is, but I feel that it's better to leave a barely discernible way out. Otherwise, if the Dao sect's cultivators go all out and fight with their lives on the line, I'm afraid that we'll suffer even more losses." LV Ruochang flew on her sword in the air. Her thin lips curled slightly as she sneered, "Sword friend Mu is right, but how many of my sword domain's warriors have been killed by the cultivators? I wish I could stab them to death one by one. Moreover, I've put in so much effort to set up the Great Square Sword formation in order to capture all of them in one fell swoop. I'm afraid that it'll be difficult to show mercy now." "Sword friend Mu didn't want you to show mercy," Ruoling said with a smile. "She merely saw the Dao sect's cultivators' weakness in setting up the formation and warned you not to kill them all. She wanted to prevent the Dao sect's cultivators from doing anything desperate." I understand." LV Ruochang was very respectful towards Ruoling and said with a smile, "How could there be any weakness in the Great Square Sword formation? There's no way out. If the cultivators have any tricks up their sleeves, they can use them all. I'll take them all on." Seeing that LV Ruochang was so confident, no one was willing to say anything else. Their thoughts were the same as LV Ruochang's. They wished for the cultivators to all die. If they could kill 10,000, they definitely wouldn't stop at 9,999. After flying for half a meal, a swordsman wearing a pitch-black sword robe suddenly appeared in the air. The pouring rain seemed to directly rush into the swordsman's body, but also seemed to fall from the swordsman's sword formation. In short, it made people feel that this person was just an illusion. "Sword friend Yi?" LV Ruochang seemed to be unable to recognize the swordsman and asked tentatively. "Sword friend LV." The swordsman's sword robe was very strange. It hid his head and face, and even the people's divine senses couldn't penetrate it. That person heard LV Ruochang's question and replied, "I've been waiting here for a long time." "Thank you, sword friend Yi." LV Ruochang was very respectful towards the swordsman. He cupped his hands and said, "After this battle, I'll definitely fulfill my promise to sword friend Yi." "I hope so." Swordsman Yi wasn't respectful because of LV Ruochang's respect. He just waved his hand and said casually. LV Ruochang didn't mind and asked again, "Sword friend Yi's matter? How are the arrangements?" "That's why I came to see you." That swordsman didn't answer directly. "I don't know if the matter you promised me. Can I take action now?" "Good." LV Ruochang nodded. "According to our previous agreement, sword friend Yi can take action when you see my signal. It's a deal." As swordsman Yi spoke, his figure actually dissipated. It was as if he was washed away by the rain and disappeared. "Sword friend LV, this person?" Rua Ling was very surprised as she watched swordsman Yi disappear and asked softly. However, LV Ruochang didn't answer. Instead, he smiled slightly. That smile was filled with mystery. Everyone flew forward again. After half a meal's time, a figure flew over from afar and landed in front of everyone. It was an old man with a sharp mouth. Everyone was familiar with this old man. It was Qing Feng of the Quilted Mountain sect. "Greetings, sword friend LV." Qing Feng cupped his hands and said as he looked around. "Greetings, sword friend Qing Feng." LV Ruochang faced Qing Feng and clearly wasn't as respectful as he was toward swordsman Yi. He said indifferently, "Have you arranged the array that I instructed you to do?" "I'll let sword friend LV and the other sword friends know." Qing Feng had a bitter expression on his face. It was unknown if it was his original expression or if it was something he couldn't say. He said, "This sword has followed sword friend LV's arrangements completely. Everything is in place. Good. After this battle, your Quilted Mountain sect will have done a great service." LV Ruochang nodded. "Senior brother Tsang Yuan." Qing Feng clearly didn't discover Tsang Yuan's whereabouts and could only ask. Alas, sword friend Tsang Yuan died in the Dao sect's array. LV Ruochang sighed and said, "You set up the spirit-devouring array and kill as many cultivators as you can to avenge sword friend Tsang Yuan." "Yes, this old man understands." Qing Feng nodded sadly. He cupped his hands and flew up again. That hunchback of his became even hunchier. Spirit-devouring array? Mu Ting's eyes turned rapidly. She had heard that the spirit-devouring array needed to be set up and that the spirit-devouring bugs used in this array had to go through many twists and turns because of the terrifying phoenix. However, she didn't expect that this array had already been set up by Qing Feng of the Quilted Mountain sect. Just as she was about to ask, LV Ruochang and Rualing flew up again. Mu Ting turned her head and looked behind her. The brilliance of the Dao sect cultivators' Dharma treasures soared into the sky and almost dyed the night sky behind her. She didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly chased after them. Then, two more swordsmen came to greet them. One was by Tianming of the Three Sword sect and the other was Xiujie of the Kuan Sword sect. They were both second-grade illusory swords. When they saw LV Ruochang, the first thing he said was, "Have you finished setting up the sword array?" The two of them said the same thing, "We've been waiting for a long time." When Rualing and the others saw Qing Feng of the Quilted Mountain sect, they were familiar with him. However, when they saw the Three Swords sect and the Kuan Sword sect that didn't reveal themselves in the sword battle, they suddenly realized that these second-rate sword sects had been sent here by LV Ruochang to set up the array. It was no wonder that LV Ruochang was so depressed when she was trapped in the 10-direction annihilation array. LV Ruochang still had many other arrangements in the sword tomb. Chapter 2658. However, Zhu Qingye immediately had a trace of doubt. He was not the first batch of disciples sent out by the Bright Sword sect. He was appointed after Zhong Haoshuan of the Bright Sword sect was killed by Xiaohua. After he came to the battlefield, although he had heard about the giants and dwarves participating in the battle, he did not see much of it. Even his friend, Ji Minka of the Matian Sword sect, was nowhere to be seen. However, if Ji Minka was also setting up a formation in the sword tomb, Why would these grade 2 illusory swordsmen come out to greet them? Why would Ji Minka, a grade 3 illusory swordsman, avoid meeting them? At this time, LV Ruochang also sent away Xiujie of the Kunjian sect and said, "Fellow swordsmen, 5 miles from here, there is a hill full of blooming purple jasmine flowers. Let's restrain our disciples and gather there." After saying that, he did not say another word. His figure turned into a sword and headed to the side. Although Zhu Qingye and the others were somewhat confused, they knew that this was a crucial moment. They all rushed to the sky and ordered their disciples to contact the disciples of their respective sword sects to gather in front of them. Just as LV Ruochang said, in the night rain, a hill with a radius of 1,000 feet was just 5 miles away. This was really a hill. It was less than 3 feet above the ground, and it was covered with purple jasmine flowers. In the pitch-black night, the rain was getting heavier. The large purple jasmine flowers had their buds lowered. Many of the purple jasmine flowers had withered. Pieces of purple color stuck to the ground, or flowed down the hill with the flow of water, rushing to the flat ground. When everyone arrived, LV Ruochang was already standing on the top of the hill. He raised his eyes and looked at the place where the cultivators came from. His eyes were burning with passion. The disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword sect had already lined up neatly and gathered on one side of the hill. Although these disciples had a trace of a smile on their faces, looking at the broken sword equipment and the few thousand disciples, no one would be happy. Ruo Ling and the others flew to the top of the hill. The disciples of their respective sects also scattered around the hill in an orderly manner. "Disciples, do you know where this place is?" LV Ruochang looked at Ruo Ling and the others, then raised his head and shouted to the 70,000 disciples below the hill. The entire area below the hill was completely silent. Only the sound of raindrops could be heard. Even Ruo Ling and the others were at a loss in their hearts. Not to mention that it was a rainy night. Even if it was a sunny day, who would know what kind of ruins this huge sword tomb spanned for thousands of miles? Of course, everyone knew that there must be a story behind this hill, and it must be where the sword cultivator had suffered a crushing defeat. But sword cultivators had suffered crushing defeats so many times, who would know which one it was? However, LV Ruochang didn't speak immediately when no one spoke. Instead, her bright and spirited eyes scanned the swordsmen one by one. That aggressive gaze made every swordsman lower their heads in shame. After half a cup of tea's time, the sound of Dao sect cultivators flying through the air could be heard in the distance. LV Ruochang then said angrily, "It's not that I want to blame everyone here today, but the ancestors of my sword domain have shed their blood in the sword domain. Who knows how many people have been buried? Their hope of defeating the Dao sect had yet to be fulfilled. We may not be talented, we may not have the hot-bloodedness of these ancestors, we may not have the cultivation of these seniors. But we cannot lack the spirit of the sword domain seniors to pass down the torch. We cannot lack the determination to carve this humiliation into our hearts and our lofty bones. Our seniors of the sword domain have suffered defeat after defeat. They have used their unyielding spirit as a seed to plant in their hearts, in the hearts of all the warriors of the sword domain. We have all grown up listening to the deeds of our seniors of the sword domain. Every one of us has the shadow of a senior in our hearts." LV Ruochang spoke passionately. "We all want to be like the heroes in our hearts whose names resound throughout the sword domain. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we cannot forget the humiliation that the Dao sect has inflicted on us for the past 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. This humiliation can only be washed away with the blood and lives of the Dao sect cultivators. Look beneath your feet, this is an ordinary high slope." LV Ruochang pointed with his finger, his face filled with respect. That year, a famous sword sect in the sword domain, under the leadership of 2 sword transformation seniors, fought a decisive battle with the 3 Dao sect sects in the sword tomb. That sect fought until not a single disciple was left, and they dragged the other 3 sects to their deaths in the sword tomb. The 2 sword transformation seniors of that sword sect gave up on the chance to escape and were killed by 3 nascent soul cultivators from the 3 sects. Why did they do this? It was so that the sword domain's 16 sword sects would not be discovered by the Dao sect cultivators, so that the plan of the sword domain's seniors could be carried out safely. However, during that great battle, the sword formation was discovered by the Dao sect cultivators in the end. In the end, they were unable to surround the cultivators, and in the end, they did not obtain victory in the battle. LV Ruochang's tone was somewhat sorrowful. Of course, in the end, this sword sect that was destroyed by the three Dao sects did not receive the glory that they deserved. Furthermore, after that great battle, this sword sect disappeared without a trace in the sword domain and never appeared again. Oh, so that's how it is. The group of swordsmen were all enlightened. However, since it was a sword sect that had been destroyed long ago, and it was not an extremely prominent sword sect, how would they know? What this sword wants to talk about is this nameless sword sect. There are so many of them in my sword domain, and there are also many swordsmen who silently died on the battlefield. LV Ruochang continued, no matter when we are, no matter if we are defeated or victorious, we cannot forget these nameless swordsmen and nameless sects. LV Jian. Ruo Ling suddenly came to a realization and cried out involuntarily, "You're talking about the Flying Dragon Sword Sect? This place is what the Dao sect swordsmen are called, the Dragon Punishing Slope?" That's right. I didn't expect senior sister Ruo Ling to know about this. LV Ruochang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She did not expect Ruo Ling to know about the Flying Dragon Sword Sect. Sigh, I'm ashamed to say this. Ruo Ling's face was somewhat miserable. This sword only happened to look through my sect's sword scroll when I was about to come to the battle and accidentally came across it. It's already good that senior sister can see it. LV Ruochang comforted, in today's sword domain, who would still remember the Flying Dragon Sword Sect? Yes, that's right. Ruo Ling understood LV Ruochang's meaning and said loudly, disciples of the sword domain, about 8,000 years ago, there was a mysterious sword sect in my sword domain, and it was the Flying Dragon Sword Sect. This sword sect's secret Flying Dragon Sword technique, almost every disciple could comprehend the Flying Dragon Sword intent. It was very popular in the sword domain, and for hundreds of years, there was not a single sword sect in the sword domain that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Flying Dragon Sword Sect. The crowd of swordsmen was completely in an uproar. Almost all of their eyes flashed with disbelief. They seemed to have never heard of such a powerful sword sect. It's just as LV Jinyu said. During that great battle, the Flying Dragon Sword Sect contributed greatly to my sword domain and killed countless cultivators, including nascent soul cultivators. Ruo Ling continued. At the same time, at the end of the great battle, the commander of my sword domain decided to set up a sword formation in the sword tomb, preparing to lure the Dao sect cultivators into the sword formation to surround and annihilate them. However, the news was leaked, and the Dao sect cultivators rushed into the sword tomb ahead of time. Seeing that the swordsmen had yet to finish setting up the formation, the disciples of the Flying Dragon Sword Sect volunteered to stop the Dao sect cultivators here, and buy time for the warriors of my sword domain to set up the formation. In the end, even when the last person from the Flying Dragon Sword Sect died, the sword formation was still not set up. We sword cultivators still lost that great battle. LV Ruochang continued, and in order to commemorate that great victory, the Dao sect cultivators named this place Dragon Slaying Slope. That's right, the contribution of the Flying Dragon Sword Sect was great. Ruo Ling sighed again. Their elites were all killed in the great battle, and the disciples left in the sword domain were not outstanding. And then, seeing that Ruo Ling did not continue, LV Ruochang sneered, and then the Flying Dragon Sword Sect was swallowed up by some sword sects and disappeared from the sword domain. Indeed, Ruo Ling said in a low voice. When this sword saw this, my heart was also filled with emotions. This kind of sword sect, we, the various sects of the sword domain, should properly protect them. LV Jinyu Juchingya frowned. The conditions of my sword domain are terrible. If there is no competition, no fighting, how can warriors be produced? The matter of the Flying Dragon Sword Sect is definitely not intentional, sword friend mentioning it now. Hee hee, what Zhu Jianyu said is reasonable. LV Ruochang laughed. The survival of the fittest, this is the axiom of my sword domain. This sword once again said that this time, I do not have any intention of blaming any swordsman or any sword sect. This sword only wants to let you sword friends know that my sword domain has countless such swordsmen, countless such sword sects. We cannot forget them at any time. As long as we have their spirit, with their actions, why should we worry about not being able to take down the Dao sect? Why should we worry about not being able to defeat the sword tomb? Yes, we understand. All the swordsmen said in unison. Good. LV Ruochang pointed again and said, since the beginning of the Dao Cultivator War, this sword has been planning to set up a killing sword formation at the dragon-slaying slope where the flying dragon sword sect's swordsmen died, and kill the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators one by one. Now, this sword's wish is finally half completed. Those stupid Jurassic Beast cultivators have indeed caught up. Right now, we are at the center of the great square sword formation that this sword has set up. And within a radius of 10 miles, is the first great formation of the great square sword formation, the Yin-Yang sword formation. Then, LV Ruochang pointed outside and said, outside the Yin-Yang sword formation is the second great formation, the 5 elements splitting edge sword formation. Further outside is the third great formation, the spirit devouring formation. As for the outermost layer, it is a mysterious formation. This sword has not thought of a good name for it, but I believe that after today's killing, this great formation will have an extremely resounding name tomorrow. Chapter 2659. Good. Mu Ting and the others were delighted when they heard this and immediately cheered. My sword domain's several sword sects have already set up this great square sword formation. We're just waiting for the stupid cultivators to take the bait. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and took out several sword slips and said, disciples of the various sword sects, you've already worked hard. There's no need to attack in the sword formation. The sword sect disciples who set up the formation will activate the sword formation according to the previous practice. However, I'd like to ask all of you, are you willing to sit there and watch the other sword sect disciples kill the enemy? Are you willing to be hunted down by the cultivators? Don't you want to take revenge for the disciples who died on the battlefield? Can you be like the flying dragon sword sect 10,000 years ago, exhausting your last bit of sword origin and killing the last cultivator? We're willing to assist the disciples who set up the formation. All of the swordsmen's blood boiled as they said in unison. For the great victory of my sword domain, for the extermination of the Dao sect's cultivators, even if I have to crush all of your bones, even if I have to destroy all of your sword sects, can you be like the flying dragon sword sect with no regrets? Lu Ruochang shouted again. We're willing to sacrifice ourselves for the victory of sword domain, with no regrets. All of the swordsmen shouted without hesitation. Good. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and several sword slips flew into the hands of Ruo Ling, Mu Ting, and the other grade 3 illusory swordsmen. He said, sword friends, please lead the sword sect disciples to the 3 sword formations and kill the cultivators together with the other sword sect disciples. Will obey. Zhu Qingye and the others received the sword slips and bowed. Then, they used their divine sense to look at them and ordered their disciples to lead the various sword sects in different directions. Naturally, Ruo Ling and the others were a little puzzled by Lu Ruochang's arrangement at dragon-slaying slope. They were even curious why Lu Ruochang suddenly brought forward the Flying Dragon Sword sect and asked all the disciples to imitate the Flying Dragon Sword sect and have no regrets even if the sect was destroyed. However, the situation was urgent at this time, and it was the key for the swordsmen to turn the tables. They only thought that LV Ruochang wanted to cover up his previous mistakes in command, so they didn't ask much. They flew everywhere according to LV Ruochang's instructions. Waiting until there were no more disciples in front of the dragon-slaying slope, LV Ruochang let out a long sigh. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. Although the night sky was pitch black, there were already traces of white light in the east. Obviously, the dawn was coming. The rain is very heavy. It can wash away the blood and tears of the sword tomb. The wind is very strong. It can blow away the smoke of the sword tomb. However, although a long time has passed, it can't erase the hatred in the heart. Can the courage in the heart of a swordsman be washed away by time? LV Ruochang muttered to himself. Her voice was not loud and had long been drowned out by the sound of the rain. However, even though the sound of the rain was loud, it could not drown out the sound of hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators chasing after her. Hearing the sound getting closer and closer, LV Ruochang's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. The sword aura around her body gradually appeared, and the flying sword under her feet also glowed. She flew up from the dragon-slaying slope and flew towards the other side of the yin-yang sword formation. And in front of her, the disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword sect who had already flown away revealed their sword splendor. This sword splendor faintly shone in the night sky, as if some lanterns were floating in the air, pointing out the direction in the night. Their quick chase after them, kill all the swordsmen. After flying for a while, LV Ruochang stopped in the air and looked back. It seemed that there were arrogant figures of cultivators. LV Ruochang coldly looked at them. She clapped her hand and a green flying sword appeared in her hand. The green and green sword aura on the flying sword reflected on her face, revealing a trace of malevolence within the snow-white skin. Whoosh! LV Ruochang activated the sword origin. The flying sword faced the curtain of rain and rushed into the night sky. When it reached a high altitude, it let out a clear cry. It was actually a huge phoenix. This phoenix cry was extremely loud and clear, and it resounded in the surrounding dozens of miles. Looking at LV Ruochang, who was quietly standing on the dragon-slaying slope, her body glowed with sword light and she flew into the distance. On the dragon-slaying slope, other than the bright night rain, there were only the ruined purple jasmine flowers. It seemed that no one had ever stayed here. In the east, the sky was gradually turning white. It seemed that even the dawn was unwilling to be left out. It wanted to see this lively sword battle. The jade-green phoenix that charged into the sky naturally attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. Heng Jie's heart sank and his divine sense hurriedly swept over. However, just like before, his divine sense was only able to sweep out a few hundred feet before it was restricted and couldn't reach far. Quick! Heng Zhao almost did not hesitate and turned to a disciple and shouted, "Turn around and go back." Before he could finish his sentence, he hurriedly looked to the side again. That disciple was a little confused and did not know what to do. He asked curiously, "Uncle Heng Ming, why are you turning around? Aren't you chasing after the sword cultivator?" Previously, when Li Zongbao was in the 10-direction annihilation spell, he did not activate the spell like the other disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction. Instead, he sat beside the spell and meditated. At this moment, when he was chasing after the sword cultivator, he accompanied Heng Zhao. When he heard Heng Zhao's order, he said calmly, "Master, don't worry. I will go ahead and check if I have fallen into the sword cultivator's ambush." Go and come back quickly." Heng Zhao was a little absent-minded. He waved his hand and flew up towards the huge flashing phoenix in front of him. Li Zongbao bowed and turned to instruct the disciples on his left and right, "Leave 30% of the disciples behind. Stay where you are and do not follow the other disciples." The disciple who did not know what to do earlier had a stern look on his face. He hurriedly bowed in agreement and hurriedly passed down the order. Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and held the immortal piercing whip in his hand. He turned around and flew into the air, against the flow of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, towards the back. LV Ruochang's phoenix flying sword condensed in the sky above the dragon-slaying slope and did not dissipate for a long time. In this slightly bright night sky, it was so dazzling. This phoenix attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. The Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples did not dare to overtake it. Without the orders of the Golden Core stage masters, they still pushed forward in the formation. However, it was obvious that their flying speed was much slower. They were preparing to deal with the change. Fellow cultivator Heng Ming, Dasun flew over first and said anxiously, "There were still some traces of those sword cultivators who fled earlier. But in this moment, I did not even see a bit of sword light. Could it be? Fellow cultivator De Sun, if you want to say that the slightest sound and the crane is scared out of its wits, it should be the sword cultivators. What does it have to do with us cultivators? Do you think that we have fallen into the ambush of the sword cultivators? Ji Hong snorted disdainfully. Wang Yi looked at the sword light in the sky in the distance. He bit his lips and said coldly, "When did these barbaric sword cultivators learn to mislead soldiers? Could it be that they think that a signal like a message can scare us?" Chapter 2660. Kill. Xiong Huasong said without hesitation, "I don't believe that a sword cultivator can silently set up another sword formation outside my 10-direction annihilation formation. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world?" Yes, Xiong Huasong didn't dare to believe it. Although this place was only 100 miles away from the 10-direction annihilation formation, if a sword cultivator made any movements here and set up a sword formation that could take down hundreds of thousands of cultivators, how could he not know? That's right, this is the empty city plan. In an instant, Heng Heng also made a decision and waved his hand. "Disciples, kill, kill." When the disciples around Heng Heng heard the order, they all shouted in unison. This sound spread out and spread in waves. Close to 100,000 cultivators were shouting loudly, and the momentum was very threatening. Then, some of the hesitant cultivators once again increased their flying speed. However, even when they flew to the front of the dragon punishing slope and pushed under the phoenix sword intent, they still didn't see any traces of the swordsman. Moreover, in the distance, it was also pitch black, without a trace of sword brilliance. In addition, at this moment, it was the darkness before dawn. The previous trace of light had already disappeared, and the entire world was exceptionally dark. However, the torrential rain from before gradually lessened at this moment, and the rain began to fall intermittently. Heng Heng and the other Golden Core cultivators were also cautious at this time. First, they stopped the group of cultivators from advancing and sent 100 or so Foundation Establishment late-stage disciples to fly forward to explore the path. Then, Gao Wei, Xiong Huasong, and the others waved their hands and took out their magic treasures. Their figures flew straight into the sky, as if they wanted to explore the meaning of this huge phoenix. Heng Heng and the others looked at the figures of Xiong Huasong and the others while releasing their divine senses to carefully explore this extremely ordinary-looking slope. Boom, a loud sound rang out. Before Gao Wei and Xiong Huasong could fly close to this huge phoenix, the phoenix let out a deafening sound and turned into thousands of green sword lights, flying in all directions, clearly illuminating the surroundings several miles. Hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples formed a black mass within a radius of a couple of miles. They formed a spindle shape. Most of them were gathered near the dragon punishing slope. There were quite a number of them extending forward in front of them. Behind them, there were over 10,000 people who remained at the same spot. They appeared to be very cautious. The green sword brilliance only shone for an instant, and in the next moment, the entire dragon-slaying slope fell into darkness. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, De Sun frowned and said, "This matter is rather strange. Need to be careful. In this old man's opinion, why don't you stop while you're ahead?" Fellow Daoist De Sun. Ji Hong was a little unhappy. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a rumbling sound within 10 li of the dragon punishing slope. The ground shook violently. Not good. Flying high in the sky, Gao Wei, who had just landed, immediately panicked and said anxiously, "Let's go quickly. I'm afraid we've fallen into a sword cultivator's ambush." "Shut up." When Heng Ming heard this, he roared angrily, "Disciples, listen to my command. Form the usual defensive formation." Yes, when the group of disciples first heard Gao Wei's words, they were very flustered and almost wanted to scatter and flee. However, when they heard Heng Ming's words, they suppressed the fear in their hearts. Each small team formed a formation, each sect formed a formation, and in a moment, everything stabilized. Gao Wei was humiliated in front of everyone. His face was burning, but he did not even have the courage to glare at Heng Ming. because his shout just now was indeed too abrupt. Rumble! The earth's shaking did not stop. Instead, wave after wave, it became more and more intense. Even at the place where the thousands of green sword brilliance disappeared, faint sword brilliance gradually emerged from the darkness and flashed from the horizon. Although Xiong Huasong did not land, his voice could be heard. He was almost in disbelief and shock. How is this possible? We've actually fallen into a sword cultivator's ambush? Xiong Huasong was not the only one who did not dare to believe it. All the golden core cultivators in the meeting hall did not dare to believe it. The changes in this battle were too unpredictable. Even in their wildest dreams, they did not expect that the swordsmen who were about to be killed by them would actually set up such a huge sword formation when they were in a desperate situation. They had opened their pockets and were waiting for them to come in. Moreover, what puzzled the hundreds of thousands of cultivators was that they had really come in. This must be a trick to mislead the troops. Ji Hong shouted without hesitation. Lu Ruchang has less than 70,000 swordsmen under his command. How can they surround hundreds of thousands of cultivators? How can they set up such a huge sword formation? However, at this point, this female cultivator who was incomparably touched by Qian Mo's words suddenly had a brilliant flash of light in her mind, like all the other golden core cultivators. Ji Hong was dumbfounded. While Heng Lu was shocked, he coldly glanced at Ji Hong and said indifferently, "Daoist Ji Hong, did you see that? I have already said that we shouldn't pursue a cornered enemy, but for the sake of Daoist Qian Mo's blood feud, we still chased after them." Ji Hong heard the reproach in Heng Lu's tone. How could she not understand what he meant? Just as she was about to retort, she heard Heng Ju's tone change. She wasn't a fool, so she gritted her teeth and said, "That's right, this old one also knows not to pursue a cornered enemy." At that time, if we had stopped, even if these sword cultivators had laid down this sword array, they definitely wouldn't have been able to succeed. But if we didn't chase after them, how could we face our own conscience? How could we face Qian Mo, Li Qingxiu, and the other Daoists who died? When Heng Lu heard this, his heart was slightly relieved. However, De Sun's face was heavy as he said, "Fellow Daoists, don't blame yourselves. Previously, I felt that the end of this battle was a little strange and couldn't figure out where the sword cultivators had gone. It was impossible that there were only the hundreds of thousands of disciples led by LV Ruochang and the others. Now their true purpose has been revealed. A portion of their disciples were setting up the sword formation in the sword tomb. They had set up an ambush here and were waiting to lure us in. From the looks of it, even if we don't take the bait this time, they will still have other ways to lure us in." Gao Wei hurriedly said, "This plan? I'm afraid that it had already started when we agreed on the 10-direction annihilation grand formation?" "That's right," Xiong Huasong nodded and said, "and this old man is sure that this sword formation must have been set before the 10-direction annihilation grand formation. Otherwise, this old man would have known about it." Heng Lu nodded. Daoist Xiong's words are reasonable. Moreover, Daoist Xiong's grand formation did not attract the attention of the sword cultivators. It is indeed Daoist Xiong's great merit. "It's nothing." Xiong Huasong was secretly proud and at the same time, he said humbly, Daoist Qian Mo's thoughts are actually the same as the sword cultivators. He is even more powerful. "That's right, that's why we have to avenge him at all costs." Heng Lu hurriedly added, "I'm afraid this is not the time to shirk responsibility." Li Jijie of the Changbai sect saw that the many golden core cultivators were actually not in a hurry to set up the formation and instead talked about the reason for the ambush. He couldn't help but say coldly, "Wait until we kill our way out of the sword formation, then it won't be too late to talk about other things." Heng Lu's face was slightly embarrassed, but he didn't care about Li Jijie's cold words. If he didn't explain clearly the responsibility of chasing and attacking, everyone would come to an agreement in their hearts. Even if he could lead the disciples of the Utopia faction to break out of the encirclement safely, he wouldn't feel at ease. The sword cultivators only have 70,000 people. They fell into our grand formation first and lost more than half of them. This so-called ambush and sword formation, I'm afraid it won't be intact. Ji Hong spoke again. We only need to set up the formation to deal with them. Do you think we're afraid of them? Xiang Ming of the Huanhua sect stood far away and didn't get too close. At this moment, he also opened his mouth and said, "That's right, our Dao sect cultivators have more than 100,000 people. Just like the sword cultivators breaking through the formation, they are charging in the same direction. How can they not break out of the sword formation?" At this moment, a figure flew over and stopped in front of Heng Lu. It was Li Zongbao, who had just flown back to check out the situation. "Zongbao, what's the situation?" Heng Lu raised his eyebrows and asked anxiously. "Reporting to master, senior uncles and senior uncles." Li Zongbao bowed and said, "The large group of people who came to kill the sword cultivators has been divided into two parts by the sword formation. The sword formation is green and red in color and is gradually taking shape. Golden chi and hurricanes are rising above the sword formation. I tried to charge through the sword light, but the sword chi inside is very strange. Every time, a green and red sword light attacked me, as if they were cooperating with each other. It's very powerful. I can't break out of the encirclement, so I don't know the situation of the other group of disciples." Heng Lu nodded. "This sound is also the sound of the sword formation?" "Yes," Li Zongbao answered. The green and red sword light was born from the ground of the sword tomb. It violently surged like a drum, and the ground within 100 feet collapsed. Many disciples tried to charge out before the collapse occurred, but they were all killed by the green and red sword light. Moreover, the collapse didn't stop when I came back. It seems that the sword formation's power is not small. Set up the formation." When Heng Lu heard that even Li Zongbao couldn't break through, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, he snorted coldly. "Insignificant skill, you're really picking up the wisdom of others. We'll return now. Let's see how this sword formation can stop us." "Good." How could Da Sun and the others not agree? They all clapped and praised. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators quickly arranged themselves into a formation in the shape of a sharp knife. However, hundreds of thousands of cultivators arranged themselves into a formation in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. During this time, the situation at the dragon-slaying slope changed again. The rumbling sound of the earthquake gradually approached from afar. Under the shaking of the ground, the purple jasmine flowers that couldn't be washed away by the heavy rain were all shaken off, leaving only the smooth purple flower stems. Looking at the green and red sword light that Li Zongbao mentioned, it soared into the sky from the ground in the distance, like a huge bonfire, surrounding hundreds of thousands of cultivators in an area of more than 10 miles. See, Heng Lu and the others' divine senses couldn't go very far, but they could see it clearly with their naked eyes. They couldn't help but gasp. Setting up a sword formation in such a large area, not to mention its power, the scale was probably much larger than the 10-direction annihilation formation. Chapter 2661. Heng Heng even looked at Xiong Huasong. After all, this sword formation was so close to the magic formation. How could Xiong Huasong not notice it? Xiong Huasong's face was also extremely ugly. This was really a slap to his face. Although the sword catacomb was incomparably dangerous and one's divine sense couldn't travel very far, but this was still a huge sword formation. It was right next to his magic formation. How could he not notice it? Could it be? Xiong Huasong suddenly had an idea in his mind. However, just as he was about to speak, there was a continuous rumbling sound. The vibration surrounding the dragon-slaying slope intensified and spread extremely quickly. It had already rushed to the feet of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators and reached the vicinity of the dragon-slaying slope. "All disciples, pay attention," Heng Ming said loudly. "Activate your magic power and advance towards where you came from." Boom! A huge sword cry directly suppressed Heng Heng's voice. At the place where the dragon-slaying slope was located, the ground of about 10 zhang had completely collapsed. Two sword lights that were thicker than pillars rushed into the sky. That biting cold sword chi and soaring sword light immediately illuminated the area within dozens of li in a green and red color. These two sword lights, one crimson red and the other azure, were like pillars that reached the sky, piercing straight into the sky. "Ha, welcome, welcome." From within the sword pillar, a loud and clear voice sounded. When the cultivators raised their heads to look, they saw that from within the crimson sword pillar, a red-faced, muscular middle-aged swordsman wearing a red sword robe appeared, holding a similarly crimson flying sword in his hand. "Who are you?" Hung Hung looked at this unfamiliar swordsman and coldly said, "Ha." That swordsman was still laughing. He took a step forward and flew out from the sword pillar, saying, "This sword is the Supreme Harmony Sword Zongyang Jioding." "A nobody." Looking at this second-grade illusory swordsman, Li Jijie coldly said, "Hee, if senior brother Yang is a nobody, then there is no need to talk about this sword." A laughter that sounded like a silver bell came from the azure sword formation. Following the flickering of a sword light, another petite and beautiful female swordsman wearing an azure sword formation flew out from the sword pillar. "Junior sister Xiao." The corners of Yang Jioding's mouth curled into a smile as he said, "The cultivators of the Dao sect have always been arrogant, and they look down on us swordsmen, not to mention us second-rate sword sects in the sword domain. However, they don't know any better, so we have to be polite. Junior sister, if you don't tell us your name, wouldn't they have died an unjust death when we kill them?" Senior martial brother Yang's words make sense. The female swordsman chuckled and said, "I am Xiujie of the Kuan sword sect. I'll be waiting for you. Don't forget my name when you reach the underworld." "How dare you?" Li Jijie scolded. "You're just two grade 2 illusory swordsmen, yet you dare to brag here." "Senior martial brother, let me take their heads." The four cultivators beside Li Jijie looked at each other and said in unison. Li Jijie nodded slightly when he saw that they were four disciples of the early stage of the Golden Core realm. When the four disciples saw that Li Jijie was doing the same, they waved their hands, and the flying swords in their hands flashed with brilliance. They flew up and flew towards Yang Jioding and Xiujie, who were leaning against the green and red sword pillars. The four of them had just flown a few feet when the brilliance around them flashed. 4 rays of sword light flashed with 4 colors. The sword chi rushed out of the flying swords and slightly intertwined in the air. It seemed that there was a strange connection between the 4 rays of sword light. The sword light began to rotate. When the 4 saw this, they shouted in unison, "Quick!" Immediately after, the flying swords in their hands shot out. Each hand formed a sword seal, and the 4 flying swords suddenly accelerated like shooting stars piercing the sun. The 4 flying swords gave birth to 4 different forces. These forces were not only extremely sharp, but they also cooperated with each other, trapping Yang Jioding and Xiujie in an area of dozens of feet. Hee, as expected of the disciples of the Changbai sect. They actually used the Dharma array technique on their flying swords. Yang Jioding sneered. However, Dharma arrays are all Dharma arrays. The flying swords inside are just Dharma artifacts. How can they compare to the sword array of us swordsmen? As he spoke, Yang Jioding waved his hand very casually. It was like a fountain sprinkling a few drops of spring water. Several crimson sword lights pierced towards the 4 flying swords. However, when the crimson sword lights pierced a few feet in front of the flying swords, the 4 flying swords suddenly trembled and suddenly changed directions, stabbing towards Xiujie. Xiujie was originally smiling as he watched Yang Jioding deal with the 4 flying swords. However, when the 4 flying swords changed directions, the crimson sword beams missed. Xiujie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Seeing the 4 flying swords close in on him, he also pointed with his finger. Several azure sword beams flew out from the azure sword pillar to meet the 4 flying swords. Under the control of the 4 early-stage golden core cultivators, the 4 flying swords turned into 4 streams of light and fiercely pierced towards the green sword lights that looked like thin threads. Just as the azure sword light was about to collide with the 4 streaks of light, the several azure sword lights twirled slightly and turned into a dozen streaks of light. At the same time, The crimson sword light that had missed its target suddenly changed direction and pierced towards the 4 streaks of light at a speed several hundred times faster than before. Crack, 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 crack. 4 crisp sounds could be heard as dozens of green-red sword silks circled around the 4 flying swords. These 4 flying swords of extraordinary quality were immediately sliced in half. Not good. The 4 flying swords were easily destroyed and the 4 early-stage golden core cultivators' minds were seriously injured. They didn't dare to attack anymore and turned around to fly back. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Jioding shouted and pointed with his hand. A dozen rays of crimson sword lights fell from the sky and pierced towards the 4. Xiujia also controlled the green sword lights. A dozen rays of light circled around each other and pierced towards the 4 people like lightning. The 4 people were shocked and their souls almost flew out of their bodies. "Umph," Li Jijia snorted coldly in midair. The flying sword in his hand flew out and turned into a golden light. It rushed towards the green and red sword lights like a coiling dragon. Good timing. Seeing Li Jijia's sword light surpass the 4 people and was about to hit the green and red sword light, another low voice came from the sword pillar. A short old man with a face full of wrinkles flew out from the sword pillar. This old man's body flashed with the same green and red brilliance. He waved his hand and punched the flying sword. The old man appeared so suddenly that Li Jijia didn't have time to react. With a pung sound, Li Jijia's flying sword was hit by the old man's fist. The flying sword emitted a jie sound and flew down diagonally. Not good. When Li Jijia's flying sword was hit, his mind was also shaken. However, when he controlled the flying sword, his gaze fell on the dozen rays of light piercing towards him. Sure enough, without waiting for the dozen or so cyan-red sword lights to descend, the 4 of them clapped their hands together and 4 magic treasures flew out from their storage pouches. They were actually 4 identical shield-type defensive magic treasures. The 4 defensive magic treasures suddenly enlarged under the urging of the 4 people's magic power. They were now several feet in size and emitted a green-colored brilliance. This brilliance was extremely bright and protected the 4 people's bodies tightly. Moreover, it was very obvious that the brilliance of these 4 magic treasures lingered around each other and the fluctuations of spiritual power were also linked. It was just like they were used to cooperating. However, when the dozen rays of light fell on the green brilliance of the magic treasures, they immediately intertwined. The green brilliance also shook violently and fought with the sword light. However, what shocked the 4 people was that this sword light was extremely different from the sword light they had encountered before. In the fight, it actually avoided the important part and focused on the trivial. It was like a strange tentacle that wandered around, as if it was looking for the weakness of the magic treasures. While the 4 people activated their magic treasures to defend, they quickly descended. However, at this moment, they heard Xiujia's sneer in their ears. The 4 people felt a chill in their hearts. Sure enough, following the sneer, a thin green sword light pierced into the gap between the 2 magic treasures that appeared in an instant. At the same time, another thin crimson sword radiance appeared along with the azure sword radiance in an even more bizarre manner. Fight! The heart of the golden core disciple closest to the 2 sword lights tightened. With a flick of his hand, several rays of spiritual power appeared and a series of seals appeared to block the sword lights. Puff, puff, puff. The green and red sword lights crisscrossed in the air and streaked across like lightning. The defensive seals that the golden core disciple used were all pierced by the sword lights. Not good. When the disciple saw this, he was even more shocked. The spiritual power in his body surged and golden light shined around him, as if he was activating a magic treasure to protect his body. Li Jijia also hurriedly pointed with his finger again. The flying sword that was knocked away paused for a moment before slashing toward the dozen rays of green and red sword lights. The 2 rays of green and red sword lights that penetrated the magic treasure were especially fast. The moment the magic treasure appeared, the sword light landed on the disciple's body. It was like a silk thread that wrapped around the disciple's neck. The sword light wrapped around the early-stage golden core cultivator's neck. The protective magic treasure glowed with an extremely resplendent brilliance, and this brilliance flashed violently. However, in front of Li Jijie and the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators, the golden light protecting the golden core cultivator was instantly annihilated. The golden core cultivator's head flew up and a pillar of blood spurted high into the air. At this time, Li Jijie's sword light had just touched the dozen rays of green and red sword light. This time, the weapon cultivator who suddenly attacked didn't attack. He just stood in the air and laughed. The dozen rays of sword light seemed to have intelligence. The moment they touched Li Jijie's sword light, they immediately dodged and flew into the green and red sword pillar and disappeared. Li Jijie's flying sword actually hit nothing. Damn it! When Li Jijie saw that one of his Changbai sect's golden core disciples had been killed and his attack had failed, he was shocked and enraged. Since Li Jijie and the other golden core cultivators were shocked, how could the hundreds of thousands of foundation establishment and qi refinement cultivators not be scared? Chapter 2662. Idiot. Seeing that Li Jijie was about to go into battle, Hung Feng couldn't help but curse in his heart. He flew out and said, "Fellow Daoist Li, look at the big picture. Don't mess up your formation. There are tens of thousands of sword lights, hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators. Although you and I are golden core cultivators, it won't be easy to deal with them." When Li Jijie heard this, he snorted coldly and stopped in the air. His eyes were fixed on the corpse of that disciple and the other 3 disciples who had landed beside him with shocked expressions. Where did this sword cultivator come from? How dare he launch a sneak attack without announcing his name? Hung Feng looked at the old man with a strange glow around him and knew that this old man was a weapon cultivator. As expected, the old man showed a trace of arrogance and said, "I am Meng Changsho from the Flying Feather sect." "You're also a nobody," Hung Feng said indifferently. "Although I'm a nobody, I can do things that will shock the world." Meng Changsho's expression changed slightly and he sneered, "After this battle, my name will definitely resound throughout the 3 cultivation countries." With just the sword formation? Hung Feng laughed loudly and then looked at the east where the sky had already turned white amidst the drizzling rain. He said, "Did the sun rise from the west today?" Formations have always been the ultimate technique that our Dao sect cultivators rely on. When did it become a weapon that sword cultivators use to attack our Dao sect? Another clear cry was heard. This cry sounded like that of a bird, yet it wasn't. It was extremely ear-piercing. Many aura-refining disciples who heard this cry felt as if their hearts were being pricked by needles, causing them to lose their footing. An old man wearing a strange gray robe flew out from the other side of the sword pillar. He had a flat round head, large eyes, and 2 of his eyes emitting a faint grayish-yellow light. Looking at this old man's slightly pointed nose and long eyelashes, as well as the fine and thick feathers on his face, all the cultivators knew that this old man must be a bird cultivator. So, these nondescript heretical cultivators have all come to the sword catacomb to set up formations. Hung Feng seemed to have understood something. "I am Li Ying of the Kunmu Valley. I have been ordered by Lu Ruochang to set up this great sword formation. I have been waiting for you for a long time." The old man's voice was sharp and he quickly finished speaking in one breath. He spoke so quickly that Heng Ming was stunned. It took him several breaths to react. Heng Zhao rolled his eyes and raised his voice. "Where is Lu Ruochang? Is she hiding just like that? Does she not dare to meet her old friend?" What old friend? We are enemies. LV Jianyu is the best strategist among the warriors of the sword domain. As long as she commands us, we will naturally fight to the death. Why do we need her to come and see you?" Li Ying said in a clear voice. Heng Heng laughed coldly. "She's probably scared by this old man's array, isn't she? You've become a coward." At this point, Heng Heng felt that it was inappropriate. If this was the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, all the cultivators would be furious at the mention of a coward. However, there was no lack of beast cultivators in the Heng kingdom. The old man in front of him looked like an owl or a parrot. Who would care about being a coward? Sure enough, Lin did not care. He said coldly, "All this nonsense is useless. We have set up a sword formation here in the sword catacomb. You and I will meet in the sword formation. You only need to break the sword formation and LV Jianyu will definitely face you. As he spoke, Li Ying's gray sword robes flapped as if he was about to fly away. Li Ying, I am Xiong Huasong of the Black Heaven sect. Xiong Huasong would not let go of the opportunity to ask. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Let me ask you, what is the name of your sword formation?" "You want to know the name of this sword formation?" Li Ying stopped. A strange light flashed in his grayish-yellow eyes. "That's right." Xiong Huasong nodded. "What is the name of the great formation that your Dao sect set up earlier?" Li Ying asked hesitantly. "That great formation is my Black Heaven sect's 10-direction annihilation formation." Xiong Huasong replied without hesitation. Li Ying's eyelids twitched rapidly. Then he replied, "Heh, I'm not afraid to tell you. This is the yin-yang sword formation. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, feel free to use them. I'd like to see how you'll break the formation." "When was this sword formation set up?" Xiong Huasong quickly asked. When was your 10-direction annihilation formation set up?" Li Ying clearly wanted to know when the Dao sect set up the formation in the sword catacomb. Xiong Huasong hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Heng Heng and said, "It was only a few months ago." "A few months ago?" Li Ying was extremely surprised. They had been setting up the formation for several years under LV Ruochang's orders and had finally completed it. They were just waiting for LV Ruochang and the rest to lure the Dao sect cultivators into the formation. However, a 10-direction annihilation formation had suddenly appeared beside the Four Corners sword formation. To be honest, Li Ying and the rest were even more surprised than Xiong Huasong and the rest. They wanted to know when the Dao sect cultivators had set up the great formation. Of course, Li Ying and the rest also understood that the sword cultivators had been suppressing the Dao sect's attacks. The battle lines had already penetrated deep into the country of Shi and the country of Lian. They had never expected the Dao sect cultivators to set up a formation in the sword catacomb. Therefore, the defense in the sword catacomb was very lax. Furthermore, the sword catacomb's terrain was very special. They could not possibly detect every single movement in the sword catacomb. They could not possibly detect any strange movements in the sword catacomb. After all, strange movements were normal in the sword catacomb. If it was normal, it would be abnormal. Whose idea was it? Li Ying asked faster than frying beans. "Qian." Xiong Huasong replied without hesitation. Heng Ming asked anxiously, "When did you set up the sword formation?" "It won't be too late to ask after you answer this question." We have been setting up the formation here for more than 8 years under LV Jianyu's orders." Li Ying snorted coldly. 8 years. Heng Ming looked at Xiong Huasong. Xiong Huasong's eyes clearly revealed a sense of relief. "Forget it." Heng Ming sighed. "Now it seems that our previous victories in the Spirit Stone Mine and other places were all part of your plan? You wanted to lure us into the ambush in the sword catacomb? We are not very clear about the battle on the front lines." Li Ying did not hide anything and said proudly, "Those were all done by LV Ruochang and LV Jianyu. We were only waiting here for you to fall into the trap and kill you all." As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. Although Heng Ming and the others were involved in the planning of the great battle of Dao cultivators, when they turned their heads to look at the situation of the battle, they were like onlookers again. Many details were clear at a glance and were far more clear than when they were sitting in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City talking nonsense. Only when they heard that the yin-yang sword formation had been set up for more than 8 years did Heng Ming and the others truly realize that the sword cultivators of the Heng Kingdom were not as weak as they thought. They had planned for a long time. At the same time, Heng Ming and the others were extremely emotional as they thought of two people, Tu Hong and Chen Mo. Both of them had already fallen and were not regarded as cultivators in their eyes. If it wasn't for Tu Hong's arrogant wish to create another Golden Spring Mountain in the Sword Tomb, and Chen Mo's close relationship with Tu Hong due to Dui Qimeng's matter, he would have, selflessly, mentioned it in the meeting hall and had his own ideas. If it wasn't for this, the Dao sect cultivators would never have thought of setting up a formation in the Sword Tomb, let alone a 10-direction annihilation formation. However, the cultivators' indifferent actions actually brought them a pleasant surprise. If not for Heng Ming's greed and Ji Hong's arrogance in killing the sword cultivators, the Dao sect would have almost won this time, and this great battle of Dao cultivators would almost be over. But the Dao of heaven was clear. Because of Heng Ming and the others' greed, they had fallen into the sword formation that LV Ruochang had painstakingly set up for 8 years. After hearing Li Ying's words, Heng Ming and the others already knew that this yin-yang sword formation was not something that the sword formations they had encountered previously could compare to. Indeed, with a long cry from Li Ying, the green and red sword pillars shone brightly and covered the figures of Xiu Jie, Yang Jioding, Meng Changshou and the others. Within the large formation, within a radius of 10 miles, where the earth had trembled previously, there were now flashing sword lights. These sword lights were only green and red, and they were like bamboo shoots after the rain, shooting out from the ground. Disciples! Heng Ming hurriedly ordered. Kill! Kill! The disciples heard the order and shouted in unison. That shout reverberated throughout the large formation, and the fear from before seemed to have dissipated significantly. At the same time as Heng Ming gave the order, the green and red sword pillars flashed. The green and red sword lights split into thousands of sword lights and sprayed in all directions like a skyrocketing fountain. The sword lights that drilled out from the ground also let out sword cries and rushed into the air. They formed a joint attack with the sword lights of the sword pillars and pierced towards the cultivators from above and below. Not only that, the sword lights that Li Zongbao had seen previously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the sword intents of many remnant swords from dozens of miles away, attacking the hundreds of thousands of cultivators trapped in the center from all directions. Xiong Huasong saw the power of the yin-yang sword formation and could not help but gasp. He thought to himself, This sword formation is not much inferior to the metal destruction formation. Although the sword lights had yet to reach the cultivators, the wind and clouds in the entire large formation changed drastically. Sword chi swept out like a huge beast's mouth, swallowing everyone. The green and red sword lights were the fangs of the ferocious beast. Although the thousands of green and red sword lights could not be compared to the yin-yang sword lights released by second-grade illusory swordsmen like Xiu Jie and Yang Jioding, their power was definitely not to be underestimated. Attack! In the blink of an eye, the yin-yang sword lights pierced towards the cultivators. How could the formation that the cultivators had formed dare to be careless? They hurriedly channeled their magic power and took out their magic weapons and treasures. Tens, hundreds, and even thousands of treasures flashed and smashed towards the green and red sword lights. Rumble! Within the sword formation, the first rumble was heard. Then, the rumbles continued to explode, one after another, each louder than the last. The dozens of disciples of the Black Heaven sect formed a strange formation. After they took out their magic weapons, flames soared into the sky and hundreds of huge fireballs hit the sword light that was coming from above. Chapter 2663. Pa, pa, pa. A series of explosions rang out in the air like firecrackers lit by children. The moment the 100 or so fireballs came into contact with the sword light, they were all sliced apart by the green and red sword light. They couldn't stop the sword light from penetrating deeper. However, at the same time that the fireballs exploded, the brilliance of the sword light also dimmed, and the sword chi also weakened. A series of blood-curdling screams came from the Clear Leaf sect disciples. The green and red sword light had broken through the formation of more than 10 chi refinement disciples. The green and red sword light cut through the necks, waists, and even legs of these disciples as if they were weeding grass. Whenever the green and red sword light flashed past the bodies of these disciples, their bodies would be sliced open by the sword light. As blood spurted out, their corpses also fell from the sky. Illusion? Right, illusion. A mid-foundation establishment disciple saw that he couldn't block the red sword light that was slashing between his brows and felt his soul leave his body. However, when the sword light fell, he didn't sense any abnormalities. He immediately understood that the countless green and red sword lights that covered an area of several kilometers weren't all sword lights. Some of them were illusions of the sword formation. However, just as this disciple shouted, 2 more sword lights flew over in pairs. The disciple hastily activated his magic treasure to block them. However, a thin crack appeared on his magic treasure from the sword light. It was obviously not an illusion. Thus, the disciple became extremely depressed. That's right, even if you know that there are illusions in the sword light, so what? Can you not use your magic power to block each sword light? Moreover, even if you used all your strength to resist, how many yin-yang sword lights can you resist? The yin-yang sword formation quickly closed up, and the green and red sword lights wantonly crisscrossed. These sword lights were like scythes, reaping the lives of qi refinement cultivators one after another. Their magic treasures and talismans couldn't block these incomparably sharp sword lights at all. These green and red sword lights were also incomparably cruel. Most of them cut through the cultivators' necks. Apart from a small number of cultivators who could barely dodge and scream before they died, the rest of the cultivators had their heads chopped off without a sound. Blood soared into the sky. Thus, not long after, nearly 20% of the qi refinement disciples among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators lost their lives. The pungent smell of blood permeated the entire formation. The drizzling rain couldn't wash away this vicious stench of blood at all. Moreover, countless drops of blood flowed into the ground of the sword tomb along with the rain. The purple jasmine flowers that were washed by the rain earlier became even more beautiful. Sure enough, a sword formation couldn't be compared to a formation. In fact, the two were completely different. The formation used the formation to condense the dermic powers of the disciples to form a powerful attack. This attack focused on the overall power of the formation. On the other hand, a sword formation combined the sword lights of a group of swordsmen. They interacted and strengthened each other, forming an even more powerful sword light and sword qi. This sword formation emphasized a kind of naked slaughter. Dozens of people from the Huanhua sect formed a formation. A group of foundation establishment and qi refinement disciples activated their magic treasures, and a huge, thick, green-colored tree, about 10 zhang long, formed in the air with a rumble. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth spun violently and was sucked into the green-colored tree formed by many magic treasures. Wu, the green tree flashed around the group of disciples, blocking the 10 or so sword lights of yin and yang. Under their combined efforts, the huge green tree slowly smashed into the ground. Boom! Hundreds of green and red sword lights rushed out from the ground and pierced into the green tree. While the runes on the surface of the green tree were corroded, they also blocked the sword lights. Under the heavy pressure and confinement, the sword lights curved. As the green tree fell to the ground, a huge roar erupted. At the same time, the cries of swords rang out endlessly. When the greenwood splendor rushed into the ground, circles of green splendor violently overflowed. It actually struck the swords until they dimmed, and many of them even disappeared. Seeing that the attack was effective, the disciples of the Huanhua sect almost cheered in unison. However, just as they were about to activate their mana again with a smile on their faces, more than 10 rays of green-red sword light flew towards them from the side. They slanted and were about to stab into the formation they had formed. In this yin and yang sword formation, the green and red yin and yang sword lights were like fish in water. Every time 2 green and red sword lights interacted, their speed was extremely fast. Moreover, there were many sword lights crisscrossing each other. Who would be able to distinguish them in time? By the time the crowd could distinguish the 10 or so sword lights, they were already in front of them. The foundation establishment disciples in the formation were better off. They hurriedly activated the flying spell and tried their best to dodge. However, the aura refining disciples had just activated their vital qi. Now that they hurriedly activated their flying talismans, they were not as agile as the foundation establishment disciples. There was not much space for them to dodge. As the 10 or so sword lights flashed, another 10 or so lives were lost. The 10 or so aura-refining disciples were scared out of their wits. Their faces were ashen, and the joy from before was still frozen on their faces. Their eyes flashed with infinite terror. At this critical moment, the crisp cry of a phoenix sounded from the left side of the disciples. Then, a thin, azure-blue screen quickly spread out from the side of the disciples. A voice that was very similar to the cry of a phoenix said crisply, "Don't look at this primordial water. Focus on defeating the enemy." The dozens of sword lights rushed into the thin blue screen, but they only managed to penetrate an inch deep before they were disintegrated by the Daoist like rays of light that shot into a polygonal crystal. All the Daoist disappeared. "Thank you, Senior Sister Xianxia." The 10 or so Foundation establishment and aura-refining disciples were overjoyed when they heard this voice. They obediently moved their divine senses and gazes away from the thin screen. With a cheer, they formed a formation again and slowly activated their magic power. Looking at the side of the crowd, Fairy Xianxia was wearing a crimson-red robe. She released the phoenix celestial body that was 10 feet in size. The ice phoenix was controlling the innate primordial water to protect the crowd. Xiaohua defeated Ji in the Seven Extremes Ridge as a nameless person and forced Ruo-Si to retreat with hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. The thunder-controlling sect, Huanhua sect, and other Dao sect disciples occupied the Seven Extremes Ridge's spirit stone mine. Then, under the command of the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, Fairy Xianxia and the others attacked the swordsmen who were not too far away under Ming Yu's leadership. Then, when the swordsmen were defeated, they chased them to the Sword Tomb. As for the Imperial Thunder sect, because Kansheng had seen Wu Ming's so-called Imperial Thunder shock with his own eyes, he was sent back to the Imperial Thunder sect for questioning. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect did not stop at the Seven Extremes Mountains. Instead, they were sent to the Clear Cave. In the Sword Tomb, the Huanhua sect was in charge of the Ice Destruction Array. Because Fairy Xianxia had the Ice Phoenix celestial body and her physique was of the ice element, she was more effective in the array than the ordinary Foundation establishment disciples. Even the Golden Core cultivator Ming Yu stayed by Fairy Xia's side to protect her. Of course, Fairy Xianxia did not disappoint. She played a great role in killing the Huanjian sect. When the sword cultivators broke the formation and retreated in defeat, Fairy Xianxia finally felt relieved. She knew that the battle was over. She had contributed a lot to Huanhua. She was overjoyed. She was thinking about how to tell Ming Yu and let Xiaohua accompany her to the ancestral home of the Kai clan. Unfortunately, Fairy Xia's joy was only for a moment. Many Huanhua sect disciples flew out of the array and went deep into the Sword Tomb to chase after the defeated sword cultivators. Fairy Xianxia did not know what others were thinking, but she was extremely unwilling to chase after them. Not to mention the dangers of the Sword Tomb, the results of the Ice Destruction Array were enough to satisfy her. Moreover, Fairy Xianxia knew the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. Unfortunately, Fairy Xianxia was only a disciple in the late Foundation establishment stage. Even Ming Yu, who was beside her, did not have the chance to speak. What could she do? When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators entered the yin-yang sword formation, Fairy Xianxia was also burning with anxiety. While she defended against the enemy with Ming Yu, her beautiful eyes looked around, desperately trying to find traces of Xiaohua. She knew that in such a dangerous situation, only her lover Xiaohua could protect her, right? Speaking of Xiaohua, Fairy Xianxia felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Besides this sweetness, there was also a trace of bitterness. She wanted to see Xiaohua now, but she did not want Xiaohua to appear now. The reason was simple. Ever since the Seven Extremes Mountains, Fairy Xianxia had no news of Xiaohua. She also did not see Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. However, the tidal beads and connate primordial water that Xiaohua gave her had saved her life many times, ensuring that she would be fine in the battle. As for Fairy Xia's magic treasure, Crimson Drill, It had been damaged by Yunbai in the Seven Extremes Mountains. Although it had recovered a lot after some simple refinement, it was not very useful in this battle. Every time Fairy Xianxia used the connate primordial water, she would think of her lover and her heart would be filled with sweetness. However, ever since the Seven Extremes Mountains battle, Mingyu, who had a good impression of Fairy Xianxia, took care of Fairy Xianxia even more because of Fairy Xianxia's performance. What made Fairy Xianxia unhappy was that this golden core female cultivator, who regarded her as a direct descendant, would occasionally talk to her about the non-existent John Doe. She did not seem to look down on John Doe because of his looks. Instead, her tone was full of admiration. With Fairy Xia's intuition as a female cultivator, she could even feel that Mingyu had feelings for John Doe. Of course, although Fairy Xia's cultivation and age could not be compared to Mingyu's, she was born in an aristocratic family and had the fate of being together with Xiaohua. She was not inferior to Mingyu in matters of love. She also knew that this was just a feeling that was dispensable. If she did not have the chance to interact with John Doe, this feeling would not be considered a feeling at all. However, if she had the chance to interact with John Doe, this feeling could immediately turn into a web of love. Therefore, Fairy Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2664. As a female cultivator, Fairy Xianxia already had a knot in her heart regarding Xiaohua and Shui. She had never seen Shui, but she had heard Xiaohua mention her before. She had even secretly inquired about her before. However, Xiaohua had already made it clear to her. The intelligent Fairy Xianxia knew that Xiaohua had already made up his mind. She must not be jealous and make Xiaohua unhappy. This would be inappropriate for her, Xiaohua, and even Shui. Secondly, when Shui confessed, she was not by Xiaohua's side. She had not even confessed her love to Xiaohua. From this point of view, Shui's courage to love and hate was much stronger than hers. She could only let Shui take the initiative. Thirdly, Shui was also a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect. Fairy Xianxia understood the principle of the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. This was something she could not achieve. Besides, with Shui by Xiaohua's side, Fairy Xianxia could rest assured that no other female cultivator would interfere with her relationship with Xiaohua. Fourth, she had the fate of being together with Xiaohua first. Xiaohua had also said clearly that in Xiaohua's heart, she was much more important than Shui. From this point of view, Fairy Xianxia knew that Xiaohua, who had always valued friendship, would treat her well, even better than Shui. Based on the above thoughts, Fairy Xianxia could accept this Shui who had an opportunity that she could not have. She had also made up her mind to get along with her in the future. But for this sudden appearance of Mingyu, she definitely felt more pressure than a mountain. This was a golden core cultivator, and Fairy Xianxia also vaguely knew that Nameless was the first male cultivator that Mingyu, a golden core cultivator, was prepared to accept in her heart. If Mingyu really had the idea of dual cultivation with Nameless, Fairy Xianxia did not know how to kill this idea. What made Fairy Xianxia the most bitter was that Mingyu's Nameless was not real. This Nameless was her lover, Xiaohua. What made Fairy Xianxia feel the most incredulous was that Mingyu, a Jindan stage teacher, would mention her lover in front of her. Every time she talked about John Doe, the shyness and admiration in her eyes were purer than that of a 16-year-old girl. Furthermore, Fairy Xianxia could only follow Mingyu's thoughts and talk to her intimately. Of course, Fairy Xianxia would also attack Mingyu from time to time, talking about John Doe's appearance and his short stature. That damned enemy. I don't know where he ran off to. He shouldn't be here. Fairy Xianxia saw that the interior of the yin-yang sword array was filled with dazzling lights. The sword beams and magic treasures were locked in an intense battle. From time to time, there would be loud explosions. However, she did not see any familiar figure. She could not help but grit her teeth fiercely. Her fine white teeth seemed to have bitten into Xiaohua's chest. Sure enough, right next to her, there was a round disc that looked like a moon. It was Mingyu's magic treasure, Mingyu. At the same time, Ming Yu's melancholy voice sounded, "Alas, what a pity. I wonder where senior brother Nameless, if he was here, he would probably be able to break this array, right? Don't you agree, Marshal Xianxia? If that old man was here, he would definitely be captured easily." Fairy Xianxia bit the word, old man, heavily, just like how she bit Xiao Hua fiercely. "Ming Xiu, be careful, it was just that, just as Fairy Xianxia was about to bite off a piece of Xiao Hua's flesh, two extremely strange green and red sword beams streaked across the sky. Those who were hit by the sword beams all had their heads separated from their bodies. It was truly powerful. And these two sword beams were sweeping towards Ji Mingxiu and the rest who were not too far away from Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia's warning was still a little too late. Ji Mingxiu and 3 other Foundation establishment disciples who were on good terms with Fairy Xianxia had joined forces to deal with the other sword beams. Not to mention that they did not hear Fairy Xianxia's warning. Even if they did, they would not be able to dodge in time. Fairy Xianxia did not dare to be careless. Without releasing her Phoenix Dharma body, she activated the tidal bead within her Dharma body. A stream of connate primordial water flew out and turned into a water screen the size of a palm, blocking in front of Ji Mingxiu and the rest. Swoosh, with a soft sound, the 2 sword beams sank into the connate primordial water. But what shocked Fairy Xianxia was that the 2 sword beams were not disintegrated by the connate primordial water. In fact, the 2 sword beams only changed their direction after entering the connate primordial water. Then, they suddenly pierced towards Fairy Xianxia. "Get out of the way!" Ming Yu was right beside Fairy Xianxia. Seeing that the connate primordial water was unable to block the green and red sword beams, she hurriedly shouted. The bright moon that was flying above her head shot out diagonally. The bright moon was like a round disc, emitting a bright moonlight, blocking in front of Fairy Xianxia. "Gotcha!" With a crisp sound, the green and red sword beams hit the magic treasure, Ming Yu. The bright moon flashed, and the 2 sword beams flashed. The light on the bright moon dissipated, and a small crack appeared on the magic treasure. Hiss! Ming Yu saw that the magic treasure was damaged, and the 2 sword beams were gradually disappearing. She could not help but gasp. How can these 2 sword beams be so powerful? Marshal Aunt Ming Yu. Fairy Xianxia did not have time to thank her. She hurriedly said, "From what I see, the sword beams in this yin-yang sword formation are not the same. These 2 sword beams are the same as the ones that killed the Changbai sect Golden Core seniors. And the green and red sword beams that we encountered earlier should be from the swordsmen who set up the formation. They are not the same as these 2 sword beams." Ming Yu's eyes flashed, reflecting the green and red sword beams. She turned to look at the center of the sword formation, at the 2 green and red sword pillars. She said, "That's right. These 2 sword pillars are the eye of the sword formation. The green and red sword beams attracted the sword beams of the swordsmen who set up the formation. Maybe there are only 2 sword beams in the sword pillars, and the rest are illusions. As long as we destroy these 2 sword pillars, the yin-yang sword formation should be broken. Even if we can't break it, the rest of the green and red sword beams can be dealt with by the formations of the Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples. It is 100 times stronger than the yin-yang sword light that only Jindan stage seniors can defend against, and the green and red sword light that ordinary swordsmen can defend against. It is even mixed with some illusions, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion." Fairy Xianxia also came to a realization. "Let's go and report to Senior Xiang Ming." Ming Yu looked up and saw Heng Li, Xiang Ming, and the other Golden Core cultivators of the conference hall working together, flying in front of the group of disciples. Heng Li and the rest were not the first to retreat, but they had the same idea as LV Rucheng. First, they worked together at the edge of the yin-yang sword formation to create an opening, allowing the group of Dao sect disciples to escape from the sword formation. Heng Heng and the others activated their own Dharma treasures and flew in front of them. The storm-like green and red sword lights landed on their Dharma treasures but were unable to cause any ripples. They were all destroyed by the Dharma treasures. Occasionally, the true yin and yang sword lights would hit their Dharma treasures, but they only managed to break a little of the Dharma treasure's defense, which would be repaired by other Dharma treasures moments later. They were far from being able to cause any damage to them. Of course, as Hung Li and the rest flew to the edge of the sword formation, they were also paying attention to the situation within the sword formation. Seeing how bloody the yin-yang sword formation was, Hung Li whispered, "Fellow Daoists, we need to speed up. This yin-yang sword formation is too cruel. The green and red sword beams are split into yin and yang, and the sword chi seems to have some special effect. When the two sword beams combine into one, the power is far greater than two. It is especially useful for destroying the defensive light of our cultivators. Any disciple below mid-foundation establishment stage can't resist at all. At this moment, they can only rely on their combined attacks and formation techniques to fight back. Once they run out of magic power, they won't be able to use the sword formation. Not to mention borrowing the power of the sword formation, even if a swordsman rushed out and fought with us face to face, we disciples would not be a match for him." Yes, fellow Daoist Heng Ming is right. Li Jijia controlled his flying sword. After clashing with the sword beams of the yin-yang sword formation a few times, he also gained some insight. He replied, "With the sword formation, sword cultivators can defeat many and break this sword formation. Sword cultivators don't have anything to rely on. We can advance or retreat, and we can maintain our victory." Dasun's tone was a bit hesitant. He whispered, "I have a bad feeling." Hung Li frowned and asked, "Could it be that fellow Daoist Dasun is thinking the same thing as I? Is it the yin-yang sword beam that killed the Changbai sect disciples just now?" Dasun didn't answer Heng Li directly. Instead, he asked, "Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, are you saying that the sword beam that even golden core cultivators can't resist is placed at the edge of the sword formation to block our way out?" Hung looked above his head and saw the sword lights flying out from the two sword pillars. Like a fountain, they connected with the green-red sword lights dozens of miles away and enveloped him and the others. He nodded and said, "That's right. This is what I'm worried about. Xiujie and the others who set up the formation must have placed extremely powerful flying swords at the edge of the sword formation to prevent us from breaking the formation and returning. I's worry isn't limited to that." Dasun sighed. "We saw it just now. Other than the yin-yang sword beam that killed the Changbai sect's golden core cultivators, we haven't seen many sword beams as powerful as this. Most of the flying swords in this sword formation can only kill cultivators below mid-foundation establishment stage. What about cultivators above early foundation establishment stage? Do they rely on those rare yin-yang sword beams?" Hiss. Although the group of golden core cultivators failed in their plan, their thoughts were not bad. They immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and almost all understood. Heng Ming said anxiously, "Could it be that fellow Daoist Dasun is saying that LV Ruchang has set up other sword formations besides this yin-yang sword formation? This sword formation can kill mid-foundation establishment stage, late foundation establishment stage, and even golden core cultivators?" That's right. LV Ruochang and the others have been setting up this sword formation for more than 8 years. If it wasn't for a sword formation that could kill golden core cultivators in the conference hall, would she need to rack her brains? She only needs to fight us in the state of Shi and the state of Lien. Dasun felt that his premonition was right. Chapter 2665. Heng Zhao was even more hesitant and almost stopped. He asked hesitantly, "Are we not going to break the array?" "Master." Li Zongbao was not far from Heng Ju. When he saw Heng Ju hesitate, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "We can't hesitate now. Even if sword cultivators have many tricks up their sleeves, I have to deal with every move that comes my way. Let's break this array first." "That's right." Heng Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He cursed himself for being foolish and hurriedly added, "Even if the sword cultivators have such an arrangement, We have to break this yin-yang sword array first and let the disciples rush out. Good. The group of cultivators saw Heng Zhao's decision and knew that this was the only way, so they all sped up. Zongbao. Heng Zhao's heart was still beating fast. He transmitted his voice in a low voice. I'm not sure what to do now. If you have any ideas, you should have told me earlier. This battle is not only about the victory of our sect, but also the fate of our Utopia faction. I understand. Li Zongbao hurriedly replied. Then he transmitted his voice again. Also, I have an idea. Say it. Heng Zhao hurriedly asked. If you have any ideas in the future, tell me immediately. Li Zongbao did not dare to delay and continued. In breaking arrays, the strongest point has always been the flaw. Previously, LV Ruochang used this method to break my golden destruction array. That's right. Heng Zhao was shocked again. He turned his head slightly and looked at the sword pillars that were already far away. He transmitted his voice. Zongbao, you said that these two sword pillars are the most powerful part of the yin-yang sword array. Then, they should be the eye of this yin-yang sword array, right? Li Zongbao replied honestly, what I think is that these sword pillars must be the eye of the array. I'm sure all the Golden Core stage masters know this too. However, Xiaojie and the others used these sword pillars to kill a Golden Core stage martial uncle at the beginning. This makes people feel that these two sword pillars are extremely powerful and not easy to break. Let's look at the edge in the distance. They even knew that we wanted to escape from the sword array, so they might have built the edge of the sword array to be extremely strong. On the other hand, the central sword pillar, the sword chi, is scattered around. It might be the weakest part of the sword array. That makes sense. Heng nodded slightly. However, the yin-yang sword light was born from within the sword pillar and scattered from the center to the edges. These two sword pillars might not necessarily be the weakest points. They might even be the strongest points. At this moment, a magic treasure in the shape of a full moon was protecting a person. That person then summoned an azure primordial water to protect more than 10 people. They flew to the left of Heng Zhao and the others. The female cultivator who summoned the full moon magic treasure shouted, Senior Martial Brother Xiang Ming, Mingyu, have something urgent to report. When Heng Zhao and the others saw the dozen or so people from the Huanhua sect easily escape the attack of the green and red sword light, their eyes were filled with surprise. However, when their gazes landed on the true water, they immediately looked away, afraid that they would fall into the illusion of the true water. Xiang Ming frowned slightly and said loudly, Mingyue, what's the matter? At this moment, Mingyu kept her magic treasure, while Fairy Hong Xia used the true water to shield the crowd. Ji Mingxiu and the other disciples of the Huanhua sect appeared in the true water. Mingyu bowed and said, I'm Kai Hongxia, a foundation establishment disciple of the Huanhua sect. I'm here to report that something is wrong with the sword formation. What's wrong? Quickly report it. Xiang Ming also had an impression of Fairy Hong Xia. However, the situation was urgent. When he saw Fairy Hong Xia using the true water to protect the Huanhua sect disciples, his expression softened and he urged. Fairy Hong Xia did not dare to delay and hurriedly explained her thoughts. She then added, I feel that although the yin-yang sword pillar is strong, it must have been created by the sword that set up the formation. However, it is still the eye of the formation and is the key to activating the sword chi of the swordsman. It is definitely not as strong as the surrounding sword chi. On the other hand, the surrounding sword chi must have been activated by Xiaojie and the other illusory swordsmen to prevent us from breaking out. It must be extremely powerful. Instead of breaking the formation at the edge, why don't we just face the swordsman and directly destroy the sword pillar in the eye of the formation? Good. Without waiting for Xiang Ming to speak, Heng Ming clapped his hands and said, The Huanhua sect disciple is right. Just now, I's disciple, Li Zongbao, reminded I to break the strongest sword pillar in the sword formation. He did not take the disciples who set up the formation into consideration. What this disciple said is exactly what Li Zongbao said. Hearing this, Xiang Ming's face showed some displeasure. It was obvious that Heng Ming was trying to steal his credit. However, The people around him looked thoughtful. Xiang Ming thought about it and knew that what Heng Ming said was probably true. Li Zongbao might really have the ability to break the formation. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, what you said is also the suggestion of my Huanhua sect disciple? Xiang Ming asked. That's right. Heng Ming nodded and looked at the crowd. He said, I was just thinking about how to break this formation. Since the Huanhua sect disciple has made this suggestion, then we will split into two groups. One group will still be led by I to the edge of the sword formation, and the other group will be led by Xiang Ming to the center of the formation. My disciple, Zongbao, will assist the Golden Core Daoists to break the yin-yang sword pillar. The Huanhua sect disciples will follow me to the edge of the formation. As for who will go to the center of the formation, Xiang Ming will have to choose for himself. Hearing this, Xiang Ming looked at Heng Ming helplessly. Actually, everyone knew that although what Fairy Xianxia and Li Zongbao said was reasonable, the two sword pillars had to be broken at the center of the formation. They had just come out from there and now they had to turn back. If these two people's predictions were right, then so be it. If they were wrong, then they would be walking back into the tiger's den. Whoever Xiang Ming chose would most likely bring that person back to his death. Xiang Ming would not cause trouble for himself. He quickly said with a smile, Heng Ming, you must be joking. You are the one in control of this battle. How can I speak? Although I have to turn back to break the formation because of my disciple's suggestion, I can only choose the person to follow me. Hearing this, Fairy Xianxia suddenly realized that her words had dragged Xiang Ming into a possible quagmire. She immediately bowed and said, Uncle Xiang, since I have made such a suggestion, then I must take responsibility. I am willing to accompany you to the center of the sword formation. Very good. Xiang Ming nodded slightly. His expression was unreadable. Mingyu also sighed. She did not think too much about it. Seeing Fairy Xia's decisive choice, she did not say anything else. She flew to Fairy Xia's side and expressed her support for Xiang Ming. Ji Mingxiu and the other Huanhua sect disciples were all clever people. Knowing that there was no need to hesitate, they immediately moved to Fairy Xia's side. All of you, follow Heng Ming to the edge of the formation. Seeing that his disciples had made such a decision, Xiang Ming was happy. He pointed at the disciples other than Mingyu and Fairy Xianxia. Your cultivation is shallow. Even if you go back, you won't be able to help much. Your thoughts? I know. Yes. Ji Mingxiu and the rest did not dare to refute. They flew to Heng Ming's side. Li Zongbao pondered for a moment. Looking at Fairy Xianxia and Mingyu, he also raised his immortal whip and flew to their left. Ha! This old man will volunteer. Dasun laughed and waved his hand. A few Taiching sect disciples followed him and flew to Li Zongbao's left. He said, Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, please don't blame me. That's right. I will also head to the center of the formation. Ji Hong's mind was also racing. Without waiting for Heng Ming to point her out, she flew to Dasun's side. Since you want to break the formation and find the weakness of the yin-yang sword formation, how can I be left out? Xiong Huasong was also confident and flew out with a smile. Following which, a few people flew out without waiting for Heng Ming to point out their names. They were Xuanyan sects Gao Wei and the rest. Great. Heng Ming saw that the number of Golden Core cultivators who took the initiative to return was not more than half, but it was almost the same. He clapped his hands and laughed. Everyone is noble and unsullied. I appreciate it. When we break the yin-yang sword formation, it will be time for us to reward you. Fellow Daoists, please. With that, Heng Ming flew out first, leading the rest of the cultivators to the edge of the yin-yang sword formation. Xiang Ming led Dasun and the rest to the center of the formation. After flying for a while, Li Zongbao heard Fairy Xia's voice transmission. Senior Brotherly, may I ask where did Xiaohua go? Xiaohua's whereabouts? I don't know either. Li Zongbao knew what Fairy Xia was thinking. He frowned slightly and said, but I know that he is not in this sword tomb, nor is he in this sword formation. Sigh, Fairy Xia sighed and did not ask any more questions. Junior sister? Xianxia. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment before he sent a voice transmission. If junior brother Xiao is here, even though his cultivation is outstanding, when it comes to truly fighting, he might not be able to accomplish anything. Moreover, this is a sword formation against a magic formation. The effect of a single cultivator is much smaller. It is better that he is not here. Fairy Xianxia clearly didn't understand the meaning behind Li Zongbao's junior sister Xianxia, nor did she understand the reason why Xiaohua wasn't here. She just casually responded. Li Zongbao also didn't know Fairy Xia's understanding of Xiaohua, so he didn't say anything more. The green and red sword pillars shot straight up into the sky, then connected with the green and red sword light dozens of miles away, forming the entire yin-yang sword formation. On the sword pillars, Xiu Jie of the Kuan sword sect, Yang Jioding of the Supreme Harmony sword sect, Meng Changshou of the Soaring Feather sect, and Li Ying of the Herd of Maka's Valley looked coldly at the bloody massacre in the sword formation, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Xiu Jie looked at the corpses of the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment initial stage disciples within a few miles of the sword pillars. He turned to Yang Jioding and said, "Fellow Daoist Yang, it is indeed as senior sister Lu said." The cultivators of the Dao sect were already terrified and fled in panic. No one noticed the two yin-yang sword pillars. Chapter 2667. Yes, senior sister Lu is the mastermind. Everything is going according to her plan. Yang Jioding also nodded. Although there were some deviations when we entered the sword tomb, the flaws do not obscure the beauty. The final outcome is still in her hands. Li Ying frowned slightly and said, "It's a pity that these Dao sect cultivators did not scatter and flee as LV Jinyu expected. I'm afraid that our yin-yang sword formation will not be able to withstand a full force attack from those Dao sect golden core cultivators." Hehe, Yang Jioding chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about that, Li Jianyu. Although the situation of the cultivators retreating is beyond senior sister Lu's expectations, she has already made arrangements for such a situation. The sword formation that junior sister Xiujie and I have laid down will fight them to the death in the end. All of the sword qi of the yin-yang sword formation will be gathered in one place when it is time to fight. The Dao sect cultivators that have been killed by the yin-yang sword formation will not be able to withstand a single blow from the yin-yang sword formation." "I hope so." Li Ying did not seem to think that the situation was as optimistic as Yang Jioding's. He only nodded slightly. Just as he nodded, his yellow eyes flashed slightly as he noticed the abnormality of the yin-yang sword formation. He hurriedly pointed his finger and said, "Not good. The Dao sect cultivators have discovered the secret of the yin-yang sword formation. More than 10 golden core cultivators are leading their disciples over." "Oh, it's true." The smile on Yang Jioding's face froze. With the help of the sword formation, he could see clearly and cried out involuntarily. Meng Changshou said leisurely, "There are indeed many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the Dao sect cultivators. They still managed to discover it in such a short time." "So what?" Yang Jioding refused to admit defeat. "The yin-yang sword pillar is activated by the yin-yang sword. Even golden core cultivators will find it difficult to resist. Even if they discover it and come here, they can only temporarily affect the sword formation. When we kill them," senior brother Yang, Xiujie reminded him, "let's make preparations. Every moment counts. The yin-yang sword formation has already killed tens of thousands of Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment cultivators. We have already completed senior sister Lu's task." "Yes." When Yang Jioding heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately activated the sword essence in his body as his body emitted a scarlet sword beam. A flying sword that resembled a blazing sun flew out from his body. However, as soon as the flying sword fell into the scarlet sword pillar, all of its sword intent disappeared, and it returned to being a flying sword that floated within the scarlet sword light. It was unknown whether it was Yang Jioding's sword intent or the yin-yang sword light that forced Yang Jioding's sword intent to revert back to a flying sword. Xiang Ming led the numerous golden core cultivators past the group of cultivators fighting against the sword formation and returned to the left side of the dragon-slaying slope. In the time it took for Xiang Ming and the rest to return, over 10,000 Dao sect disciples were killed by the green and red sword light. Seeing that there was no one around the left side of the dragon-slaying slope, Xiang Ming understood what Fairy Xianxia meant. The slight anger he had towards Mingyu and Fairy Xianxia had already dissipated. Mingwei. Xiang Ming pondered for a moment before instructing, "You and Kai Hongxia will lead a few Foundation Establishment disciples to the sword pillar and find out what's going on." Yes. Just as Mingyu agreed, two green and red sword lights emitted a rumbling sound. Buzz. Yang Jioding and Xiao Jie's figures appeared near the sword pillar. Xiao Jie's smile was like a flower as she said, "So it's fellow Daoist Xiang Ming from the Washing Flower sect. Welcome back." Since when did a sword cultivator become a fellow Daoist of my Dao sect? Xiang Ming sneered, but Xiao Jie continued to smile. "Look at what fellow Daoist Xiang Ming is saying. I thought that fellow Daoist missed me and specially came back to visit me." But Xiang Ming spat out a mouthful of saliva and sneered, "Although I am not talented, how can I look down on an outsider? If you surrender to my Dao sect, this old man can still consider it." Xiao Jie was not someone who would compromise. She was only pretending to stall for time. How could she know that Xiang Ming's words were so unpleasant to hear? Naturally, she knew that she could not reply and could not say another word. Thus, she kept her mouth shut. "Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao Jie." Xiang Ming's interest was piqued as he laughed. "This old man does not mind your looks. If you have the heart, shut up." Xiao Jie sneered. The azure sword light around her flickered rapidly. She made a sword sign and the small sword floating in front of her suddenly jumped out of the azure sword light like a fish and stabbed towards Xiang Ming. At the same time, a red brilliance also separated from the scarlet sword pillar where Yang Jioding was and flew out of the sword pillar at almost the same time as Xiao Ming's small sword. The two small swords were like two birds who were willing to fly together. The moment they flew out of the sword pillar, they immediately snuggled together like two young men and women who were intimately attached to each other and flew towards Xiang Ming together. Xiang Ming sneered. He stretched out his hand and a spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. He said anxiously, "Fellow Daoists, the situation is urgent. We must not give the sword cultivator any chance to breathe." The spiritual talisman in Xiang Ming's hand suddenly expanded. With the activation of Xiang Ming's spiritual power, a palm of several feet in size flashed in the air. It was Xiang Ming's protective spiritual talisman, the Hand of the Nascent Soul. The Hand of the Nascent Soul had already appeared and the surrounding area was shrouded by the power of the Hand of the Nascent Soul. Although the azure and red flying swords were unusually agile, under this extremely heavy imprisonment, they still could not move an inch, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Seeing this situation, Xiang Ming was overjoyed and said with a smile, "This old man does not mind your looks as a sword cultivator. If you have the heart." Unfortunately, before Xiang Ming finished speaking, the azure sword light around Xiao Jie's body shone brightly. At the same time, a sword light separated from the sword pillar behind her and rushed towards the azure small sword. Almost at the same time as Xiao Jie, Yang Jioding also pointed his finger. A sword light of several feet in size separated from the sword pillar and rushed towards the small scarlet sword. A loud sword cry rang out as the two swords suddenly expanded and shot towards the huge nascent soul hand to entangle it. Quick! Xiang Ming was slightly shocked, but he did not stop making hand seals. The huge hand slightly clenched and grabbed the two enlarged flying swords. There was a crisp sound like bamboo being broken. Yang Jioding and Xiao Jie's faces turned pale. A cold snort came from above everyone's head. Meng Changshuo's body shone with azure and red brilliance. As the brilliance shone, an exquisite lantern appeared in the air. The exquisite lantern was right in between the crimson red and azure sword light. As the exquisite lantern emitted its brilliance, the sword light of the two sword pillars actually stopped. breaking off from the green and red sword light that was dozens of feet away, and converging on the exquisite lantern. Swoosh, like a peacock spreading its tail, the azure and red sword lights were like 7 rotating colors. They were extremely fast and powerful as they pierced towards the Dao sect cultivators. Not good. Not only was Xiangming shocked, but Ji Hong and the rest were also shocked. The sword lights piercing towards them were obviously very powerful. They were comparable to the full-strength attack of an illusory swordsman. If they did not use their full strength to counter it, they would definitely be hit by the azure and red sword lights. Rumble! There was a series of sounds. In the face of Ji Hong's defense, Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip and Fairy Hong Xia's Xiantian primordial water, the azure and red sword lights did not weaken at all. Instead, they gained the upper hand. The azure and red sword lights even passed through Xiangming's nascent soul hand and merged with Yang Jioding and Xiao Jie's sword lights. They almost broke Xiangming's nascent soul hand. However, the green-red sword light was only able to break through the defenses of the other cultivators. It was unable to harm them. Seeing that Xiangming's talisman was effective, De Sun raised his eyebrows. He turned to look at the others and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, success or failure depends on this." Xiong Huasong, Ji Hong and the rest responded in unison. With a wave of their hands, numerous spirit talismans appeared in their hands. The dermic powers in their bodies were activated slightly. Immediately, brilliance of various colors emerged from the spirit talismans. Several powerful suction forces were also emitted at the same time. Waves of heaven and earth spiritual energy uncontrollably formed into hurricanes and frantically poured into the spirit talismans. One by one, large swaying hands slowly appeared in midair. Although the Yuanying hands had yet to be activated, the space within 100 feet of them had already solidified. An incomparably powerful aura suppressed Li Zongbao, Fairy Hong Xia and the rest. Under this aura, the sword pillar that was like a heavenly jade pillar let out a loud roar. It sounded like a sorrowful cry, but also like a cry of struggle. At the same time, the red sword light and blue sword light inside the sword pillar trembled rapidly. Waves of sword energy shot out from the sword light and rushed around the nascent soul's hand as if it was trying to resist the restriction. Yang Jioding and Xiao Jie were as calm as water. It was as if they already knew that this would happen. However, their eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Yang Jioding raised his head slightly and looked at Xiao Jie, who was in front of the azure sword lights. Xiao Jie met Yang Jioding's gaze and nodded slightly. As if they had a tacit understanding, the sword lights around the two of them became even more resplendent. The sword lights even covered the two of them. Then, a powerful suction force was released from their bodies. Woo! 2 soft sounds were heard. The 2 small swords that were caught by Xiangming's nascent soul hand suddenly let out a sword cry. They struggled with all their might and fell into the suction force. Io! Xiangming was slightly stunned. The powerful suction force from the sword pillar had actually sucked the 2 flying swords away. That was not all. Just as the 2 flying swords rushed out of the nascent soul hand and approached the sword pillar, Yang Jioding and Xiao Jie's transformed flying swords also slowly rushed out of the sword pillar. The huge flying swords, one green and one red, had a sword light trailing behind them. This sword light was also connected to the sword pillar. In the blink of an eye, the 2 flying swords entered the giant's sword pillar. The 2 flying swords let out a loud roar and a powerful suction force came from the giant swords, shattering the suction force from the nascent soul hand. At the same time, there was an absolute sharpness within the suction force. As the 2 flying swords vibrated and flew, an unstoppable force formed at the tips of the 2 flying swords. This sharp force accelerated as the flying swords shot towards Xiangming's nascent soul hand. Chapter 2668. You're courting death, Xiangming sneered. His whole body flashed with the same brilliance. The Dharma power in the Jindan rushed into the hand of the Yuanying. The hand of the Yuanying shook again and even flashed with layers of shadows. The big hand grabbed the 2 second-grade illusory swords. Rumble, a series of deafening explosions rang out incessantly. The light was dazzling, and the sound was ear-piercing. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia sighed. Even De Sun, Xiong Huasong, and the others felt a sharp pain in their divine senses. It was as if they had been injured by the green and red sword radiance. Not good, Xiang Ming suddenly exclaimed. With a loud boom, a foot-long gap was blasted open on the thumb of the nascent soul's hand by Yang Jioding and Xiujie's flying swords. As soon as the gap appeared, it immediately expanded uncontrollably. The entire nascent soul's hand showed signs of collapsing. How could Xiang Ming dare to be negligent? He tried his best to activate his true yuan. The nascent soul's hand flashed with brilliance, trying to repair the gap. The 2 flying swords swayed slightly, as if they were preparing to attack. Then they rushed towards Xiang Ming again. How dare you? At this time, De Sun's nascent soul's hand had already formed. He snorted coldly and also grabbed at the 2 flying swords. Unexpectedly, just as De Sun's nascent soul's hand reached out, the 2 flying swords suddenly turned around and rushed towards Ji Hong, who was the furthest away from Xiang Ming. Oh no! Ji Hong's nascent soul's hand had already been severely injured in the fight with LV Rucheng. At this time, it had just been summoned. The speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not as fast as De Sun and Xiang Ming's, so it had not formed at all. Seeing the 2 flying swords turn towards her, she immediately had a bad feeling. While Ji Hong tried to activate her nascent soul's hand to block the flying swords, she also hurriedly patted her forehead, preparing to summon her magical weapon. Boom! At this time, the 2 flying swords suddenly sped up, far faster than before. Before Ji Hong could summon her magical weapon, the 2 flying swords had already pierced her nascent soul's hand. The 2 green and red sword radiances twisted together, and the nascent soul's hand was like a broken lantern, splashing brilliance in all directions. It was cut in half by the 2 sword radiances. That was not all. The sword light did not stop as the nascent soul's hand rumbled and swept towards Ji Hong's body. Ji Hong was almost scared out of her wits. She was only at the early stage of Jindan realm and could barely activate the hand of Yuanying. Previously, when she was fighting with LV Rucheng, her Jindan had already been damaged. Now, she was facing the yin and yang sword light of 2 second-grade illusory swordsmen. Within the sword light, the yin and yang shackled the spiritual power in her body, and the sharper sword qi cut her vitality into pieces. Instantly, Ji Hong's mind went blank. Even the magic treasure that she had yet to use remained in her body. Fellow Daoist, Zhou Qingping from the Thousand-Leaf Ridge shouted anxiously from not far away. Perhaps this is what Daoist Qianimo is thinking. Ji Hong knew why she had to follow Xiang Ming to the center of the yin-yang sword formation. It was because her desire to kill LV Ruochang was too strong that she encouraged Heng Zhao to mobilize hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples to chase after the sword cultivator. If not for this old woman's stubbornness, right now, our Dao sect would definitely be celebrating. Ji Hong's return this time was originally because she had some thoughts. If she could not break this yin-yang sword formation, how could she face the elders of the Clear Leaf sect? However, she never expected that before she could even use 1 or 2 of her methods, the sword cultivator's yin-yang sword light would choose her first. And she did not even have the slightest strength to fight back. Forget it. Ji Hong's thoughts changed. She gritted her teeth and wanted to self-destruct to injure Yang Jioding and Xiujie. Unfortunately, she was still too optimistic. Just as she had this thought, the green and red sword light crossed in front of her and pierced through her body. Not even a drop of blood appeared. When the sword light flew away, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept past. With a pung sound, blood splattered everywhere. Ji Hong was actually split into 2 by the yin-yang sword light. Bitch, where do you think you're going? Thousand-Leaf Ridge's Zhou Qingping had a good relationship with Ji Hong. Just now, he reminded Ji Hong. At this time, he shouted and urged his nascent soul hand to chase after the 2 flying swords. I will help you too. Chen Fan Valley's Su Zhiqi shouted and also chased after the two flying swords with a faint blue shadow hand. Seeing Ji Hongdai, Xiang Ming was naturally shocked. At the same time, he also urged his nascent soul hand to block the two flying swords. It was as if the two flying swords had no way to escape under the imprisonment of these nascent soul hands. However, it was at this moment that the two flying swords suddenly shattered, transforming into two streaks of light that were even faster than lightning. Furthermore, the place where they were fleeing was not high up in the sky where the nascent soul cultivators had surrounded them. Instead, they rushed into the ground of dragon-slaying slope. What kind of sword cultivation secret technique is this? Xiong Huasong and the others were slightly surprised. Xiong Huasong and Dasun's nascent soul hands had already formed. These two big hands did not block the two flying swords. Instead, they grabbed at the green and red sword pillars from the left and right. The sword chi on the sword pillars tried its best to resist, but the power of the nascent soul hands was too strong. The sword pillars began to shake gradually in the hands of the nascent soul. When Xiang Ming and the others saw Yang Jioding and Xiujia escape into the ground, they immediately split into two groups. Xiang Ming's big hands grabbed at the green sword pillars, while Zhou Qingping and Su Zhiqi's big hands slapped the ground. However, before the two of them slapped the dragon-slaying slope with their nascent soul hands, they heard a loud moo-moo sound coming from the ground of dragon-slaying slope. It was as if tens of thousands of bulls were crying out in unison. Boom! Just as this loud sound was produced, the two sword pillars began to tremble rapidly again. However, this time, they did not expand, but gradually contracted. In the blink of an eye, two huge swords condensed into the shape of swords and rushed out from the green and red sword pillars. Come! Xiang Ming shouted. His big hands suddenly grabbed the sword pillars that had shrunk to the size of a bowl. Wang, a loud sword cry came out from the sword pillars. Just as Xiang Ming and Xiong Huasong grabbed the red sword pillars, Yang Jioding's sword light rushed out from the hands of the two nascent souls. Naturally, Xiujia's sword light also rushed out from the hands of Dasun's nascent soul. This doesn't seem to be just the strength of a second-grade illusory swordsman. The three of them were a little shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, they noticed the abnormality in the sky. They saw that the exquisite lamp that Meng Changshu had transformed into had expanded several times under the green and red brilliance. The flying swords that Yang Jioding and Xiujia had transformed into actually rushed out from the sword pillars and flew towards the exquisite lamp. Moreover, the two sword pillars also followed the two sword lights towards the exquisite lamp. Boom! With a loud sound, as if an oil lamp had been lit, the two sword pillars rushed into the exquisite lamp. The entire exquisite lamp emitted a dazzling green and red brilliance. It illuminated the area within a radius of several li. Not good. Seeing such a change, Dasun and the others were surprised and happy. They were happy because the two sword pillars that rushed into the exquisite lamp had lost contact with the green and red sword light in the sky. They had cut off the connection between the yin-yang sword formation's eye and the surroundings. Heng Zhao and the others could easily use their nascent soul hands to break through the formation's edge. But they were shocked because Yang Jioding, Xiujia and Meng Changshu had done this. They definitely had a powerful backup plan. They would definitely have to use all their strength to deal with it. Perhaps, just as the thought appeared in their minds, the exquisite lamp that Meng Changshu had transformed into began to spin again. Dozens of green and red brilliance flew out from the exquisite lamp at the same time, piercing towards Dasun and the others. Tisk-tisk, the sword lights swept past, and the sound of them breaking through the air was extremely ear-piercing. Caw! A phoenix cry rang out. Fairy Hongxia did not dare to hesitate any longer. Her ice phoenix spell body flew out of her body, and the Xiantian primordial water poured out layer after layer, surrounding the space around her. There were dozens of layers of Xiantian primordial water, if not hundreds of layers. Fairy Hongxia had discovered that the Xiantian primordial water's defense against the yin-yang sword light was limited, which was why she had racked her brains to come up with a countermeasure. Mingyu, Li Zongbao and the other Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators who were close to Fairy Xianxia did not hesitate as they quickly dodged under the Xiantian primordial water. Boom! The three sword lights hit the Xiantian primordial water. The sword lights shook rapidly within the primordial water, and the dozens of layers of Xiantian primordial water were about to break through. The Ice Phoenix spell body let out a mournful cry. Another sword light hit the left wing of the spell body, and a corner of the left wing was sliced off. Fairy Xianxia also let out a loud cry as her body trembled rapidly. She could no longer control her spell body, and it shrank back into her body. Mingyu and Li Zongbao did not dare to delay as they quickly flew to the left side of Fairy Xianxia and took out their magic treasures to protect her. At the same time, the Xiantian primordial water that had blocked the three sword lights was naturally kept back into the Ice Phoenix spell body. However, after being protected by so many layers of Xiantian primordial water, the sword lights were much slower, and their power was also much weaker. There was no need for Fairy Xianxia to defend herself. Mingyu, Li Zongbao and the rest who were protecting her worked together to destroy the three sword lights. However, the sword lights were much more powerful than before. The cracks on Mingyu's magic treasure were even larger, and Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip was almost sent flying by the sword lights. With Fairy Xia's Xiantian primordial water, Mingyu, Li Zongbao and the rest were lucky. They knew that the yin-yang sword lights that had penetrated dozens of layers of Xiantian primordial water were still so powerful. What about those cultivators who did not have Xiantian primordial water protecting them? At the same time that the sword lights hit Fairy Xia's Ice Phoenix spell body, the other yin-yang sword lights attacked Dasun, Xiangming and the rest under the control of the exquisite lamp. Almost at the same time, the yin-yang sword lights hit the talisman in the Yuanying's hand. Like a paper doll being cut by a pair of scissors, an extremely obvious crack appeared on the talisman. Dasun and the rest were already prepared. The magic power in their bodies surged rapidly, and the light on their hands flashed violently. They clenched their fists tightly, trying their best to control the sharpness of the sword lights. Boom! After holding on for only a moment, Zhou Qingping and Su Zhiqi's hands collapsed, and the light was extinguished. After a loud boom, the green-red sword lights, like before, casually intersected with the two's bodies. As their protective golden light was extinguished, the two did not even have the chance to scream. They were dead. Chapter 2669. Two golden core cultivators with protective talismans could not escape from the yin-yang sword radiance, much less those without talismans who could not hide under the connate primordial water. Under the two sword radiances, the two golden core cultivators were sliced in half, their corpses falling from the sky. Fortunately, the exquisite lamp could not control much of the yin-yang sword radiance. The remaining golden core and foundation establishment cultivators who were not attacked by the yin-yang sword radiance fled in all directions. Just as everyone was escaping, the yin-yang sword radiance in Xiangming, Dasun and Xiong Huasong's hands let out a wail and gradually collapsed. Let's do it together. Seeing this, Dasun didn't care about the three sword cultivators who were gradually revealing themselves as the light of the exquisite lamp faded. He shouted loudly and the three of them grabbed the two sword pillars with their talismans at the same time. It was as if three huge hands were really grabbing the two long flying swords. The green and red sword pillars, which were only as thick as a bowl, shook left and right in the hands of the three huge hands and actually showed signs of collapsing. The exquisite lamp's radiance was cold and lonely. Meng Changshuo's figure appeared. His face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. It was completely out of his control. On his left and right, Xiao Jie and Yang Jioding's faces were emitting a dark red radiance and the other a dark green radiance. They did not look normal. The situation doesn't look good. Liang did not make a move. He flew to the left of Meng Changshuo to protect him and said softly, "I'm afraid my yin-yang sword formation can't." Just as Liang finished speaking, a faint loud sound came from afar. The four of them looked up and saw that the green and red sword radiance had disappeared. Heng Zhao and company must have defeated the enemy at the edge of the yin-yang sword formation. Forget it. Yang Jioding sighed and said, the talismans of the Dao sect cultivators are too powerful. They are comparable to a nascent soul cultivator's attack. We already expected this before we set up the formation. The three of you have already contributed a lot to the sword domain. Li Ying nodded and said, this formation has killed tens of thousands of cultivators. We should be proud. Let's go. Meng Changshu looked at the sword pillar that had been shaken by Da Sun and the others and said, the yin-yang sword has been controlled by a nascent soul. It won't be long before the eye of the yin-yang sword array is broken. How can it be that easy? Xiao Jie sneered. He opened his mouth and his intrinsic sword rushed out. Sword friend Xiao Jie. Yang Jioding was shocked. If you lose this sword, I'm afraid your cultivation will fall to the first grade of the illusory sword realm. So what if I'm a first-grade illusory sword? Xiao Jie said coldly, even if I fall into the drawing sword realm, I'm still willing. Alright. Yang Jioding clapped his hands and opened his mouth. A small crimson sword flew out and followed Xiao Jie's azure sword into the green and red sword pillar. What was different from before was that Xiao Jie's small azure sword had fallen into the scarlet sword pillar, while Yang Jioding's small scarlet sword had fallen into the azure sword pillar. Rumble. The moment the two small swords entered the sword pillar, there was an explosion. Xiao Jie and Yang Jioding's bodies went limp and they almost collapsed in midair. Meng Changshu and Ling did not dare to delay. They reached out to support the two of them and ignored the crowd of cultivators as they rushed into the sky. The sword pillar exploded from where the two small swords entered and began to collapse. Even the nascent soul hands of Da Sun and the others were unable to stop or restrain it. As the sword pillar fell, the green and red sword beams around the yin-yang sword array also began to collapse and fell along with the sword pillar. Oh no, dodge! Seeing this, Xiang Ming immediately shouted. He extended his nascent soul hands and covered an area of 100 feet. Da Sun, Xiong Huasong and the rest also understood. Several nascent soul hands flew out and covered an area of 100 feet, protecting Fairy Hong Xia and the rest. Even the fleeing Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators hurriedly flew back. In the blink of an eye, the sword pillar completely collapsed and fell into the dragon punishing slope. Following this, the entire dragon punishing slope shook violently, even more than when the sword beams appeared. Seeing tens of thousands of cyan and red sword lights flying out of the ground, those cyan and red flying swords flying out of the yin-yang sword formation also flew out and slapped towards the entire yin-yang sword formation within a radius of tens of miles like a tidal wave. Screams of agony rang out incessantly, almost like a purge. Cultivators below the middle stage of Foundation establishment were unable to withstand the final wave of yin-yang sword qi alone. Another several thousand cultivators fell. After the miserable shriek sounded, the terrifying green-red sword light that was dozens of miles away had completely disappeared. I'm afraid the yin-yang sword array has been broken by our combined efforts? Xiang Ming, Da Sun and the rest retracted their nascent soul hands. Under their protection, the dozens of cultivators following them did not suffer any losses. Even if it's broken, we've also suffered heavy losses. Xiong Huasong's face was gloomy. He knew in his heart that the low-level cultivators who could survive in the yin-yang sword array were few and far between. The sword cultivator had set up this yin-yang sword array with the intention of killing all the cultivators. Quickly, meet up with fellow Daoist Heng Ming and the rest. Xiang Ming instructed a few disciples to collect the corpses of Ji Hong and the rest. With a wave of his hand, he led the group towards the edge of the yin-yang sword array. Although it was only a short few miles, the tragic scene along the way was really unbearable to look at. Not only was the smell of blood in their mouths and noses, but the bloodstains on the ground and the dismembered limbs made one feel as if this was not the human world. In the many years of the Great Dao battle, none of the great arrays were as tragic as this one. Sigh. Fairy Xia's Dharma body was injured by the yin-yang sword beams, and her own body was also injured. Her body flew slightly slower and was almost at the back. Seeing this scene, she could not help but sigh. Our Dao sect cultivators have suffered too many casualties, but that hateful sword cultivator did not even leave behind a corpse. Mingyu and Li Zongbao did not fly too far away and stood guard beside her. Mingyu did not understand Li Zongbao's eagerness. Previously, she had not seen Li Zongbao and Fairy Xia's relationship. However, when she thought of Li Zongbao's reputation in the three kingdoms of cultivation and Fairy Xia's beauty, she naturally understood. She smiled and replied, "The sword cultivators are all hiding behind the sword array. Even if they were killed by us, their corpses would not be exposed in the sword array. Furthermore, the sword array does not only depend on one's strength, it also depends on one's luck. Everything else aside, if not for Martial Niece Xia's Xiantian primordial water, Martial Niece Zongbao and I would have died too." Fairy Xia's expression darkened as she said softly, "I naturally understand what Martial Aunt Mingyu is saying. Although I am a little disgusted by this battle, seeing the corpses everywhere, I can't help but hate the sword cultivators. I can't wait to kill them all. I can't wait to see the corpses of sword cultivators everywhere. Only then can I quench the hatred in my heart." Li Zongbao's expression was still indifferent as he looked straight ahead. He did not participate in the conversation between the two. Mingyu looked at Li Zongbao and said softly, "Martial Niece Zongbao, you are famous in this battle and have killed countless sword cultivators. Do you have such thoughts?" "All right, Martial Aunt understands." Li Zongbao replied indifferently, "Under the great Dao, all are ants. In the great battle, all are vengeful spirits. If I don't kill the sword cultivators will kill me. There's no other way." "Thank you, Senior Li." Fairy Xia understood Li Zongbao's words and said softly. Mingyu felt that this was a good opportunity and wanted Li Zongbao to talk more with Fairy Xia. However, Fairy Xia did not say anything else after a "thank you." Li Zongbao's expression was even colder. Mingyu could not help but sigh. However, before she could think about it, Mingyu frowned and said, "The sword array is filled with the corpses of our Dao sect cultivators. Why don't the surviving disciples collect the corpses? Now that the sword array has been destroyed, even if there were hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, they would not dare to face hundreds of thousands of cultivators directly, right?" "Martial Aunt Mingyu." Li Zongbao glanced at the expression on Mingyu's face and explained, "According to my master, this array has more than one layer. If we collect the corpses now, there will be enough space for the sword cultivators to set up the array. We might as well do it in one go." "What? There's still a sword array?" Mingyu did not think as far as Heng Heng and the rest. She could not help but cry out. Li Zongbao laughed bitterly in his heart, but there was no change in his expression as he replied, "Everything is just a guess. Now, it's time to uncover the mystery." Mingyu looked ahead doubtfully. They had returned from the dragon-slaying slope. Although their flying speed was not slow, it could not be compared to the disciples who had been advancing towards the west side of the sword array. After the yin-yang sword array was destroyed, they had rushed out of the yin-yang sword array like a tidal wave and had long disappeared. The yin-yang sword array is already so powerful. Sword cultivators, what other tricks do they have? Fairy Xia's face showed a trace of fear. If it was anyone else, even if it was Mingyu, Li Zongbao might not answer this question. But Fairy Xia was Kai Zhuoxia's sister and Xiao Hua's lover. Li Zongbao had to answer. Black Sky Sect's martial uncle Xiong Huasong was able to set up the 10-direction annihilation array. The magic within is far beyond my imagination. I believe that sword cultivator LV Ruocheng might not lose to martial uncle Xiong. For a moment, everyone was silent. LV Ruocheng had led tens of thousands of swordsmen to destroy the golden annihilation array. This had long changed everyone's impression of sword cultivators as barbaric. The yin-yang sword array just now would no longer be looked down upon. Just at this moment, the rumbling sound rose again. It was still coming from all directions, and it was pushing towards the direction of dragon-slaying slope. As expected, no one spoke, but this sentence rang in everyone's heart at the same time. Furthermore, everyone's face changed color. Let's go quickly. Mingyu placed her hand on Fairy Hongxia's shoulder and said, "Don't use your powers. I'll bring you along." "Thank you, martial uncle." Fairy Hongxia expressed her gratitude. The three of them increased their speed and flew towards the west side. Run. The three of them flew for a moment and met a large group of cultivators who were fleeing in panic. Everyone was panicking and had long lost their formation when they were fleeing. There were even a few cultivators who were shouting loudly. Chapter 2670. Shut up. Li Zongbao raised the immortal piercing whip in his hand and shouted, "We are all Dao sect cultivators. Even if we fall into the sword array of a sword cultivator, we must remain calm. How can you make such a big fuss?" "Senior brother Li." Hearing Li Zongbao's shout, everyone turned around. Seeing that it was Li Zongbao who had killed Qin Jian, they were all overjoyed. "All of you, don't panic. Just focus on defending the formation. Even if there is a sword array, there will be a golden core stage elder to break it." Li Zongbao said calmly, "The yin-yang sword array was already so powerful and all of you managed to escape unscathed. Even if there is a sword array, what can it do to us? Now that all of you are in such a mess, even if the elders break the array, all of you will not be able to escape." "That's right, senior brother Li is right." Some of the foundation establishment stage elders heard and shouted, urging the scattered cultivators to get back into formation. In fact, everyone understood the logic behind Li Zongbao's words. These late foundation establishment old men could also say it, but unfortunately, not many people would listen. Now that Li Zongbao was standing there like a white jade pillar supporting the heavens, his words were even more effective than the words of 100 late foundation establishment old men. That steady aura slowly spread out, and the tremors in the distance were no longer as frightening as before. "All of you advance in an orderly manner. If you encounter a sword cultivator's attack, you can use the array to attack. Do not try to be a hero and face the sword chi alone." Li Zongbao reminded again, "I will follow the golden core stage elders to the edge of the array and see if we can find any loopholes." "Thank you, senior brother Li, for breaking the array." All the cultivators, regardless of which sect they were from, shouted. All of you protect yourselves well." Li Zongbao nodded slightly and gave Mingyu a look. The two of them increased their speed again. Mingyu saw that Li Zongbao was commanding the troops well and calmly, and was able to stabilize the morale of the troops better than a golden core cultivator like herself. She could not help but feel happy for Fairy Hongxia. However, in Mingyu's eyes, Fairy Hongxia's performance was not as she had imagined. As Mingyu and the others flew, they encountered more and more disciples. Most of these disciples stopped respectfully in midair. However, there were still some disciples who glanced at the three of them without any expression on their faces. It was as if in this critical moment, they could only rely on themselves. What golden core? What masters? They were all useless. Mingyu and the rest did not mind. In the face of danger, everyone's life were their own lives. Even if a nascent soul cultivator could not protect a low-level disciple, why should they be so respectful? Xiang Ming and the others were indeed flying very fast. At this moment, they had already reached the edge of the yin-yang sword formation. There were tens of thousands of cultivators directly facing the edge of the yin-yang sword formation. Their attacks covered an area of several hundred meters, and the intensity of their attacks was also extremely dense. Unfortunately, the yin-yang sword array was formed by hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators and yin-yang swords. LV Ruochang had already considered the methods that the Dao sect cultivators would use to break the array. The array formed by tens of thousands of cultivators was very simple. How could it break the sword array? Before Heng Teng arrived and Xiang Ming and the others destroyed the array core, the attacks of the tens of thousands of cultivators were like scratching an itch. They were completely useless. There were even a few times when the green and red swords rampaged about without restraint. Many mid- and late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were unable to dodge in time and were slain by the swords. Although some of the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators had been killed, the group of cultivators facing the sword light had no way of retreating. They could only brace themselves and step over the corpses of their fellow sect members to fight. As a result, the number of high-level Foundation establishment disciples who died here was actually much higher than the number inside the formation. Sigh. Xiangming sighed and glanced at Dasun and Xianxia. Both of them looked terrible as well. Dasun waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Hengming and the others are already far away. Let's hurry over." If nothing happens, Dasun had only just spoken when another rumbling sound came from a few kilometers away. This sound was like the beating of a drum, but it was also like a tsunami. Shortly after, the ground shook once more, and an indescribable clamor arose in everyone's hearts. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He said coldly, "LV Rucheng. She is indeed my enemy. Besides the yin-yang sword array, there are other sword arrays. Let's go. I'd like to see how many disciples this sword cultivator has to be able to set up such a huge array." Dasun raised his eyebrows and said in high spirits. His previous depression had long disappeared. Xiangming also came to a realization. He turned to look at the golden core cultivators around him and the tens of thousands of Foundation establishment disciples flying around him. He laughed and said, "That's right. 10 times the amount. LV Ruochang actually set up 2 layers of sword arrays. How many disciples can she have? This second array? I'm afraid it's a bit of a bluff." Sure enough, when everyone listened carefully, although the vibrations and sounds seemed to be coming from all directions, if one were to carefully observe, they would be able to tell that most of the sounds were coming from the west. The sounds from the east, north, and south were much smaller. In fact, the sounds were spreading in 3 directions. "Ah, little brat from the Dao sect, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." A thunderous voice came from the sky in the distance. At the same time, a figure like an iron tower loomed in the sky. It was unknown if this person's cultivation was high or if it was the effect of the sword array, but the impression that this person gave off was extremely tall and mighty. Ignorant sword cultivator. Not far from that person, a cold voice sounded. Then, a golden light flew out from the source of the voice. A slender rope about 10 feet long flew into the sky and rushed towards that person like a dragon. "This is fellow Daoist Lu Xinwu's spirit-binding chains." Xiangming was very familiar with Lu Xinwu from the Xianghua sect. Once he saw the golden light from the magic treasure, he hurriedly said. While everyone was moving, they looked at the sky anxiously to see how that swordsman would deal with it. But they saw that the spirit-binding chains seemed to have a mind of their own. They flew against the wind and in the blink of an eye, flew in front of that tall swordsman. "Ayaya," that swordsman cried out in surprise. His blurry figure was revealed. It was a burly man whose body was pitch black from head to toe like charcoal. Following the swordsman's cry of surprise, his body actually staggered, as if he had stepped on something slippery. He was unable to dodge in time and the spirit-binding chains immediately wrapped around his body. Haha, seeing this, a few young disciples in the initial stage of Foundation establishment could not help but laugh. One of them even said, "Such a clumsy swordsman." However, before this disciple could finish his sentence, he saw that the swordsman's body flashed with an intense black sword light. The sword light also destroyed the spirit-binding chains in an instant. At the same time, the black sword light flashed and spun rapidly around the swordsman's body. Not good. Seeing this, Lu Xinwu knew that he had fallen into the swordsman's trap. At the same time, he knew that things were not going well and hurriedly formed a spell to retract the spirit-binding chains. However, the swordsman's body seemed to have an indescribable suction force. No matter how Lu Xinwu channeled his magic power, the spirit-binding chains could not break free from the black sword light's binding. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The black sword light around the swordsman's body suddenly expanded, like the black quills of a hedgehog. Lu Xinwu immediately lost his connection with the spirit-binding chains. Pa pa pa. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Although the sound was not loud, it was very clear in the sky. A few rays of golden light flew out from the black sword light. The golden light flickered slightly and gradually disappeared. Looking at Lu Xinwu again, his face showed a trace of redness. His eyes were filled with regret as he looked at the spirit-binding chains that had been cut into several pieces. Haha, the Daoist methods are only SOS. LV Genu, you're overthinking. The pitch-black swordsman raised his head and laughed. If it were up to me, why would we need to set up a formation in this sword catacomb? We could just directly kill our way into the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Second brother. At this moment, a voice rang out not far from the dark-skinned man. Then a green sword light flashed, and an extremely thin swordsman, who was like a bamboo pole, appeared. He was dressed in a green sword robe. LV Jinyo's great wisdom is not something you can measure. You've only defeated a mid-golden core cultivator. How can you be so arrogant? Don't embarrass the 3-sword sect. Yes, I know my mistake. Although the pitch-black man lowered his head in fear, it was obvious that he did not care. He even arrogantly winked at the group of golden core cultivators. His, Heng Zhao and the rest were frightened by the green and red sword light. When they saw the swordsman's green sword robe, they could not help but gasp. I am Qing Jian of the 3-sword sect. The tall and thin swordsman lowered his head slightly and looked at Heng Zhao and the rest. His face was expressionless, like a block of wood. I am Bai Tianming of the 3-sword sect. The pitch-black man shouted loudly. His voice was much louder than Qing Jian's. I am Bai Shun of the 3-sword sect. Another voice rang out. It sounded soft, like a female swordsman. But when everyone looked to the left of Qing Jian, where the yellow and red sword light flashed, what appeared was a white and fat male swordsman with a bulging belly. However, this white fatty had a bulging forehead, thin eyebrows, small eyes, and white skin. He really did look like a female cultivator. Congratulations to my fellow Daoists of the Dao sect for breaking out of the yin-yang sword formation. Welcome to the 5 elemental swords formation. Qing Jian said calmly. His tone was filled with mockery. I have been waiting for you all for a long time, but I did not expect you to only break the yin-yang sword formation now. The yin-yang sword formation was set up by the Kuan sword sect and the Taihe sword sect together. You all actually spent so much time. Yes, you even lost so many disciples. This is really beyond my expectations. Chapter 2671. It's just a bullshit yin-yang sword formation. It's as easy as blowing off dust for us. Hearing Qing Jian's ridicule, Heng Teng couldn't help but get angry. Your 5-element sword formation is just a copy of my Dao sect's 5-element sword formation. What's there to be proud of? Is that so? Bai Tianming laughed and waved his hand. A pitch-black sword light flew out as he shouted, Come, come, come. I'll fight you one-on-one. Second brother. Without waiting for Heng Teng to reply, Qing Jian berated, the Dao sect's brats don't know any better. Why are you following suit? The one who set up the formation, fellow Sword Xiao, hasn't even reported his name. How can you start fighting? Hearing this, Heng Teng's nose almost became crooked from anger. That's right. We haven't even met with the Dao sect's cultivators. How can this formation be activated? About 300 meters away from Qing Jian and the others, there was another flash of white sword light. A sword cultivator wearing a white sword robe appeared, and beside him was a female swordsman wearing an aqua-blue sword robe. I'm Xiao Jinding of the Sword Cauldron Sword Sect. Greetings to everyone from the Dao sect. There were some flaws in the sword formation just now, so I went to check it out. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. As he spoke, the swordsman named Xiao Jinding actually cupped his hands and bowed politely. I'm Luo Shuelan of the Flowing Water Sword Manor. Although the female swordsman was smiling like a flower, with blue sword light flashing around her body, she didn't speak much. She only spoke one sentence before stopping. Cut the crap. Lu Xinwu said coldly, Let me see what kind of trash your 5 elements sword formation is. Lu Xinwu of the Splendid Flower Sect. Xiao Jinding's face revealed a trace of astonishment. Your Splendid Flower Sect is one of the top sects in the country of Xi. What? Are you so lacking in etiquette? Who said that the 5-element sword formation was set up by only 5 sword sects? We waited patiently here and didn't try to kill you. You call yourself the orthodox Daoist, but you don't have the patience to wait for the masters of the sword formation to appear? Lu Xinwu's nose was even more crooked than Heng Teng's. Fellow Daoist Lu, don't be anxious, don't be confused, calm your heart. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect hurriedly shouted, this is the swordsman's trick to confuse us. He wants us to fall into his trap. We'll just wait for them to put on a show. That's right. Lu Xinwu's heart skipped a beat. He nodded at Yuan Zhongyu and said, thank you for your reminder. I am a little impatient. Tell the disciples. Hung Li sent a voice transmission in a low voice. Set up an attack formation and charge to the west at any time. This old man is Qishan Meng Fan. In mid-air, there was an inexplicable fluctuation. Suddenly, a short and fat old man appeared. This old man looked very old. His hair and beard were snow-white, and the top of his head was shiny. There was only a circle of hair around his head, which looked similar to a circle of beard. Looking at the old man's face again, he was very plain, no different from an ordinary farmer in the secular world. However, it was very similar to his name, Ordinary. This old man is Liao Ke of the 7 Spiritual Mountains. A high-pitched chirp of a bird resounded in the sky. A 5-colored light flew over from afar and entered everyone's field of vision in the blink of an eye. However, the light stopped about 1,000 feet away from everyone. Each of them was tall and skinny. Their eyes were slender and long. Their eyebrows were slanted to their temples. Their thin lips were slightly trembling under their tall noses. Their voices shook the surroundings. This swordsman looks a little similar to Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao and the rest flew closer and could see clearly. Li Zongbao could not help but feel surprised. He could not help but look at Fairy Hongxia. Even Fairy Hongxia was slightly stunned. However, she immediately frowned. Although this person was not Xiao Hua, there were some similarities between his eyebrows, especially that pair of phoenix eyes. However, this Liao Ke's eyes were full of arrogance. They were far from Xiao Hua's calm and amiable eyes. It could only be said that they were similar, and could not be said to be similar. Good heavens, seeing the appearance of the 7 swordsmen, Heng Feng and the rest could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The previous yin-yang sword formation only had 4 second-grade illusory swordsmen. Now, there were actually 7 of them in the 5-element sword formation. This meant that the 5-element sword formation was even more powerful than the yin-yang sword formation. The yin-yang sword formation had killed more than half of the Dao sect's foundation establishment middle stage cultivators and more than half of the Qi refinement stage cultivators. What about the 5-element sword formation? Xiong Huasong, Liao Ke said coldly, I heard that you are an expert in Black Sky Sect's formations. The 10 Directions Annihilation formation that LV Jinyu was trapped in was your work. To tell you the truth, this 5-element sword formation is really much more powerful than the yin-yang sword formation. The heavens are virtuous, and I do not wish for too many cultivators to be buried here. If you know what's good for you, all of you should surrender. When my sword domain's sword transformation senior and your Dao sect's nascent soul masters arrive, all of you will be able to return safely to the 3 cultivation countries. Although your reputation will be damaged, it is still 100 times better than dying here, right? Liao Ke's words were even more powerful than the yin-yang sword formation. In an instant, he had broken the bottom line of many low-level foundation establishment and Qi refinement stage cultivators. That's right, we will fight to the end. Although we will die, but who will remember us? Rather than that, why not surrender and return to our homeland after the war? Although our reputation is a little bad, we can still look forward to the great Dao. It is still better than cutting off our cultivation path. Alright. Many cultivators were muttering like this. Heng Feng flew a few feet forward and laughed loudly. You sword cultivators do not cultivate and do not know the power of the heavenly Tao. You are just making a fool of yourselves here. Not to mention that Tao cultivators are natural enemies. Will the cultivators who surrender be able to wait until the end of the war? Even if the cultivators who surrender are able to return to their sex alive, their Tao heart will be damaged and they will have inner demons on their cultivation path. How can they improve when the Tao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall? How can they improve? Rather than having inner demons in their hearts and not being able to cultivate the great Tao, why not be magnanimous and walk the path of killing sword cultivators to the end? If they die and their names go down in history. If they live, they can wash away their worries and their cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Are there no records of this in the records of the various sects? After the war, who knows how many cultivators have their realms and cultivations improved greatly? How can we Tao sect cultivators be short-sighted people like you who do not wait for the heavenly Tao? When Heng Feng said this, many cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they had been enlightened, and many cultivators' foreheads were even covered in sweat. Liao Kei's words were not wrong, but he was a sword cultivator after all. How would he know about the Tao sect's cultivation? Heng Feng's words were even more correct. Unless the cultivator did not want to cultivate anymore and only wanted to escape with his life, then he should surrender. Otherwise, the inner demons would exist in his cultivation for the rest of his life. If he did not have a great opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of them. And such a great opportunity would probably be even more difficult than surviving the war of Tao cultivators. However, those who were enlightened naturally had the ability to comprehend. Those who did not could only sneer in their hearts and take Heng Feng's words as a form of encouragement. What heavenly Tao! What great Tao! Bai Shun laughed loudly. He actually formed an orchid shape with his fingers and pointed at Heng Feng. Now that there is no life, there is only the Tao of life and death. There was actually a kind of charm in the plump, fair man's eyes. It was even more beautiful than Luo Xuelan's. Let's go. Heng Feng could not be bothered to say anything else. He waved his hand and secretly transmitted his voice. Instantly, the group of late Foundation establishment stage disciples around Heng, as well as a dozen early Oris core stage cultivators, all moved and flew towards the west. Heng Feng and the rest had already broken through the boundary of the yin-yang sword formation. However, they did not see the disciples outside the formation. Naturally, they knew that they had already died at the hands of Tao cultivators. They had long been anxious to leave this place. Now that they had received Heng Feng's orders, they all activated their dermic powers and wanted to rush out of the 5-element sword formation that had yet to be activated. I heard that Tao cultivators are all knowledgeable people. Previously, they did not wait for their masters to arrive before speaking. Now, they want to leave without even waiting for their masters to speak. I don't know what to say. Xiao Jinding covered his mouth and laughed. He looked very refined and was not worried about the cultivators escaping far. They are in a hurry to die. Qing Jian said coldly. Big brother. Bai Tianming was about to say something when suddenly, Heng Feng, Yuan Zhongyu, and the rest moved at the same time. They clapped their hands together and the talismans that they had flaunted earlier appeared once again. Several brilliant rays of light flashed and countless powerful hurricanes were born. Combine! Qing Jian shouted when he saw this. Green sword light flashed around his body and a sprout-like sprout was born from his sword light. As the sword light flashed, the sprout-like sprout grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a towering tree. Moreover, the tree did not stop growing. It grew bigger and taller again. Wang! A sword hum could be heard coming from the tree. The entire tree had turned into an incomparably huge sword. When Qing Jian turned into a sword, the other 4 Tao cultivators did not stop. Bai Tianming let out a roar. A pitch-black sword light rushed out and surrounded his iron tower-like body. Gradually, his body transformed into an iron tower. Moreover, this iron tower was in a quadrangular shape. The scattered sword chi condensed into strands of dust that resembled smoke. I shone softly and bashfully, like a mortal girl undressing. She covered her face with her hands, and the yellow-green sword light on her hands continued to shoot out, completely covering her. With a loud bang, the sword light turned into sparks. A pillar-like huge sword surrounded by flames appeared in the air. A look of disdain appeared in Xiao Jinding's eyes. It was as if he despised Heng Ming and the others for not declaring war. However, he did not hesitate. He crossed his hands and a silver-white brilliance appeared in his hands. As he rubbed it on his arm, the silver-white brilliance overflowed and enveloped his entire body. Chapter 2672. Bang! The sound of a golden drum rang out, and Xiao Jinding's body gradually disappeared. A long sword that resembled a spear appeared in the air. The only woman among the 7 swordsmen was Luo Xuelon. Her movements were the smallest. She waved her hand, and a blue sword light rose up like a ladle and sprinkled on top of her head. Hua! The sound of water gushing out was like a fountain. Countless sword lights rushed out from the source of the sound, and flew straight up to a height of several feet. Along with the flickering of these sword lights, Luo Xuelon's figure also disappeared. The sword lights were like sparkling water droplets, shining with an extremely beautiful blue light. It was several times more beautiful than Luo Xuelon's. The moment the 5 giant swords appeared, they also absorbed the 5 elements spiritual qi from 100 zhang radius like a whale swallowing water. The sharpness of the sword qi and the restrictive power of the sword lights were not much inferior to the yuanying hands of Heng Heng and the rest. Kill Liao Ke and Ordinary first. Xiong Huasong immediately reminded everyone when he saw that the 5 of them had all transformed into swords. Haha. Liao Ke sneered as a 5-colored brilliance flashed around his body. In an instant, Liao Ke's body slowly elongated amidst the brilliance and 5-colored feathers appeared on his head. Furthermore, a pair of wings that were several feet in size slowly extended from Liao Ke's ribs as the brilliance flashed. A multicolored peacock slowly revealed its figure. Liao Ke flapped his wings slightly. As the 5-colored light and the feathers on his wings trembled, the 5 elements spiritual qi within 100 zhang radius became chaotic. The yuanying hands that were absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth stopped at the same time, and the light trembled. Not good. Heng Heng and the rest seemed to have a bad premonition. They seemed to know what this splitting-edge 5-elements sword formation was. Attack! Yuan Zhongyu and the rest activated their spirit talismans, sending the power from their golden dawn into them. At the same time, they tried their best to take out their magical treasures, wanting to kill Liao Ke before the 5 giant swords could take action. They wanted to prevent the formation from activating. Everyone rushed towards Liao Ke, leaving Ordinary to the side. However, Ordinary was extremely ordinary. There was no light around him, nor was there any fluctuation. Not even a trace of sword light could be seen. Furthermore, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that was like a hurricane also disappeared when it hit Ordinary's body. All of a sudden, Ordinary disappeared. He had disappeared into the hurricane. His disappearance did not attract the attention of any cultivators. However, a few moments later, Ordinary reappeared 1,000 feet away from the group of cultivators. However, the current Ordinary was different from before. Ordinary's originally short stature became even shorter. His entire body slowly elongated. Under the rising sun, Ordinary actually transformed into a flat disc that was a few feet in size. This disc was a little strange. It looked like it was made of metal but not metal. It looked like wood but not wood. There was no light on it. It was early in the morning, and there were some pitter-patter of raindrops. However, when these raindrops fell on the disc, they did not stop. Instead, they penetrated it as if there was nothing there. Only when the warm sunlight shone on it did it emit some light. This light was not sword light, but more like fluorescent light. This fluorescent light spots looked like starlight. These starlight spots rotated mysteriously, and their color gradually deepened. Wang, the 5 giant swords seemed to let out a sword hum at the same time. They flew into the air and flew towards Liao Ke. "Quick, stop them!" Xiang Ming shouted without hesitation. The 5 flying swords flew extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Liao Ke's 5-colored peacock. However, to Xiang Ming and Xiong Huasong's surprise, the 5 flying swords swept past Liao Ke's 5-colored peacock without stopping at all. "Io, we've been tricked." When Heng Zhao and the rest looked in the direction of the flying swords, they saw the disc that was a few feet in size in the air, slowly rotating under the sunlight. The 5 flying swords rushed to the bottom of the disc, and 5 sword chi rushed out. The flying swords directly covered the disc. Wang! The disc let out a huge rumbling sound, and as if it had eaten a large amount of spirit grass, it rapidly expanded. Whoosh! When the disc became a few dozen feet in size, the 5 flying swords rushed up and pierced the 5 edges of the disc. Pung! Just as the 5 flying swords came into contact with the disc, countless tiny sword flashes shot out from the disc. It was as if countless meteors were flying in all directions, trapping all the cultivators within the meteors. 5 planets disc? Xiong Huasong was the first to realize that something was amiss. He shouted in shock. "This? How did it end up in Hing country? 5 planets disc? Is it the core of the legendary 5 planets reversal star array?" When Heng Zhao and the rest heard this, they were also shocked. The so-called 5 planets reversal array was a legendary ancient killing array. It had long been lost on the Dawn Rain continent. The cultivators of the Dao sect had only grown up listening to stories of how this array had killed powerful cultivators. How could they not be shocked when they heard that the Dharma artifact that had fused with Ordinary's body was the core of this array? If I'm not wrong, it should be this. Xiong Huasong naturally knew more about array formations than Heng Zhao and the rest. He had some impression of something that had long been annihilated, but he didn't dare to be sure. This guy is the key to this 5-element splitting blade array. At this point, even if Xiang Ming didn't say it, who wouldn't know? The few Golden Core cultivators immediately abandoned Liao Ke and used their half-formed nascent soul hands to attack the 5 planets disc. Wang, the humming of the swords grew louder and louder. The entire 5 elements disc began to rotate violently, and the 5 huge flying swords also began to rotate. As the 5 elements planetary disc rotated, more and more meteors shot out from it, almost covering the entire 5 elements planetary disc. The meteor emitted an extremely dazzling sword light, and the whistling sword energy pierced through the air. It simply charged aimlessly towards the entire 5-element sword formation. Heng Zhao and the rest's nascent soul hands approached Ordinary with great difficulty. The closer they got, the more sword light shot out. Furthermore, the astrolabe and the 5 flying swords had almost merged into one, forming a colorless ball of light. The powerful sealing force of the several nascent soul stage cultivators did not seem to have any effect on the ball of light. In fact, the omnipresent sword chi was constantly neutralizing the nascent soul stage cultivators' hands and preventing them from getting closer. Heng Zhao and the rest's expressions changed slightly. This was the hand of a nascent soul. The reason why they dared to face a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman was because they knew that the hand of a nascent soul could destroy an illusory sword and was their guarantee of survival. But now, there were only 6 2nd-grade illusory swordsmen, and they were actually able to resist the hands of several nascent soul cultivators. How were they going to fight back? At this moment, a shocking bird cry rang out. Liao Ke, who had been ignored by everyone, suddenly flapped his wings again, and the 5-colored light shot into the sky. Wu, below everyone, the ground that had suddenly stopped trembled again, and cracks appeared like when the yin-yang sword array was activated. Oh no! Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were lucky survivors of the yin-yang sword array. How could they not know how powerful it was? They hurriedly stabilized their bodies and activated the simple array, preparing to receive the attack of the sword array. Unexpectedly, from the cracks on the ground, the 5-colored sword light shot out. These sword lights did not attack the cultivators, but instead, they shot straight into the sky. Even the sword lights below the cultivators did not directly attack them. This is... Before the crowd of cultivators could react, the tens of thousands of sword lights collided with the meteors shot out by the five-colored ball of light high up in the sky. Crackle, the sound of frying beans filled the entire sword array, and it did not stop. An unbelievable scene appeared in front of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. All the sword lights exploded with the sound, turning into countless fragments of light. The fragments of light floated in the air, sparkling and translucent. Moreover, each of the light spots had a different color. There were red, silver, black, blue, and even green. They complemented each other beautifully, making for an incomparably dazzling sight. Seeing how beautiful the five-element sword array was, all the cultivators were puzzled. Oh no, it's the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just as everyone was stunned for a moment, someone immediately sensed that something was wrong. Although the scene was so beautiful, the sparkling fragments of light were absorbing different types of heaven and earth spirit chi. Wherever the fragments of light covered, the heaven and earth spirit chi would be completely absorbed by the fragments of light, leaving not even a trace behind. Even near the nascent soul's hand, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was nowhere to be seen. Although the nascent soul's hand was powerful, it was few in number. How could it compare to the omnipresent fluorescent light? Not good. Xiong Huasong and the rest finally understood the power of the five-element sword array. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the array was absorbed by the sword lights. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Dao sect, where could they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? How could they fight against sword cultivators? After understanding the mystery behind this, Hengju and the others' backs were drenched in sweat. They were all shocked by LV Ruochang's calculations. Of course, the yin-yang sword array could kill qi refinement stage cultivators, and the five-element sword array could kill foundation establishment stage cultivators. Then, what would happen after the five-element sword array? It would probably be a sword array that could kill golden core cultivators? Quick, kill this bastard! Heng Feng and Dasun shouted. The golden cores in their dantians were surging, and they did not dare to hold back their true essence. They did not care whether or not they could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the sword array. They poured their dermic powers into the nascent soul's hand. Ooh! The nascent soul's hand indeed let out a roar and flashed with brilliance. Several waves of restrictive power increased once again and enveloped the five-element sword array. How can it be so simple? Liao Kei's voice rang out. It was very arrogant. As Liao Kei flew, the five-element sword array flashed with brilliance. As it flapped with all its might, an extremely large amount of fluorescent light surged into the nascent soul's hand. Pa! The first sound came from somewhere, but it was no longer important. Following that, the sound of explosions rang out everywhere. Chapter 2673. Right in front of Li Zongbao, several fluorescent lights suddenly exploded. From one of the fluorescent lights, a small sword about 3 inches long suddenly flew out, stabbing towards Li Zongbao's face at an even faster speed than the lightless shadow. The most frightening thing was that from the other fluorescent lights, small swords of various colors also flew out, stabbing towards Li Zongbao without any sign or direction. Not good. Although Li Zongbao had been on guard for a long time, when he saw such a strange situation, he was still somewhat unprepared. The immortal piercing whip in his hand was swung out without hesitation. Fortunately, Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip was usually in his hand and didn't need to be used. Unlike some of the nearby cultivators, who habitually took out their magic treasures and waited until the light of their magic treasures dimmed before suddenly realizing that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside the sword formation had long been absorbed by the fluorescent lights and was used to transform into flying swords. As the immortal piercing whip was swung, a string of whip shadows flew out, pa pa pa, protecting Li Zongbao's body and knocking away several flying swords. At this time, miserable screams were heard one after another from the nearby cultivators, all of whom were pitiful cultivators who couldn't defend themselves in time after taking out their magic treasures and being stabbed by the flying swords. These miserable screams were obviously more frequent than the yin-yang sword formation. The surviving qi refining cultivators were no longer lucky. Their flying yellow talismans, defensive yellow talismans, and magic treasures all relied on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the outside world. The true qi in their bodies was simply insufficient to support them. The sparkling sword lights had taken away all the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, cutting off their escape route. Moreover, although these flying swords looked very small, the sword qi inside them was extremely sharp. Even if the qi refining cultivators could block the first sword light, it would be difficult for them to dodge the second sword light. When the third and fourth sword light arrived without any warning, no ordinary qi refining cultivator could stand in midair. Since the aura refining cultivators were forced into such desperate straits, the early stage and mid-stage foundation establishment disciples weren't any better off either. Amidst this chaotic sword formation, they were only able to resist for a short moment. Once they let down their guard, a flying sword would appear out of nowhere and slash into their bodies. Li Zongbao was like this. He had just knocked away several flying swords and was about to raise his hand to block a flying sword that was slanting towards his neck. Suddenly, a sense of vigilance rose from under his feet. Almost without thinking, he quickly dodged. With a whoosh, a water-blue sword light flew past his armpit. That powerful sword qi penetrated his body's defense, causing the brilliance around his body to flash continuously. Smack! Li Zongbao didn't even have time to take in a breath of cold air. He hastily swung his immortal piercing whip again, knocking away the flying sword that was still stabbing towards his back. However, right at this moment, another unexpected event occurred. The flying sword had just touched Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip when it exploded once more with a cracking sound. Over a dozen even smaller flying swords shot towards Li Zongbao from all directions. Not good. Li Zongbao hastily activated his true core strength. While his right hand waved the immortal piercing whip to block the flying swords, his left hand released a defensive magic art. Crack! Li Zongbao's defense had just taken shape when the round shield was destroyed by two flying swords. Even the immortal piercing whip was only able to knock down several flying swords. There were still several flying swords of different colors that rushed towards Li Zongbao's body. Li Zongbao was greatly alarmed. He was now a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment. If even he couldn't dodge these flying swords, how could others dodge them? Li Zongbao hastily swung his sleeve. Similar to Xiaohua's Heaven and Earth sleeve, it was the Utmost Happiness faction's cuff restriction. In an instant, it covered the several flying swords. Naturally, Li Zongbao's cuff restriction was far inferior to Xiaohua's Heaven and Earth sleeve. However, the Utmost Happiness faction's magic art was also unique. Puff! Li Zongbao's Daoist robe was pierced by several flying swords, but the flying swords had already dimmed a lot. Li Zongbao merely waved the immortal piercing whip and immediately knocked down the flying swords. Li Zongbao could clearly see that even though the sword light was shot down, the sword light had turned into even more sparks and scattered in the air like the starlight from before. It could turn back into a sword at any time to assassinate a cultivator. Splitting Edge 5 Elemental Sword Formation. It really lives up to its name. At this moment, Li Zongbao was really convinced. This sword formation was definitely not inferior to the Golden Destruction Formation. While Li Zongbao was struggling to deal with it, high up in the sky, the nascent soul hands that Heng Zhao and the others had sent out were also in trouble. The nascent soul hands were extremely powerful, but they also required a lot of heaven and earth spiritual qi. The 5 elemental sword fragments absorbed all the heaven and earth spiritual qi nearby, making it difficult for the nascent soul hands to form. Furthermore, under Liao Kei's control, an extremely large number of sword light fragments exploded around the nascent soul's hands. The hundreds and thousands of flying swords stabbed towards them like maggots. Although the nascent soul's hands had the power to restrain, Under the impact of the flying swords, they gradually loosened. Even the talismans in the nascent soul's hands were attacked by the flying swords. Heng Zhao and the other golden core cultivators had a protective golden light around their bodies. When the flying swords hit them, they only flashed with golden light and could not really hurt their bodies. However, such an endless attack also consumed their dermic powers. Therefore, the golden core cultivators who were supporting the nascent soul hands could not free themselves to cast any spells to attack the 5 elements planetary disk. Of course, other than Heng Zhao and the other golden core cultivators who had spiritual talismans, there were many other golden core cultivators. These cultivators also took out their own dermic treasures and wanted to attack the 5 elements planetary disk. However, the flying swords were shooting out from the 5 elements planetary disk. The golden core cultivators could not get close to the 5 elements planetary disk and were immediately attacked by hundreds of flying swords. While the cultivators were protecting themselves, how could they really get close to the 5 elements planetary disk? What should we do now? Heng Zhao was a little anxious. He clearly knew that as long as they formed their nascent soul hands and restrained the 5 elements planetary disk, the 5 element swords that were everywhere in the sword formation would disappear. However, the nascent soul hands could not do anything. It was not just spiritual talismans. Without the 5 elements spiritual qi, all the dermic spells and dermic treasures of the Dao sect were useless. It was not that Heng Zhao had not considered the possibility of the sword formation blocking the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, sword cultivators also needed spiritual qi of heaven and earth. If sword cultivators did not use spiritual qi of heaven and earth, their flying swords were just decorations. However, Heng Zhao had never imagined that sword cultivators would use such a method of encroachment, using countless tiny flying swords to snatch spiritual qi of heaven and earth from other cultivators. This method, even if Heng Zhao racked his brains, he would not be able to think of it. It's this thing. Just as Heng Zhao was at a loss of what to do, a ray of blue light in the distance attracted his attention. His eyes lit up and he had an idea. Heng Zhao was looking in the direction of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao's cultivation was indeed impressive. Although he could not use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth outside his body, he could not completely defend against the flying swords with just the true essence in his body and the immortal piercing whip. Finally, he was hit by a few flying swords. Fortunately, Li Zongbao had a protective dermic treasure, so the flying swords were easily blocked. However, he knew that this protective dermic treasure was his last line of defense. Without true essence replenishment, his bottom line would be lowered every time the flying swords hit him. Therefore, he waved the immortal piercing whip with all his might to block the flying swords. And the flying swords were like locusts, inexhaustible. In fact, the flying swords that he shattered could still transform into flying swords. Such an endless cycle would cause even a nascent soul cultivator to eventually run out of true essence, right? Just as he was in a predicament, a ray of blue light flashed by. Just as he looked up, he immediately felt his heart tremble. Li Zongbao knew that this was Fairy Hong Xia's connate primordial water. When he retracted his gaze, the thin layer of primordial water wrapped around him. At this moment, other than Fairy Hong Xia, Mingyu, Ji Mingxiu, and the rest were all within the primordial water. Many thanks, Li Zongbao said calmly. He had wanted to protect Fairy Hong Xia on account of Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia. Who would have thought that he would be protected by Fairy Hong Xia again and again? Connate primordial water. Li Zongbao immediately thought of the method Xiaohua used to kill Qin Jian. He thought to himself, this item must have been given to Fairy Hong Xia by Xiaohua. Fairy Hong Xia's Xiantian primordial water was indeed effective. Although it was only a thin layer, all the tiny swords that dashed over could no longer maintain the shape of flying swords when they were not covered by the primordial water. Once again, they turned into tiny specks of light and disappeared into the primordial water. Connate item. Impressive indeed. Li Zongbao sighed. Suddenly, his heart lit up. He hurriedly shouted, Junior Sister Hong Xia, open up a small gap in the primordial water. Although Fairy Xianxia did not understand why, she still did it anyway. Master and disciple were truly of one heart. When Li Zongbao looked up at the invincible five-colored ball of light in the sky, Heng Heng's gaze also fell on it. Although Heng Heng did not say anything, his gaze met with Li Zongbao's. Li Zongbao understood his master's thoughts. He turned around and said, "Junior sister Xianxia, in this five-element splitting-edge sword formation, everything will be attacked by the five-element swords. Connate items are an exception. Connate primordial water, connate primordial fire, connate primordial wood, connate primordial gold and connate primordial earth can all counter this sword formation. Among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, there are many who have such encounters. However, looking around us, we have yet to see such a person. Only junior sister has this connate primordial water. Therefore, to break this formation and save the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples, it all depends on junior sister." This. Fairy Xianxia was slightly taken aback. She did not expect that the heavy responsibility of saving hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples would fall on her shoulders. Of course, Fairy Xianxia was also an outstanding person. She knew that this was a great opportunity. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "I will follow senior brother Li's instructions." "Good. Follow me." Li Zongbao was overjoyed. Chapter 2674. Senior Brother Li. Ji Mingxiu said anxiously, "The swordsmen who set up the array are all grade 2 illusory swords. Now that they have transformed into flying swords, how can Foundation establishment disciples like us withstand their attacks? Why don't senior sister Xianxia hand over the connate primordial water to the golden core masters?" Li Zongbao nodded and looked at Fairy Xianxia. "That works too, as long as junior sister Xianxia is willing to part with it for the time being." Fairy Xianxia smiled bitterly. If the connate primordial water was in the mist-tide pearl, it would be fine no matter what. However, she had already sent the mist-tide pearl into her ice phoenix body. Even if she wanted to take it out, she could not. "It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that I can't take it out. I can only control it myself." Fairy Xianxia shook her head. "All right, Xianxia, you can go now. I'll be responsible for the safety of Mingxiu and the rest for now." Mingyu took out her magic treasure Mingyu and said softly, "Thank you, Martial Aunt Mingyu." Fairy Xianxia looked into the distance and said, "There's a crimson-red glow over there and an azure-blue glow over there. It must be the Xiantian primordial fire and primordial water. If Martial Uncle has the time, you can head over and search for it." "Thank you, Martial Aunt Mingyu. I'll immediately report to Master and send more Golden Core Masters to look for disciples who have connate primordial water to refine magic treasures." Li Zongbao said hurriedly. "Let's go." Seeing Fairy Xianxia release a corner of the connate primordial water, Mingyu waved her hand and led the group away. After Mingyu and the rest flew away, Fairy Xianxia activated the connate primordial water to protect herself and Li Zongbao as she flew into the sky. How could the Golden Core Masters not know what Fairy Xia's connate primordial water meant? They were all overjoyed. Xiang Ming even shouted, "Martial niece Xianxia, you are the main contributor to breaking this array. Not only will my Rinsing Flower sect record your merit, even the dozens of sects in the Three Kingdoms will have to be grateful to you." Only Xiong Huasong frowned and shouted, "Fellow Daoists, please hold off these annoying flying swords. I'll discuss this with my martial niece." "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Xiong." Heng Zhao knew that he and the others were inferior to Xiong Huasong in terms of array formations, so he naturally activated his golden core again. His dermic powers surged out and supported the nascent soul hand once again. Even Liao Ke, who was flapping his wings to activate the 5-elemental firefly fragment, had a slight change in expression. Although the splitting-edge 5-elemental sword array had ordinary as the array core, with the azure sword and the other 5-elemental flying swords as support to activate the array, Liao Ke was also an extremely important figure. He was a mutated peacock bird cultivator and was adept at conjuring the 5 elemental spirit chi. Ordinary and company were the array core and had no time to fend for themselves, so Liao Ke was responsible for defending and protecting the array core. Although there were dozens of golden core cultivators among the Dao sect cultivators earlier, these golden core cultivators had been caught off guard and were unable to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hence, they had been suppressed and attacked by the 5-element broken fireflies. On the other hand, Liao Ke had relied on his unique peacock talent to control a large number of broken fireflies and was not at a disadvantage against dozens of golden core cultivators. This had caused his originally arrogant heart to become even more arrogant. At this moment, when Liao Ke saw Fairy Hong Xia's connate primordial water approaching, his heart skipped a beat. With a flap of his wings, thousands of broken fireflies rushed towards Fairy Hong Xia. There were so many of these broken fireflies and they were so powerful that a beginner golden core cultivator who was standing between the two barely managed to hold on for a moment. Not daring to stay any longer, he hurriedly dodged and sent the wave-like broken fireflies towards the connate primordial water. Pa, pa, pa. Continuous sounds of explosions could be heard near the connate primordial water. Thousands of small swords were formed and charged towards the connate primordial water. I'd like to see. How many drops of your connate primordial water can you possibly have? Liao Ke saw the thousands of small swords falling into the connate primordial water and turning back into the 5 elemental spirit chi. He could sense that Fairy Hong Xia's connate primordial water was not completely suppressing the 5 element swords. The 5 elemental spirit chi that had turned back into connate primordial water was also disrupting it. In fact, it even clashed with the connate primordial water and turned it into nothingness. Liao Ke understood that as long as his 5-element broken fireflies were sufficient, Fairy Hong Xia's connate primordial water would be depleted sooner or later. Therefore, Liao Ke flapped his wings and diverted most of his energy to Fairy Hong Xia's side. Rinsing Flower Sex Kai Hong Xia greets Martial Uncle Xiong. Fairy Hong Xia controlled the connate primordial water to block Liao Ke's attack while looking at Xiong Huasong who had flown below the connate primordial water. Xiong Huasong did not stand on ceremony and asked directly, "How many drops of connate primordial water do you have? Your cultivation is still weak. You can lend me some of your connate primordial water." "I'll let Martial Uncle Xiong know." Fairy Hong Xia said anxiously, "I have a lot of connate primordial water, but as for how many drops, I'm not sure." "Great." Xiong Huasong was worried that Fairy Hong Xia did not have much connate primordial water, which was why he was so worried. When he heard that Fairy Hong Xia did not know how many drops she had, he was overjoyed. "Quick, give it to me. I've refined the misty tide pearl that contains the connate primordial water together with the connate primordial blood dharma body. I'm unable to give it to Martial Uncle." Fairy Hong Xia did not dare to hide anything and replied hurriedly. "Ah? Refining a magic treasure together with the dharma body? How did you come up with such an unimaginable method?" Xiong Huasong was in disbelief. "This is the first time I've heard of this." Li Zongbao, who was at the side, was silent. Naturally, he could not speak. "It was just a sudden idea," Fairy Hong Xia said softly. "Oh well." Xiong Huasong knew that this was not the time to ask too many questions. He said hurriedly, "When you release the connate primordial water, will it be able to completely block off the 5-colored light?" Fairy Hong Xia knew what Xiong Huasong was referring to. She raised her head and looked at it. Biting her lips, she thought for a while and said, "I'll try my best." "Great." Xiong Huasong clapped his hands again and said, "Release the dharma body and control the misty tide pearl to release the connate primordial water, blocking off the 5-colored light. You'll have done a great service." "It's that simple?" Fairy Hong Xia could not believe it. "Of course it's that simple." Xiong Huasong smiled and said, "Once you block off the eye of the splitting edge 5-elemental sword formation, those darn flying swords will not be able to be produced. Then, our talismans will be able to be used." With the talismans, their 5 elemental swords will be nothing. Do you understand? I understand. Fairy Xianxia nodded hurriedly. Martial Uncle Xiong. Li Zongbao, who was at the side, narrowed his eyes and reminded, Junior Sister Xianxia is only a foundation establishment middle stage disciple. Even if she can control the connate primordial water, she can't possibly block off the 5 elemental swords disc all by herself, right? Why don't we find a few more disciples who have connate items to refine magic treasures? It won't be too late to do that. How can a magic treasure refined by a connate item compare to a connate item? Xiong Huasong waved his hand and said, besides, a connate item won't be of much use. If martial niece Xianxia has a few drops of connate primordial water, we won't have to place our hopes on her. But Li Zongbao still shook his head. Junior Sister Xianxia released the Dharma body, she will definitely be attacked by the 5 elemental swords. With us guarding by her side, what else can she do? Xiong Huasong replied without hesitation. Li Zongbao originally wanted to say, you guys are already in a sorry state, how can you care about others? However, Xiong Huasong was after all a golden core master, and Li Zongbao did not dare to offend him. Then, Li Zongbao said again, if Junior Sister Xianxia covers up the Eye of the Formation, there are 6 grade 2 illusory swordsmen at the Eye of the Formation, Senior Sister Xianxia, Martial Niece Zongbao. Xiong Huasong said coldly, this is an urgent matter. In the time that you have asked these few questions, thousands of disciples have already fallen in my sect. Even if Martial Niece Xianxia is in danger of dying, which one do you think is more suitable to exchange her death for the lives of hundreds of thousands of disciples? Li Zongbao was silent, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Junior will go. Fairy Xianxia knew that Xiong Huasong's words were cruel and heartless. If she wanted to protect herself, she would definitely not risk her life. However, since she was already trapped in the sword formation, and since she had already joined the battle, she would encounter many things that were beyond her control. Hence, she would not be able to make a choice. I will accompany you, Li Zongbao said helplessly. He also knew that this was probably the best choice. Senior brother Li, you don't have to come over. Since Fairy Xianxia had already made her decision, she said indifferently, Junior Sister is going to release the Dharma body. Under the primordial water, I cannot take care of others. Senior brother, it is better for you to leave this place. Li Zongbao nodded and reminded, be careful. Junior Sister knows. Fairy Xianxia nodded. After hesitating for a moment, she said, if anything happens to Junior Sister, you must inform him. Let him take revenge for me. Don't worry. Definitely. Li Zongbao's words were concise, and he immediately escaped from the Xiantian primordial water. Xiong Huasong, who was standing by the side, was stunned. He saw Li Zongbao defending Fairy Xianxia, and thought that Li Zongbao had feelings for her. Who knew that Fairy Xianxia had left her last words for someone who was not Li Zongbao, and even wanted that person to take revenge for her? What was even stranger was that Li Zongbao actually agreed to it, as though he would definitely take revenge for Fairy Xianxia. At that moment, Xiong Huasong's heart skipped a beat. That he couldn't be some nascent soul stage master? Even if it is a nascent soul stage master, so what? Xiong Huasong steeled his heart. Since things have come to this, even if a nascent soul stage master blames me, he can't do anything to me. Let's go. Xiong Huasong also flew out of the Xiantian primordial water. That half-nascent soul stage hand that was swaying in midair was still being attacked by many flying swords, and it was barely holding on. Jin, a phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens, and an ice phoenix celestial body flew out from Fairy Xia's body. Above that misty green ice phoenix celestial body, strands of water-type heaven and earth spiritual chi condensed. Those slanted eyes of the ice phoenix celestial body flashed with a cold brilliance, and a domineering aura surged out from the ice phoenix celestial body. Seeing that the ice phoenix celestial body was released, The mutated peacock that Liao Ke had transformed into also raised its neck and cried out. The same cry shook the surroundings, as though it wanted to compete with the ice phoenix. Not only that, as Liao Ke's wings flapped, an endless hurricane was created, and waves after waves of 5 elemental swords flew towards the ice phoenix celestial body. Chapter 2675. Fairy Xianxia's ice phoenix celestial body had already been partially damaged by the yin-yang sword array. Now that the ice phoenix celestial body was released, an indescribable pain was transmitted into Fairy Xia's body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Fellow Daoists, quick, block this sword light. Xiong Huasong waved his hand, no longer holding back the dermic powers in his body. His nascent soul's hand waved, and many rays of light flashed, wanting to block in front of Fairy Xianxia. Xiang Ming and the rest scrambled to be the first, hurriedly waving their talismans to protect Fairy Xianxia, their only hope of breaking the array. Jeeth! The ice phoenix celestial body cried out again, not without pain. From the ice phoenix's mouth, the connate primordial water gushed out like an upside-down waterfall, instantly covering an area of more than 100 feet. Ah? Liao Ke was really shocked. It was not that ordinary, and the rest did not consider connate items when they set up the splitting-edge 5-element sword array, but how could rare connate items be so easy to obtain? Just as Li Zongbao said, there would definitely be someone among the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators who would have such treasures. But any treasure that had 1 or 2 drops or even 1 or 2 wisps would be considered extremely lucky. How could they have thought of that? Fairy Xia's connate primordial water could not be measured with drops. It could be measured with 10 feet, 10 feet. Of course, Fairy Xia was still fine. If Xiaohua were here, not to mention connate primordial water, even a connate jellyfish would be able to scare Liao Ke to death. Not good. While Liao Ke was screaming in his heart, Xiong Huasong and the rest were overjoyed. A few of them flew up and surrounded Fairy Xia. They did not hope to kill Liao Ke, but as long as they could protect Fairy Xia, this array would definitely be broken. Indeed, Fairy Xia did not disappoint them. Although the ice phoenix celestial body flapped its wings with some difficulty, the 100 feet of Xiantian primordial water grew larger and larger. It was like a blue wave that mended the heavens, smoothly supporting the falling fireflies. Although this splitting-edge 5-elemental sword formation was very strange, as every part of the formation could condense sword light out of thin air and form flying swords, to a golden core cultivator, the most threatening thing was still the swarming fireflies in the eye of the formation. Fairy Xia's primordial water blocked these fireflies, causing the 5 elemental swords to be annihilated by the primordial water. Very quickly, the spirit talismans produced by the golden core cultivators began to shine brilliantly again. At this time, the golden core cultivators really couldn't care less about holding anything back. Although the hand of a nascent soul required a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi, which was far from what the formation could provide, they still channeled their true essence from their golden cores and poured their magic power into the talisman. Liao Ke could no longer hold back. With a cry, its body expanded rapidly, and with a flap of its wings, it shot towards the ice phoenix celestial body like a shooting star. Rumble! With a loud sound, the peacock slammed into the spirit talisman protecting Fairy Xia. This strange peacock was really strong, to be able to knock the nascent soul's hand askew and rush out of the gap. The ice phoenix celestial body cried out in pain. It was the peacock that had stretched out its claws and grabbed onto the wings of the ice phoenix celestial body. How strong was the body of the peacock that could knock the nascent soul's hand away? In an instant, it tore off a piece of the ice phoenix celestial body's wing. Fairy Xia cried out in pain. Her body trembled violently, and the ice phoenix celestial body trembled as well. At the same time, the ice phoenix celestial body fell rapidly, as if it wanted to retract into Fairy Xia's body. How dare you! Dasun and Xiangming's nascent soul's hands grabbed at the peacock's wings at the same time. The peacock did not dare to delay and hurriedly flapped its wings and flew up. Junior disciple, hold on for a while longer. Xiong Huasong could only encourage Fairy Hongxia. All right. Fairy Hongxia replied. She tried her best to stabilize the Ice Phoenix celestial body, and urged the Xiantian true water to wrap around the 5 elements planetary disk. However, the closer it got to the 5 elements planetary disk, the more sword lights there were, and the more Xiantian true water was consumed. Fairy Hongxia did not care about the consumption of Xiantian true water, but the sword chi from the sword lights was something she could not bear. Fairy Hongxia did not temper her bones like Xiaohua, and her body did not have the strength of 10,000 caddies. The sword chi was as heavy as a mountain, and when it collided with the true water, she was unable to take another step forward. Xiong Huasong seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well, and hurriedly shouted, Senior Sister Hongxia, if you have any more true water, surround it from all sides. Just hold on for a while longer. Alright. Fairy Hongxia gritted her teeth. The Ice Phoenix celestial body was already damaged, and several more streams of true water surged out, surrounding the 5 elements planetary disk. The peacock was sent flying by the Yuanying stage's hand. It soared in midair, and with a long cry, it swooped down again. However, a loud explosion sounded, and Fairy Hongxia's Xiantian true water was completely shattered by this explosion. The Ice Phoenix celestial body could not hold on any longer, and quickly retreated into Fairy Hongxia's body. The impact of this explosion also injured Fairy Hongxia, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and she almost fainted in midair. Amidst the explosion, countless sword lights scattered. The 5-colored light had already dispersed, and the 5 giant swords and the 5 elements planetary disk were scattered in midair. What made Xiong Huasong and the rest happy was that the 5 flying swords were much dimmer than before. They must have used up a lot of energy to activate this sword formation. Fellow Daoists, this is the best time to kill this fiend. Heng Heng waved the spirit talisman in his hand, and the giant hand flashed in midair, grabbing at one of the flying swords. The powerful restrictive force immediately passed through space, and covered the giant hand. That's right. Xiangming shouted, and several golden core spirit talismans swayed as they flew over. A shrill voice sounded out. We have been setting up this formation for 8 years, and we wanted to kill 100,000 cultivators. Who knew that the heavens were unfair, and the formation was broken by a foundation establishment cultivator. I am not resigned to this. I will not yield. As he spoke, the giant yellow-red sword light suddenly shone brightly. It was the transformation of the white and fat swordswoman. What is there to love in life? What is there to fear in death? And here, sword domain, transforming into a sword to support the snowy mountains. The giant green sword also let out a hearty laugh, and then light scattered in all directions. Fellow swordsmen. The 5 elements planetary disk gradually revealed its ordinary figure, and its plain face revealed a look of shock. Even Liao Ke, who was far away, was shocked. We swore to kill 100,000 cultivators, and now there are only a few tens of thousands left. How can we meet LV Genyu? How can we meet the fallen swordsman of sword domain? Within the pitch-black sword light, Bai Tianming's voice was extremely solemn as he said, We have made up our minds. Fellow swordsmen, there is no need to stop us. The 3-sword sect is already like this, how can we not follow? Xiao Jinding's arrogant voice also came from the silver-white sword light. There was no movement within the giant blue sword, but the sword light suddenly shone brightly. This was Luo Shuilan's will. Enough. Ordinary shouted. If you don't have my help, how are you going to kill 100,000 cultivators? As he spoke, Ordinary's figure disappeared again, and the 5 elements planetary disk shone with bright starlight. Oh no. Dasun and the rest were shocked. Knowing that the swordsman was going to fight like a cornered beast, they quickly withdrew the spirit talismans in their hands. At this moment, the pitch-black sword light flashed rapidly, flying towards Fairy Xianxia. I will kill this woman first. Dodge! Xiang Ming shouted hurriedly, activating the spirit talisman in his hand. However, he was already retreating, and if he hurriedly activated it again, how could he block the giant sword in time? In an instant, the sword light had arrived beside Fairy Xianxia. How could Fairy Xianxia possibly dodge such an attack that was comparable to a sword? Xiaohua! Fairy Xia's body was already supporting herself in midair. At this moment, her face was calm as she closed her eyes and murmured. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was now trapped in the Brahma Golden Palace, fighting with Yutong. How could he appear here? How dare you hurt my Dao sect disciple? Just as Fairy Xianxia was about to die, a loud shout came from the side. It was Li Zongbao who was guarding the left side. The immortal piercing whip was like a dragon as it struck towards the giant sword. Of course, Li Zongbao was only in the late foundation establishment stage, and the immortal piercing whip was only in the early golden core stage. It could not block a sword attack, but how could Li Zongbao not use the immortal piercing whip? Boom! With a loud sound, the immortal piercing whip was like a lonely golden dragon as it was struck by the sword. However, the sword was also struck by the huge force of the immortal piercing whip. It brushed past Fairy Xia's robe and flew out. Bai Tianming was also at the point where he was about to die. Lucky! Xiang Ming exclaimed in his heart. However, Li Zongbao spat out a mouthful of blood and his body withered in midair. Big Senior Li! Fairy Xianxia broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly flew down. She touched her storage bag and took out the elixirs given to her by Xiaohua. She hurriedly took one for herself and gave another to Li Zongbao. I have my own. Li Zongbao waved his hand and rejected her flatly. Xiaohua gave this to me. Fairy Xianxia said hurriedly. Li Zongbao looked at the ugly elixir in Fairy Xia's hand and frowned slightly. He whispered, "Oh?" It was as if he had understood something, but also as if he was confused. However, Li Zongbao took it without hesitation and swallowed it. However, before he could circulate his energy to dissolve the elixir, he heard 5 consecutive loud explosions. 5 balls of sword light rushed wildly from 5 different directions towards the surrounding cultivators. At the same time, under the activation of the 5 elements planetary disk, countless 5-colored sword lights rushed out from the ground. These sword lights were attracted by the 5 balls of sword light and turned into 5 element swords that were a few feet long. They stabbed wildly towards the Dao sect cultivators. This last bloodbath of the 5 element swords formation was 10 times more powerful than the previous one. The individual sword lights were several times faster than the previous one. The power of the sword chi was also several times stronger. In just a moment, continuous screams could be heard everywhere and blood was everywhere. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the continuous 5-colored sword lights gradually disappeared. Chapter 2676. When they looked at the sky again, the strange peacock had already flown away. The 5 elements planet plate also did not transform into an ordinary body. With a flash in the sky, it disappeared just like how it had appeared before. No one knew where it went. Calm down, calm down. Seeing the sorrowful scene, the group of Dao sect practitioners did not know what to do. There were even many disciples with strong Dao hearts who were hysterical. They looked around with red eyes, as if they were about to attack at any time. Heng Zhao and the rest knew that the minds of these disciples had been invaded by the madness of the 6 sword practitioners. How would they dare to be negligent? They hurriedly flew into the sky and shouted, "The sword practitioners' formation has been broken by us. Take some pills and meditate for a while." More than 10 golden core cultivators stood in 4 different directions and cried out anxiously. The other golden core early stage and late stage foundation establishment disciples also came to their senses and flew to different directions, comforting the disciples of the various sects one by one. Cough cough, Senior brothers, junior brothers. Li Zongbao slowly flew up, his body covered in blood. His voice was a little hoarse and low, but his tone was firm. We have broken this formation. 5 second-grade illusory swordsmen are nothing more than this. Compared to the 3rd-grade illusory sword Qinjian, they are far inferior. With that said, Li Zongbao pointed at Fairy Xianxia, who was not far away, and smiled. It's Fairy Xianxia from Huanhua sect. It's our junior sister, who is only at the middle foundation establishment stage, who broke this so-called 5 elements splitting-edge sword formation by herself. Think about it. How powerful can sword practitioners be? Didn't they just rely on an encirclement? Didn't they just have hundreds of thousands of swordsmen hiding in the dark? How can those cowardly swordsmen, who do not dare to fight openly with us Daoist sect cultivators, be a match for us? Fairy Xia's face was slightly red, and she immediately understood Li Zongbao's meaning. She hurriedly flew to Li Zongbao's side and smiled. That smile was so shy that it made Zijihua blush. Senior brothers, although we are in danger and have exhausted our powers, we can still break through this formation. But, with just my own dermic powers, I can break this array. There's no other reason. My Dao sect has countless dermic spells, and none of them are something that the barbarian sword cultivators of Huan country can touch. Isn't this 5 elemental sword array my Dao sect's 5 elemental array? Little sister had only used a few drops of innate primordial water to break their formation. Little sister really didn't know what to say anymore. These 5 illusory swordsmen were probably too ashamed to meet their master, so they had no choice but to self-detonate. Ha ha ha, even though Fairy Xianxia repeated Li Zongbao's words a lot, and even some of her words did not convey her meaning, the last sentence made everyone laugh out loud. Although the comforting words of Heng Zhao and the others were somewhat effective, they were golden core cultivators after all. Their mental state was different from that of most foundation establishment cultivators. It was a form of intimidation that came from above. But Fairy Xianxia was different. She was only a female cultivator in the later stages of foundation establishment. She looked extremely beautiful, and even seemed a little weak. If a female cultivator like her was not afraid, the male cultivators' hearts would naturally be filled with a desire to win, and even a determination to protect her. Therefore, Fairy Xia's words were much more effective than Heng Zhao and the rest's comforting words. The group of cultivators gradually calmed down, and the faith in their hearts was restored. After all, everyone had seen with their own eyes that Fairy Xianxia had controlled the innate primordial water to force the 5 elements planetary disk to respond. Just a drop of innate primordial water was enough to break the eye of the array. What about innate primordial fire? What about other innate items? They must be able to do it too. And these items were not rare in the hands of cultivators. If Fairy Xianxia could do it, they naturally believed that they could do it as well. It was just that they were too far away from the 5 elements planetary disk. Faith was the most magical thing. For example, Zhong Pei and the rest had consumed spiritual seeds. Although they could change their physiques according to the spiritual seeds in order to adapt to the changes in the heaven and earth spiritual qi, this adaptation was useful for ordinary people. To them, it had little effect. But why did their cultivation progress so rapidly? It was because they believed that they could succeed. They believed that they could rely on the spiritual seeds and Daoist Zhao's magical cultivation to succeed. Therefore, they succeeded. This could be explained by a firm Dao heart. Everyone in the sword formation was the same. Previously, their Dao hearts had been destroyed by the bloodbath. After Fairy Xia's words, they changed their minds. Their Dao hearts were strengthened, and the entire sword formation was stabilized. Even the morale of the cultivators was boosted. Great! Heng Zhao and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief. Heng Zhao looked at Li Zongbao with gratification, and then looked deeply at Fairy Xianxia. His eyes shone with a trace of brilliance. Xiang Ming was even more delighted. The credit for breaking the formation belonged to the Huanhua sect. After Li Zongbao's words and Fairy Xia's encouragement, the morale of the entire battlefield changed, and the name of the Huanhua sect became even more resounding. The Huanhua sect, which had always been lukewarm in the battle of Dao cultivators, was now famous. Besides the utmost happiness faction, Imperial Thunder faction, Xuanyan school, Xiantian sect, and other famous disciples, the Huanhua sect was not to be outdone. Of course, Xiang Ming looked at Fairy Xianxia and Li Zongbao thoughtfully. But how would Fairy Xianxia know about this? She looked at Li Zongbao's bloodstains and thought for a while. She clapped her hands and took out a jade bottle. She whispered, "Senior brother Li, can you take another pill?" If Fairy Xianxia had not mentioned this, Li Zongbao might not have thought of it. But when he saw Fairy Xia's jade bottle, Li Zongbao activated his heart skill again, and his face was immediately filled with astonishment. "Junior sister Xianxia, this pill, how many more do you have?" Li Zongbao asked, puzzled. "Oh." Fairy Xianxia was naturally stunned. "Senior brother Li, senior sister Xianxia." At this moment, Xiao Mao's voice came from afar. This guy was also covered in blood and looked even worse than Li Zongbao. But his face was filled with joy and even excitement. You're not dead too." Li Zongbao nodded lightly. "Why did you only come to find me now?" Xiao Mao was used to Li Zongbao's indifference. He bowed slightly to the two of them and smiled. "I've been wanting to find senior brother Li for a long time so that you can protect me. But this sword array is really messy. I don't dare to walk around blindly. I can only follow my fellow brothers. Just now when senior brother Li and senior sister Xianxia broke the 5-element sword array, I saw the two of you. Plus, the dozens of senior brothers who joined forces with me were all killed. I had no choice but to find senior brother Li. There must be another sword array after this one. You can follow me." Fairy Xianxia knew that Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua had some connections. She nodded slightly. "Thank you, senior sister." Xiao Mao said hurriedly. "Give it to me." Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Mao, puzzled. "What?" Xiao Mao scratched his head. "Elixir." "The elixir that Xiao Hua gave you." Li Zongbao seemed to be a man of few words. Xiao Mao understood. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took the jade bottle and crushed it. He looked inside and sniffed it. He frowned slightly and raised his head. "Is there more?" Xiao Mao couldn't take it anymore. He whispered, "Big brother Xiao gave this to me in private. I heard that it was an elixir that he obtained with great difficulty. Senior brother Li only needs one." "Nonsense, is there more?" Li Zongbao couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and asked directly. Xiao Mao felt wronged and whispered, "There is more. But this is my life-saving item. Just now, I almost died. Senior brother Li, why do you need so many elixirs?" Fairy Xianxia was also surprised. She couldn't understand why Li Zongbao was so strong. She didn't know that Li Zongbao's parting love treasure mirror had already been completed. "You and I are just foundation establishment disciples. In the future, we still have to rely on golden core masters to break the array." Li Zongbao only said this and didn't say anything else. Fairy Xianxia and Xiao Mao weren't stupid. They understood immediately. The two of them thought for a while and each took out a few more jade bottles from their storage bags and handed them to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took them and said calmly, "I will only give these to the Golden Core Masters and say that they are for the two of you. I won't say anything else. As for the senior uncles of Huanhua sect and Xuanyan sect, you can give them to them yourselves." As he spoke, he turned and flew into the air. Xiao Hua didn't give senior brother Li any elixirs? Once Li Zongbao left, Fairy Xianxia whispered to Xiao Mao. "I don't know." Xiao Mao was a little embarrassed. He didn't know if Li Zongbao had any. However, it was obvious that Li Zongbao didn't have any. Even if he did, it wouldn't be such a good elixir. "Is senior brother Li angry?" Xiao Mao asked tentatively. "How would I know?" Fairy Xianxia pursed her lips. She was a little embarrassed and angry at Xiao Hua's stinginess. Seeing Fairy Xianxia turn and fly towards Xiang Ming, Xiao Mao also took out a few elixirs and flew towards Gao Wei. Li Zongbao's prediction was right. Many golden core cultivators had used the golden core in their dantian to forcefully activate their talismans. Their meridians and golden core were damaged. It was just that the situation just now was dangerous and no one dared to be careless. There were even a few who did the same thing as Bai Tianming and the rest when they were in a desperate situation. Who would care about that little bit of damage? But at this moment, when they were adjusting their breathing, they felt that there was something wrong with their meridians. If it was a normal situation, they could just meditate and recuperate for a few days. But now it was a matter of life and death. If they didn't rush out of the sword array, they could die at any time. No one dared to underestimate these injuries. Just as the group of golden core cultivators were thinking about which elixirs to consume, Li Zongbao presented the elixirs. Naturally, he gave them to Heng Heng first. Heng Ju said with a smile, "Master saw it all. Give this elixir to the other uncle masters. Master has another elixir here." "Master, you take it?" Li Zongbao didn't explain. "I just took it. It's better than the elixirs of our sect." "Oh." Heng Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at Fairy Xianxia and Xiao Mao who were flying towards their respective sections. However, he had always trusted this disciple of his. He didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. But just as he was about to consume it, he was stunned. The appearance of this elixir was really too ugly. Chapter 2678. This ugly pill did not even have a hint of medicinal fragrance. What kind of pill was this? However, when Heng Zhao saw the faint runes on the surface of the pill, his eyes flashed with surprise. "Master, take it first. Everything can wait until after the battle." Li Zongbao did not hesitate to cut off Heng Zhao's line of questioning. "All right." Heng Zhao swallowed it immediately. Indeed, after a short while, Heng Zhao's eyebrows trembled uncontrollably. "Master, give it to the other uncle masters." Li Zongbao held up the jade bottle and said, "This is the pill obtained by junior sister Hong Xia from Huanhua sect and junior brother Xiao Mao from Xuanyan sect. Come with me." Heng Zhao sighed in his heart and did not take the pill. He turned around and flew towards Dasun. Li Zongbao knew that his master was doing this for his own good. Even though the pill was not his, if he gave it to the other uncle masters, he would owe him a huge favor. However, Li Zongbao's expression did not change as he flew behind Heng Zhao. Xiang Ming had already taken the pill. When he saw Fairy Hong Xia flying over, he smiled and said, "Junior sister Hong Xia, you can keep this pill for yourself." As he spoke, he looked at Li Zongbao who was following Heng Zhao to distribute the pills. He said, "This favor should have been yours. However, if you are willing to give it to Li Zongbao, I will not say anything. You have contributed so much in the battle and Li Zongbao has also contributed greatly. You don't have to say anything to your master. Even if the sect leader comes forward, I will agree." "Ah?" Fairy Hong Xia was taken aback. Her face flushed red. She had not expected Xiang Ming to have such thoughts. However, just as Fairy Hong Xia was about to explain, a sigh came from behind her. "Sigh, junior sister Hong Xia. This old woman has failed you." Fairy Hong Xia quickly turned around and saw that it was Mingyu. However, there were only a few disciples behind Mingyu. Ji Mingxiu and the rest were not among them. Fairy Hong Xia immediately understood. Ji Mingxiu had most likely perished. As expected, Mingyu smiled bitterly. The five-element sword formation was really fierce just now. My powers are limited and I cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from outside. Hence, I could not take care of so many disciples. Uncle Master Mingyu. Fairy Hong Xia's heart turned sour as she whispered, "To be able to protect you until now, junior apprentice Sister Ji and the others have already." At this point, Fairy Hong Xia could no longer speak. The smiling faces of Ji Mingxiu and the others kept appearing in her mind. "Martial uncle, this is a type of spirit pill that disciple obtained. Please take it." Fairy Hong Xia obediently passed the elixir to Mingyu. "I hope that martial aunt will be able to protect even more disciples after consuming it." Because Bright Moon had protected so many Foundation establishment disciples, she had sustained some internal injuries and had not had the time to consume any pills. Now that she saw Fairy Xianxia offering her a gift, she accepted it without hesitation. Naturally, when she saw this ugly pill, she had the same expression as Heng Ting. It seemed like judging a person by their appearance and judging a pill by their appearance were all the same. Luckily, Mingyu took into account Fairy Xia's eagerness and reluctantly swallowed it. After Mingyu consumed the pill, her face instantly blossomed with surprise. Female cultivators were never as profound as male cultivators. Mingyu immediately asked curiously, What pill is this? Why is it so effective? I don't know. Fairy Xianxia said with a smile, I obtained it by accident. This spirit pill is even more miraculous than the 9 transformation cloud spirit pill of my Huanhua sect. Mingyu asked in disbelief, Where did you get it? At a market in Sky Patrol City. Fairy Xianxia was proud in her heart, but her face was expressionless. Give me one. Xiang Ming had to take it seriously. Fairy Xianxia took out another pill and smiled, I only have a few left. Yes, I understand. Xiang Ming nodded. After taking it, he looked at it and sniffed it, then said softly, This looks similar to the spring return pill from Sky Patrol City. Yes, I also thought that it was the spring return pill. Fairy Xianxia said immediately, Therefore, I used all I had to snatch many spirit pills. Then, Fairy Xianxia said regretfully, It's a pity that this is not the spring return pill. Even if it's not the spring return pill, it must have been refined by the mysterious alchemy master. Xiang Ming took the pill and turned to look for Heng Zhao. Just now, Fairy Xianxia had given it to him, but he had rejected it. Now, he had taken it, completely ignoring what Fairy Xianxia had said. My fellow cultivator Heng Zhao, the spirit pill of my Huanhua sect is indeed extraordinary. Xiang Ming shouted from afar, I think it's the work of the mysterious alchemy master. Heng Zhao rolled his eyes and almost said, I've already said that I'm a disciple of the Huanhua sect and the Xuanyan sect. You don't have to make such a big fuss. However, Heng Zhao still said calmly, Yes, we've all taken it. This spirit pill is indeed extraordinary. My fellow cultivator Xiang, you've already known before taking it? Well, of course, I know the efficacy of the elixirs made by the disciples of the Huanhua sect. Xiang Ming kept mentioning the Huanhua sect proudly. Desun looked at Fairy Xianxia, who was not far away, and smiled. Previously, Li Zongbao from the Utopia sect, Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan sect, and Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect killed Qin Jian. Now, Fairy Xianxia of the Huanhua sect has broken the array and made a contribution. She even gave us Golden Core cultivators a spirit pill. We owe her a debt of gratitude. This is a great contribution. Hee, Xiang Ming could not stop smiling. Desun knew that Xiao Mao was also part of the Xuanyan sect's spirit pill. Since Gao Wei was not around, he did not bring Xiao Mao along. After a while, many of the Golden Core cultivators had taken the spirit pills. Heng Zhao looked at the disciples resting in the sword array and said worriedly, Everyone, this 5 elements splitting edge sword array has been broken by us. But we're still in the sword array. If the swordsmen suddenly attack, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it. I'd like them to attack. Xiong Huasong laughed coldly. If the sword cultivators abandon the sword array and attack directly, it'll be our fortune. Heng Zhao thought for a moment and knew that Xiong Huasong's words made sense. He had not thought it through. He nodded and said, Brother Xiong, you're indeed an expert in array formations. I can't compare to you. Everyone has their own strengths. Xiong Huasong said politely. We'd like to see what kind of sword array LV Ruochang has set up after the 5 elements splitting edge sword array. Previously, the yin-yang sword array was targeted at disciples below the foundation establishment stage. This 5 elements splitting edge sword array seems to be targeted at disciples above the foundation establishment stage. I'm afraid that the next sword array will face us golden core cultivators directly. At this point, Xiong Huasong's tone changed and he said in a strange tone, but I'm curious. What kind of strange sword array can a sword cultivator have that can kill us golden core cultivators? Was there no such thing in the previous battle? Heng Zhao asked softly. Of course there was. Xiong Huasong said weakly. But there were no records of the yin-yang sword array and the 5 elements splitting edge sword array. Therefore, I don't have a good way to break it. Therefore the Xiong will be very. Xiong Huasong wanted to say that he was looking forward to it, but he felt that it was inappropriate. He could only listen and change his tone. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, you'd better take a look at the damage of these 2 arrays first. We'll also be able to calm ourselves and prepare for the new sword array. Heng Zhao was a little troubled. How many layers does this sword array have? I really don't know. Maybe it's already gone. Maybe there will be more in the future. Xiong Huasong shrugged as if he didn't say anything. Then, Heng Zhao instructed Li Zongbao to find disciples to check on the casualties of the cultivators. In addition, he sent a golden core cultivator to lead a dozen late-stage foundation establishment disciples to scout ahead. Now that the array had been broken to this extent, Heng Zhao and the rest were really going all out. They no longer charged blindly outside like before. They could only conserve their energy and prepare to face the enemies who had been lying in ambush for 8 years. Heng Zhao's heart ached at the thought of 8 years. This kind of planning was definitely not something he could do. Not long after, Li Zongbao flew over with a gloomy expression. Heng Zhao's heart skipped a beat when he saw his disciple who practiced the parting treasured mirror in such a state. Master. Li Zongbao transmitted his voice to him. Now our Dao sect disciples still have more than 160,000. Ah? How did we lose so many? Although Heng Zhao already had a premonition, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this shocking number. According to what I know, in the earliest yin-yang sword array, our Dao sect disciples lost close to 90,000 people. Most of them were Qi refinement and early-stage foundation establishment disciples. There were also a few golden core uncle masters. Li Zongbao said bitterly. And in the 5-element sword array just now, although there were no golden core uncle masters killed, we lost more than 100,000 people. Especially the last 5 cultivators of the 2nd stage of the illusory sword realm. More than 40,000 people died. Hiss, Heng Zhao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The 10-direction annihilation array was already very powerful, but he had never heard Xiong Huasong arrogantly say that it could kill 40,000 swordsmen in one go. This sword array killed 40,000 cultivators in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The sword array is indeed a great weapon. It's really different from an array. Heng Zhao murmured. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in his heart. Master. Li Zongbao immediately understood Heng Zhao's thoughts. He said anxiously, you don't have to blame yourself. Lu Ruochang has been lying in ambush here for more than 8 years. Even if you didn't command the disciples to pursue, she would definitely have released the bait. So, with that, Li Zongbao glanced at the other golden core cultivators and transmitted his voice again. According to the Uncle Master's thoughts, they would definitely pursue, chase, and beat the dog in the water. But Heng Zhao still wanted to say something. But Li Zongbao didn't wait for him to finish. He said, defeat and success are due to this battle. Master, now we have no way out. If we break the sword array, we will have our lives and Master's reputation will be established. If this sword array is not broken, all of this is meaningless. Master, don't think too much. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.